Good morning. The Committee on Budget Appropriations and Finance meeting of June 14th, 2024 is hereby called to order. Okay, good. Madam Clerk, can I have the roll call, please?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, absent. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, present. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Present.
Senator James Sr., present.
Present.
Madam Chair, 5 present, 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We've established a quorum and we'll proceed today. Is there any correspondence to be read into the record?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay. Please read today's agenda into the record.
The Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance will meet on Friday, June 14th at 9 a.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. Block 1. Leases. Bill number 350263, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and Sanchez Ventures, LLC for parcel number 1, estate content number 7B, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, parcels number 194-2 and 194-2A, estate Altona and Wellgunst, Crown Prince Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, and parcels number 10 and 11A, Submarine Base, number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. Sponsored by Senate President Novell E. Francis Jr. by request of the Governor. Bill number 350264, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and Verdell Turnbull at Turnbull Welding Service for parcel number 99A1, Submarine Base, number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. Sponsored by Senate President Novell E. Francis Jr. by request of the Governor. Bill number 35-0265, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands acting through its Department of Property and Procurement and St. Thomas Properties, LLC, for consolidated parcel number 17-3A, Estate Niski, number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands. Sponsored by Senate President Novell E. Francis Jr. by request of the Governor. Invited testifiers are Mrs. Lisa T. Alejandro, Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement, Mr. Eddie Sanchez, owner, Sanchez Ventures, LLC, Mr. Verdell Turnbull, owner, Turnbull Welding Service, and Mr. John P. DeYoung III, owner, St. Thomas Properties, LLC. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance will meet to take testimony on the proposed fiscal year 2025 executive budget for the Government of the Virgin Islands of the United States. Block 2, VI Fire and Emergency Medical Services. Invited testifier is Mr. Antonio Stevens, Director, VI Fire and Emergency Medical Services. Block 3, VI Territorial Management Agency. And the testifier is Mr. Darrell Jashing, Director, VI Territorial Management Agency. This ends the reading of today's agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and good morning to the listen and viewing audience. Good morning to my colleagues. Today, as we heard, we will hear 3 leases, and then we will hear from 2 government agencies, the Virgin Islands Territorial Management Agency and the Virgin Islands Emergency Medical Services, as they defend their 2025 budget. This morning, we will begin with the leases. We're having some challenges with our screens in St. Thomas, so I'm having a hard time seeing who's in the chambers, but I believe that I'm seeing Mr. President. Mr. President, who speaks to the leases that's before us? Bill number 35-0263, as well as bill number 35-0264, and bill number 35-265.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I speak to all 3 of those bills before us in the lease.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to you, my colleagues, and good morning to the testifiers, and of course, good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. I first of all want to apologize that I'm not present on St. Thomas for this proceedings this morning, as I had some difficulties getting a return flight, so I opted to do it from the St. Croix chambers. So bill number 35-0263 is an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and Sanchez Ventures LLC for parcel number 1, estate content number 7B, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, parcels number 194-2 and 194-2-2A, estate Altona, Wellguns, Crown Prince Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, and parcels number 10 and 11A, Submarine Base, number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. This proposed measure is offered at the request of Governor Albert Barron Jr. The agreement is for a multiple lease of 30 years with an option to renew for an additional 10-year terms. This lease will allow for Sanchez Ventures to operate a bulk storage depot and to use the property for multiple purposes, to include commercial and business space. It also allows for the construction of a warehouse if feasible. Ultimately, this lease would allow Sanchez Ventures LLC to expand their small business operations, thereby contributing to the territory's economic base. Bill number 35-0264 is an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and Verdell Turnbull, doing business as Turnbull Welding Service for parcels number 99A-1, Submarine Base, number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. Again, this lease is being offered at the request of Governor Albert Barron Jr. The agreement is for a 10-year lease with the options for renew for 2 additional terms of 5 years each. This lease supports the operation of a welding business and may be used for other related purposes. This lease of the government-owned property also enables the business owner to reinvest in their small business, which is not always possible with commercial-owned properties because of the expense. And finally, bill number 35-0265 is an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Department of Property and Procurement, and St. Thomas Properties LLC for consolidated parcels number 17-3A, Niski, number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. This proposed lease measure is being offered at the request of Governor Albert Barron Jr., and this multiple-year lease is for 15 years with an option for renewal for 3 10-year terms. This lease is specific to the operation of a parking lot only. This lease agreement not only supports small business but provides necessary service to the community. We also have representatives from the Department of Property and Procurement, as well as the various requests coming from individuals this morning in bill number 35-0263, bill number 35-0264, and bill number 35-0265. And I ask for my colleagues' support in moving these 3 measures forward. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the opportunity and time.
Thank you, Senator Novell E. Francis, Jr. I'm going to ask the testifiers to please put their names and titles on the record, or the entity that they represent on the record. And we're going to start with the Assistant Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement. Please recognize the mics of the testifiers. You may proceed.
Good morning, Vincent Richards, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement.
You may proceed, Mr.
Verdelli Turnbull of Turnbull Service.
Good morning, John P. DeYoung III, St. Thomas Properties.
Good morning, Eddie Sanchez, Sanchez Ventures LLC.
Okay, thank you. We're going to start with the testimony of Mr. Vincent Richards. Mr. Richards, you may proceed.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Donna Fred Gregory, Vice President or Vice Chair Novelli Francis Jr., pardon me, Honorable Senators Blyden, DeGraff, all non-committee members, central and legislative staff, fellow testifiers, visitors present in chambers, and members of the viewing and listening audience. I'm Vincent Richards, Assistant Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Property and Procurement. I am testifying today on behalf of Commissioner Lisa M. Alejandro to offer testimony on the proposed lease agreements for the St. Thomas and St. John District, which are before this committee for consideration. Today, the Department of Property and Procurement requests this committee's and ultimately the full Senate approval of the lease agreements between the Government of the Virgin Islands and Sanchez Ventures, LLC, Verdell Turnbull, doing business as Turnbull Welding Service, and St. Thomas Properties, LLC. These lease agreements require legislative approval in accordance with 31 Virgin Islands Code, subsection 205. Their terms all commence upon the approval of the Virgin Islands legislature. The rents payable under these leases shall be adjusted annually, including any renewal term in accordance with the Consumer Price Index increase established by the United States Department of Labor, Bureau of Labor Statistics. The lease agreements all require a minimum of $1 million in general liability coverage. The Department of Property and Procurement is in possession of all required documentation to support these lease agreements, including but not limited to the lessee's prospective business licenses and certificate of good standings as applicable. The lease agreement between Sanchez Ventures LLC and the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Department of Property and Procurement, is for two assemblages of conjoining parcels. Parcel number 1, estate content, parcel number 142 and 142A, estate Altona, St. Thomas, which consists of a combined total of approximately 16,121 square feet, or 0.37 U.S. acres of semi-improved land. On this property, Sanchez Ventures plans to develop and construct a warehouse and bulk storage depot with parking. On parcels number 10 and 11A, Submarine Bay, St. Thomas, which consists of approximately 14,000 square feet, or 0.33 acres of semi-improved land. On this property, Sanchez Ventures plans to develop and construct a mixed commercial office and retail building with parking. The term of this agreement is for 30 years and provides for renewal options. The annual base rent on the parcels is $12,000. Sanchez Ventures recently acquired a one-year lease agreement and has begun their architectural, engineering, and permitting processes. These properties are currently littered with junk vehicles, trash, and debris. This proposed development project will see a minimum of $3 million in long-term improvements to properties at the lessee's expense, and another welcome improvement in the renaissance of the sub-base district. The lease agreement will also allow this second generation locally owned family business to expand the business operations that was originally started by the manager's father. This also reduces the list of current GVI dilapidated properties by 2. The lease agreement between Turnbull's Welding and the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Department of Property and Procurement, is for parcels number 99A-1 Submarine Base St. Thomas, which consists of approximately 3,215 square feet. The property will be used to continue operating a welding business. The lease agreement would also allow this second generation local welder to continue to improve his business started by his father as well. The term of this agreement is for 10 years and provides for renewal options. The annual rent for the above referenced parcel will be $10,800. The lease agreement between St. Thomas Properties and the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Department of Property Procurement, is for consolidated parcel number 173A, Estate Niski, St. Thomas, consisting of approximately 24,350 square feet or 0.559 U.S. acres of semi-improved land. The property will continue to be used for a parking lot. The property is a critical component of this office and commercial complex in the Niski sub-base area. The term of this agreement is for 15 years and provides for renewal options. The annual rent for the above restaurant parcel will be $36,829 during the term of the lease. These proposed lease agreements will assist these 3 locally owned businesses to expand and improve their operations in the St. Thomas St. John district. They will all contribute to the ongoing redevelopment of the sub-base area, whether through improvement or upkeep through their whether through improvements or upkeep throughout their lease agreements. These lease agreements also provide for long-term economic growth and expansion of the United States Virgin Islands. These properties will all be eventually returned to the GVI at the end of their respective lease terms in a much improved condition. The Department of Property and Procurement is a custodian of all government-owned properties. We are therefore committed to establishing mutually beneficial partnerships and agreement with tenants and developers that truly unlock the value in government-owned properties. DPP therefore respectfully requests that this Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance vote in favor of these lease agreements. This concludes my testimony. I'm prepared to answer any question the committee may have on the reference lease agreements. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner. Who speaks to Bill number 35-0263? You do? Okay, Mr. Sanchez, you may proceed. Please recognize the mic of the testifier. You may proceed with your testimony.
Good morning, Committee Madam Chair, Donna Fred Gregory, Vice Chair, Novel Francis Jr., Committee members, Senators Blyden, Carrion, DeGraff, Fonseca, and James Sr., legislative staff, testifiers, members of the listening and viewing audience. My name is Eddie Sanchez. I'm the managing member of Sanchez Ventures, LLC. I'm 41 years old. I graduated here from Charlotte Malley High School, and I own and operate my family business, Sanchez Service, Inc., that was established in 1997 by my late father. We currently employ 10 people at our 4 locations on St. Thomas and St. John, and we also own and manage residential rental properties. I'm here to testify on a proposed lease agreement before this committee, and I humbly request this committee and the full legislative approval of the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and Sanchez Ventures, LLC. The lease agreement is for parcel number 1, State Content 194-2 and 194-28, State Altona, St. Thomas. On this property, we plan to develop and construct a warehouse with parking. On parcel number 10 and 11A submarine base, we plan to eventually replace derelict hurricane damage shed to develop a mixed commercial, office, and retail building with parking that is befitting of the growing and developing sub-base area. The proposed lease agreement will allow us the stability to lock in the additionally needed financing to improve these properties. We expect to invest a minimum of $3 million. After this lease ends, Sanchez Ventures will, without a doubt, return these derelict properties to the government of the Virgin Islands in improved conditions. This concludes my testimony, and I'm prepared to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Sanchez. Who speaks to Bill number 35-0264? Mr. Turnbull,
Yeah.
you may proceed with your testimony.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance, and other senators present. My name is Verily Turnbull. I'm the owner of Turnbull Oil and Services, which have been in existence from the 1970s. It was first owned and operated as a family business by my late father, Ernest E. Turnbull. When my father retired in 2000, he then turned over the business over to me. Turnbull Oil and Services has been in this location in Sub-Base since 1975, providing welding services to businesses and residents throughout the Virgin Islands. I'm asking for your favorable consideration of this lease. Thank you.
Thank you, that was quick. Okay. Who speaks? Yes, short and sweet.
Yes,
Bill
good
number
morning.
35-0265, and now we're going to hear from Mr. J.P. DeYoung. You may proceed, Mr. DeYoung.
Yes, good morning, Committee Chairwoman, the Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, and committee members, Honorable Senators Blyden, Carrion, DeGraff, Fonseca, Francis, and James. Good morning to fellow testifiers, committee staff, and the listening audience. I am John P. DeYoung III, Assistant Property Manager at St. Thomas Properties, LLC, a locally owned property management company focused on tenants that serve the local community. I handle tenant relations and day-to-day operations at the business. Prior to being the assistant property manager, I was a commercial loan officer at First Bank, a financial analyst at International Capital Management Company, co-founder of a small t-shirt company with friends from high school, and most recently co-owner with my wife of Frenchtown Bar and Sabroso for the last 10 years. I'm here to request your support and approval for the lease agreement between St. Thomas Properties LLC and the government in the Virgin Islands for the continued use of parcel number 17-3A, Estate Niski, number 6 Southside Quarter, as a designated parking area as a parking lot. The primary purpose of the lease is to provide parking spaces that principally serve the local community seeking services at the Office of Lieutenant Governor, specifically for the Cadastral, Recorder of Deeds, and Tax Assessor's Office. We are very mindful of the importance of these services to the local community and taxpayers and want to ensure they have ease of access to the office. Your initial approval of the lease allows us to continue providing good service and access to parking for the Office of Lieutenant Governor. The lease specifically includes a provision for 8 designated parking spaces solely for the Tax Assessor's Office vehicles, in addition to 2 handicap spaces and lighting to ensure safety and accessibility. I respectfully ask this committee and ultimately the full body to approve the lease agreement. Thank you, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you. I am actually loving you all today. All right, so colleagues, we've heard from the testifiers. We've heard from the Department of Property and Procurement. The leases appear to be straightforward. They are all economic development or economic development related. So you know that as we look at our tax base, we are always in favor of economic development activities, in addition to the fact that we also want to see the Department of Property and Procurement, what is it, the Business Development Account?
Business and Commercial, Senator. Business and Commercial Fund.
The Business and Commercial Fund account generate revenues. So it means that as we work on our 25 budget and forward, then they will be less reliant on the coffers of the government proper. So I do have a few questions just based on the post-audit report. I know that you shared
Point of
Assistant
information.
Commissioner Richards, one second, Senator Francis. But I'm seeing that there's some missing documentation based on our report, and these reports were done. I'm looking at the date. These reports were done since April 14th and April 16th. So I don't know if the post-audit division went back and revisited the information. So that's very important, if particularly in instances when documentation is missing. So for the business license or the parking lot, it says that some of the items have expired. The certificate of liability expired. The certificate of good standing will expire at the end of this month. And the business license expired as of 3/21/24. So please provide us with a status on that. I'm going to go through all of them and then you could give me, okay? And then similarly so, the Verdell Turnbull certificate of good standing is reporting not received. The certificate of liability insurance expired on 5/5/24. And then on the Sanchez lease, the certificate of liability is saying not available. The certificate of good standing expires on the end of this month. The business license expired on 3/31/24. And the trade name registration says not available. So that's why it's so important for us to have these post-audit reports so we can have a clear picture of what types of questions we need to ask. So, Mr. Richards, can you please share with us, based on what I just shared, what's the status of those items?
Madam Chair, we've been in contact with your staff as late as yesterday afternoon. We have supplied them almost all the information or the supporting documents that was necessary. I believe the only one that's outstanding is the insurance renewal for Mr. Turnbull. Mr. Turnbull has paid for his insurance and is just waiting for a copy of the actual insurance policy to provide to us that we could provide to you. So I would venture to say that by next week, early to middle next week, we should have the insurance in hand for Mr. Turnbull, for Turnbull's welding services.
Okay. All right, so I know that my staff is listening, so I'm going to ask them to please bring up on the floor or send out an email to my colleagues with the outstanding information for the other businesses so we can make a decision today as to whether or not we'll approve these leases. And then what we will do in the instance of, if it's approved, of course, Mr. Turnbull, of course, this has more than one iteration, and then it has to go to session. So if we make the decision to approve it as it's presented, absent of the liability insurance, and the liability insurance in this instance it actually is because it's expired. And I am aware that I asked you that the last time we met, that businesses are having a challenge these days in the Virgin Islands getting liability insurance. So there is a little challenge. So what we'll do is, if we move this forward, then we have to keep an eye out to make sure that we get the documentation from you prior to the session, okay? And we do have session coming up on the 24th, so we would have to have that before. Mr. Richards.
Thank you, Senator. We will get you the information from Mr. Turnbull. Mr. Turnbull has paid for his insurance and is just awaiting the actual policy.
Okay, all right. Colleagues, we're going to go to Senator Francis Jr., you recognize for your point of information.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just wanted to say that media should have some photos of the locations for the request of the lease or leases that should help colleagues and the public in terms of the exact location that's being requested. If we could have them to show those photos.
I'm going to forego that information for today. We started late and we have a very long day in front of us, but in addition to that, all of us should have, I mean, these leases are straightforward. As far as the location, these are renewals in most, except one, I believe,
Yes.
instances. And in addition to that, the information should come to the committee chair so I can be aware that we have media to bring up information so I could know how to proceed with my meetings. So I would prefer to have that occur in the future so we can make a decision early as to how we're going to handle these types of matters. Okay, so we're going to proceed with a 3-minute round. And we're going to start with Senator Marvin Blyden. You may proceed with your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, view and listening audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning to Mr. Turnbull, John P. DeYoung III, and Mr. Sanchez, and thank you for your investment in the territory. And also, good morning to Assistant Commissioner Richards. Today's a good day, definitely. It's a beautiful day in the Virgin Islands. But it's a good day because we have 3 leases before us that's going to actually assist us in economic development moving forward and economic growth in the territory. We're speaking to for the Sanchez Ventures LLC, approximately $4 million investment in that dilapidated property that looks real blighted. It's an eyesore to us in the territory, and I appreciate such an investment. Let me actually quickly do, in respect to your investment, about how many workers do you anticipate will you need during the construction phase in terms of cleaning up the property, putting up the structure, etc.? Have you done that assessment?
We are actually in the process of talking to contractors to get the best pricing and the most feasible way of doing it.
Very well. And these are all 3 local businesses that will be employing local individuals. Mr. Turnbull, I know you have been around for a while, for a long while, and you have done very good in terms of investment, in terms of the welding for many individuals. Let me ask you quickly, in respect to your investment, do you see in the future, and do you assist anyone in terms of getting into that field and doing some type of internship, etc., to keep that going?
Well, we have, but they're not locally prone. They have the local people into money, but the outsiders are into work. So the difference in that is, like my employees I have now, they are from off island, and they're running the business actually, because they're willing to learn and that type of stuff. The other local individuals that would come to look a job, the first thing you ask you how much you going to pay. They're not, we would say, trying to get into the work itself, it's studying money. Now, the other individuals, they into the job. I could go any place, any amount of time, leave the business in their hand, and they can take care of it. And they're very young, so.
But I'd like to make a recommendation in the future, reach out to the skills center, etc., and say you can onboard those individuals and basically expand their mindset in terms of not only the money part, but the actual impact in that trade, what it does and what it can do moving forward. Okay? And also, John Peter Young III, let me ask you quickly before my time run out. I appreciate that.
1 minute.
You said you have 8 parking spaces, and it's basically for the tax assessor's office, which we know that plays a vital role in revenues coming into the territory. But let me ask you, you said there are 2 extra space for folks with disability. So it's 10 parking spaces in all.
Correct.
Okay, very well. That's important because they need access to the office, and you need to be able to come and go as necessary. But these 3 lease agreements are no-brainers
30
to me.
seconds.
I definitely will be voting in affirmative on all 3 of these leases, and I want to thank you guys again for your investment in the territory, and I look forward to the vote. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. And let me just share that there's also a program at the Department of Education, the vocational education program outside of the Skill Center, where students are allowed to go out and do their actual apprentice work and get credit. And then it's basically, they share the syllabus with you, so what they're to learn while they're in the field, the supervisor has to make sure that that's occurring, and then they go back and get their certificate. So that's also, and the business, this is a best kept secret, and the business qualifies for a tax credit. I'm not sure why, and I'm very familiar with it because that was my legislation, but I'm not sure why we don't hear more about it. But businesses do have that opportunity to assist the Department of Education and those career and technical education students with getting the necessary training, and they also benefit by receiving a tax credit. So if that's something that you're interested in, just reach out to the Department of Education, particularly this career. What office is that? The State Office of Career and Technical Education, to get more information. So thank you for that, Senator Blyden. We're going to move on. Senator DeGraff is traveling, so he should meet us, catch up with us on the other end. So we're going to go to Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis, you're recognized. Oh, I'm sorry, he's the sponsor of the legislation, so we're going to go to Senator Javon E. James Sr. You may proceed, Senator James.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. Greetings once again to the people of the U.S. for the announce my apology for the delay. These things that we have, items we have on the agenda today, they are straightforward. But I would just like to quickly ask property and procurement, as far as objections, I hadn't had a chance to read the section where there's a report from the objections from those in the community. Have we had any objections? And if so, have we been able to rectify those objections or issues or concerns of the constituents or public?
Vincent Richards for the Department of Property and Procurement. Senator, we have had no objections to my knowledge. If anything, I believe the cleaning up of some of these properties that have been, I guess, derelict, for a lack of a better word, would be pleasing to anybody that's either looking at, living across from, passing by, or the businesses next door. So the minute these leases are approved and the improvement begins, I'm pretty sure it'll just be a welcome sight and a welcome experience. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. And question, these items that we have here on the agenda, any of them are in an area that is in a valley or a place where it accumulates a lot of water, because we had a lot of issues with stormwater in the Virgin Islands, and I just want to make sure that when we approving these things or these leases, that we look into those issues of possible stormwater issues and making sure that the leasee at least has an opportunity to rectify those issues.
The one in estate content, there's a major culvert that runs next to the property or near the property that the GVI invested in improving the stormwater and runoff recently. So the answer is yes, but there has been a recent major mitigation project close by.
Thank you for placing that on the record.
1 minute.
And quickly, I would just like to ask the individuals you have there, starting from the left, which is the guy in a suit and tie. I mean, the suit,
Sanchez,
not the tie, the suit. Sanchez, the suit.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any issues with any of the leases, or are you fully satisfied with what you have before you here today?
Yes, I have been in contact with the department in terms of
30 seconds.
finalizing these leases, and yes, I'm pleased with it.
Okay, next one.
Yes, we are, St. Thomas Properties, John Peter Young, we are satisfied with the lease as presented.
And lastly?
I'm satisfied also.
Okay, it makes our job so much easier. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time, and I look forward to voting in affirmative for these leases. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator James Sr. Let me take this opportunity to recognize committee member, Senator Ree Fonseca. Please mark Senator Fonseca as present. I had a question, but it escaped me. So I'm going to move on. And Senator Fonseca, you're actually up next. You may proceed.
Yes, pleasant good morning, Madam Chair, and a special welcome to the testifiers. We bring thanks and praises to the Most High and blessings and welcome. Okay, bill number 35-0263. This lease here, it's right next to Banco Popular and the Pump House, right? That's where it is?
Yes.
Right down there?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I don't have any issues with that. We welcome, this facility, this business. This is good for the Virgin Islands. Bill number 32-0265. Well, let me go to 6.4 first, because I had a question on 6.5. Okay, 6.4, again, this is a good lease. Parcel number 99A, submarine base, Southside Quarter. It's kind of small. It's only 3,215 square feet. But, you're getting a good rent for it, $900, so that's pretty good. Well in business, Turnbull, we always welcome you in the community. You've been doing business for quite a while. I was following the discussion by Madam Chair, and so you've paid for the liability insurance, and you've cut a check, and they've received the check, and they're pending to give you your insurance document?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, I think Madam Chair said that we expect to have it before we go into session, and I'm sure Vincent will be on top of that, and hopefully everything goes good. Okay, bill number 35-0265. This is the agreement between Property and Procurement and
1 minute.
St. Thomas Properties for consolidated parcels. So now I'm not sure exactly where this is. That's at the Atley Drive by Niski Lane. This is right when you make the curve there on the corner, right? That's where this is?
I believe a better description would be the Doctor's Choice that's right next to Niski Center.
Yeah.
You have the parking lot that's right opposite of there. It's
Okay.
that parking lot right there.
Oh, that parking lot, okay. So I think this
30
is
seconds.
this is also something that I will definitely vote for. I definitely like the rent. This one is a very profitable venture. The government is getting $36,829 a year, so this is pretty good. Because we need the money. Financials in the government is kind of tight. So thank you very much, Madam Chair. At the appropriate time, I will be supporting all of these three leases.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Mr. Richards, apparently those emails did not come through yesterday, so we really need to get that information in order to vote on these measures today. So please have your staff forward them to our attention. Okay. I don't have any questions per se, but let me ask about the investments. And, well, I do have a question for Vince Richards. So, Mr. Richards, I think you are the one that referenced the properties as derelict?
Yes, Senator.
Yes, so that is not a good word for government properties. So let me just applaud y'all for moving forward with ensuring that the properties that are, there's a difference between properties that are not being used and properties that are derelict. And it's very concerning when we hear that, the GVI, the government of the Virgin Islands, has actual derelict properties. So those properties that are considered derelict, what is the Department of Property and Procurement doing to secure those properties? And I see clearly there's a movement to get those properties leased, and I guess in the lease process they're being upgraded. But those that are not in the cycle of being leased at this time, what is the government doing to address the derelict property situation other than, well, there's no other than, because I don't even know what the legislation has in it with regards to how we're treating or how we're looking at government property. So I'd like to hear from you on that.
Well, Senator, the best analogy I can give you is, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. And that's what we've been trying to do at the Department of Property and Procurement. It's one property at a time, whether we invest in it ourselves with the help of the legislature, like we did at the restroom right here at right here on Noragata, where the government invests the money and repurposes the building, or we bite it off one property at a time. I believe the last few times I've been here before the legislature, we come here with one property that's not in the best of condition, and we partner with a private developer or private business, and they invest the money to improve it. And that's what we're here doing today as well. We have another assemblage of properties that we're going to partner with and improve eventually.
So how many do you have under consideration right now?
I believe right now in our pipeline we have 22 leases that we're working on, and I would venture to say half of them are property that's undervalued and underperforming, and will be improved by the time we get those leases to this body within the next 6 to 9 months.
All right, so those that are, there are some government properties that, well, let me ask you, do you believe that there are government properties that are considered derelict as we speak that poses a safety issue to our community?
Unfortunately, yes, Senator.
And how are we addressing those? And I asked the question very seriously. I asked the question because we continue to talk about drug use, gun violence, crime overall in the territory, and I believe that looking at crime, it doesn't only extend to the citizens, it also extends to the government. So if the government has derelict properties that we know I mean, I'm sure all of them are not created equal when it comes to this type of safety issues, but I believe that those that are contributing or they're individuals hanging out in those spaces, that the government must make a concerted effort to secure those spaces. So is that occurring?
Senator, yes. Can we do better? Yes. I'll give you two examples. The old legislature building across the street, again, that's by Emancipation Garden. We spent a significant amount of funds boarding the property up, putting a fabric around it, and making it look aesthetically pleasing. We're also in the last stages of negotiations with a company, a local EDC company, that's going to completely refurbish that building. We're this close. That's one property. Another property is the Michelle Motel, which is, I know is, we've been in constant contact with your office about. We are in contact with a local construction company that is interested in redeveloping and repurposing the Michelle Motel building, either to repurpose one of the structures that might be salvageable, or both of the structures. They're in the middle of doing their due diligence and doing their assessments to come back to us with a proposal to take over that property, board it up for us, and work with us to transition the folks that are using it as a habitat, to transition them out, and then repurpose the building or demolish the building and rebuild on the site. So that's just two examples of two bites in the elephant to eat the elephant.
Okay, so that particular structure, are you in communication with the Department of Human Services, et cetera? Because I think there's like 20-something people living in there, if not more. So there must be some collaboration with regards to the transition, because the last thing we want is those 25, 30 people that are living in that space, we find that they move to our next space and they're on the street and creating issues elsewhere.
Well, we have been in contact with them. I believe one of our initial contacts was, again, through your office, working through your office and your office's due diligence. But I'll give you an example as well. So the short answer to that question is yes, Senator. But I'll give you an example of how we've partnered with them before to address the blighted buildings you're talking about. The number 17-3 sub-base, which is that steel frame building that's next to Niski Center. We were here recently where we brought a developer that's going to invest $4 to $5 million in developing that property. In that property, there was at least 2 or 3 individuals living in the back of that property. We worked with the Department of Human Services. We worked with the Department of Health. We worked with the VIPD. And we also worked with the Humane Society to remove the animals as well as the individuals that were living inside that property and relocated them before we actually went in and did anything to the property. So yes, the Department of Property and Procurement does have a track record of working with the Department of Human Services, working with the Department of Health, working with the Virgin Islands Police Department, and working with the local Humane Society to remove individuals or beings from derelict buildings and then repurposing the building to improve the economy and investment in the economy. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. I'm satisfied with your response for now. I know that resources is a challenge with addressing some of these derelict or blighted buildings that are owned by the government. We know that we closed a couple of schools, and I suspect, and this is territory-wide, and I suspect that we are seeing challenges there as well. This is why, when we passed the legislation for the development or the establishment of the School Maintenance and Construction Bureau, it wasn't clear in the legislation, and if we need to make the amendment, we will. But the discussion was that the intention was for each district would utilize one of those school buildings to stand up the maintenance and construction operations. So I hope that, we heard the other day that they have hired someone, and I hope that they understand that the operations cannot continue to sit under the purview of the Commissioner of Education. Our focus with education needs to be around the academic achievement of our students.
Senator, if I may, on the subject matter of schools, two former school properties jump out at me. One is Marcelli School, that we have partnered with the EDA, and the EDA is currently in possession of the Marcelli School, and they are repurposing the Marcelli School into a clean kitchen and an industrial kitchen that could be used by local food processors or people to add value to local fruits and vegetables at the Marcelli School. And they're currently in possession of that property, and they're maintaining that property. Another one that jumps out to me, Senator, is the former Jarvis School at the bottom of Maffoli Hill. We have partnered and leased that building to a local nonprofit that's in the process of developing that school into our architectural and cultural center as well. And they are in possession of that property. They secured a grant, I believe, recently for $500,000, and they have already begun to stabilize that building and make improvements to it and do assessments of it as well. So, one bite at a time.
Okay, so you're talking about the Lincoln School. Yeah. That's my school. I went there from kindergarten. Lincoln School. Then it became John Antonio Jarvis. Okay, so Mr. Sanchez, your investment in this property is how much?
Approximately $3 to $4 million.
And you are partnering with others, or you're securing that funding on your own?
Partners and also funding from financial institutions.
And how many, and I'm asking this question because of the importance of showing the economic opportunities for others, citizens. How many employees do you intend to employ?
Well, these properties are going to be mainly going to be commercial.
Mm-hmm.
So whoever is leasing from me will employ as many employees as they need.
Okay, got it. So you have how many bays, how many opportunities for spaces?
At least 8.
At least 8 spaces. Okay. And then, Mr. Turma, you are a renewal, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so tell me, how are things with your business?
We are doing pretty good under circumstances. I have 3 employees who are very stabilized, so I have no qualms at this particular time.
And how long have you been in that space?
From 1975.
Oh my gosh. I was only 10 years old. I wish. Okay, that's a long time. Well, it's always good to see. It's always good to see businesses continue to strive. So we want to congratulate you for continuing to contribute to the economic development, the economic base, the tax base here in the Virgin Islands. Similarly, so Mr. DeYoung, your space is basically a supporting space for Niski Center.
Yes.
And it's 10 spaces.
Yes, correct, Madam Chair.
And do you lease any of those spaces? Do you rent any of those spaces?
The parking spaces?
Mm-hmm.
No, they're directly for the tax assessor's office and 2 handicap spaces.
So a part of the lease with...
Yes, correct.
Okay, got it. All right, Senator DeGraff, I already announced that you were heading to the other side, but I guess the seaplane failed you. Okay, you may proceed with your 4 minutes. What was it? 3 minutes, I'm sorry. Yes.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers. I had to come back. Yeah, Mike, thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, I didn't want to leave you here by yourselves, so You know, you're in good hands anyhow. Good morning to the testifiers. Mr. Sanchez, Mr. DeYoung, Mr. Turnbull, and Deputy Commissioner Richards, again, thank you for the investment into the territory. Now, with what we're seeing for like Mr. Sanchez, especially, we're seeing a lot of people leaving the territory. You decided to dig your feet in and continue. And going forward, what actually, besides just that investment of retail space for other businesses, what was the idea behind of deciding to make this kind of investment?
Well, Senator, I grew up in this island, and I would like to see the island progress. I don't want to see it stagnant. So as I see unimproved lands, I want to develop, so bring in more tourism, employ local people, and even if I can get outside skills, bring in from other places.
Okay, great. And like I said, so, you know, that's priceless. So, Mr. DeYoung, you say you're covering parking spaces, additional parking spaces for the Niski Center itself?
No, specific to the tax assessor's office.
The tax assessor's office. Okay, so because I know that whole region, the whole area is ready to boom, and you know exactly where the tax assessor's office has a basic parking lot.
Correct.
So where are the additional spaces?
No, these are existing spaces. So you have the parking lot, and within that parking lot, we've designated specifically for the tax assessor's office.
Okay.
Specific
1
to
minute.
them.
Oh, okay. And then because there's always need for that. And Mr. Turnbull, you say from 1975. Well, I was about 14 or 15 on then, so you know that's a good age. But so in to see this here, you know, basically it's hard work. The young generation don't like hard work. So what type of age group are your employees that you have?
My employees, the oldest one is 33.
30 seconds.
Okay.
Oldest one is 33, one is 27, one is 26.
Okay, good. Because again, the young men. So you know, have you ever had any opportunities for teaching as you go? 'Cause I know you run a business, but as for teaching them, or did they come skilled?
Well, one came knowing in order to help us, and they're in the learning process.
Okay. And again, you know, thank you all for doing what you're doing. The property and procurement, Mr. Richards,
Time.
you're working miracles. Keep doing what you're doing. Thank you very much for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. We'll now hear from the bill sponsor, Senator Novelli Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleagues. And I enjoy the line of questioning and engagement with the testifiers, because it's important that public get to see and hear, you know, exactly what's transpiring within these consideration. I wanted to ask you, Assistant Commissioner, in aggregate, do you have any idea what the government lease rentals bring into the government coffers?
Vincent Richards, Department of Property and Procurement. Senator, the rental revenue right now for the business and commercial is over $3 million annually. I believe it's a neighborhood of $3.5 million annually.
And that money goes to the general fund?
I believe it's deposited into the business and commercial fund, Senator.
And is there any earmarked or any set aside for upkeep and improvement on those properties?
By the government of the Virgin Islands, Senator? Or by the lessees?
By property and procurement.
We do have a line item in our budget for maintenance. We do maintain properties that are designated in our custody. I know we maintain the building, the Department of Property and Procurement building in Subbase. In there, we have we host the Sports Parks and Recreations Department. We also host the Taxi Cab Commission, which we subsidize greatly. We also host the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, and we maintain the building and the operations of the building.
1 minute.
Outside of that, any out of the other property owned by and managed by Property and Procurement, do you have any earmark for specific improvements?
Until recently in St. Croix, I believe we had the USO building in Frederickstead under our direct maintenance, but we recently leased that property out. The former Hovensa training school. And then we also have some communication tower sites under our direct maintenance as well on St. Croix as well, directly.
Okay, and can you speak to
30 seconds.
About how many pending leases do you have in the pipeline at this time for consideration?
Senator, as of this week, our last count was in the neighborhood of 22 leases that are in the pipeline for negotiation and, well, not negotiation, for processing.
Okay, very well. Thank you for that. I think that we should have a conversation moving forward in terms of perhaps a line item for improvement and maintenance of government property. Madam Chair, if may I just wrap up? I heard my time call.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that we should have a conversation about just some specific earmarks so that we can continue to maintain government property. I think, like the Madam Chair indicated, we don't want to have that term derelict attached to government property. I think we have a responsibility to make sure that those are maintained. Again, I want to thank the individuals that's before us today, Mr. Sanchez, Mr. DeYoung, as well as Mr. Turnbull, again, for risking the opportunities here and certainly in their pursuit of these leases, and I just wish them good luck and their future endeavors in this, and hopefully they have some consideration for some other opportunities within the government that they could certainly add to our tax roll. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr. Senator Blaine, you have a point of information. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On this week, Mr. Turnbull, I know you have been around since you said 1975, but of course, you know, we have recovery going on and we have a lot of investment, a lot of contracts, etc. How are you part of the rebuilding process when it comes to the Virgin Islands? Have you applied for any of these different contracts, etc.?
Well, what I do, I try to work behind other major contractors. I don't go direct. They go direct and I sub from them.
Mm-hmm. So you're part of the process?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Chair.
All right, colleagues, I think we have exhausted all of our questions. But to the Senate President's question, Mr. Richards, your business and commercial fund is currently used for what purposes?
It's used primarily to fund operations and salaries at the Department of Property and Procurement, Senator.
To fund the operations for the property side or operations for the Department of Property and Procurement proper?
I know specifically it funds some salaries at the Department of Property and Procurement. I do not have the actual breakdown numbers in front of me. But I know we will be visiting this committee real soon to defend our budget, and at that time, I'm pretty sure we'll be able to answer all the specific questions.
That's fair enough, because I was going to say just that once you come before the committee to defend your budget, I think the time is right for us to really drill down into the use of the business and commercial fund. Do you have something?
Yeah, Senator, if I may add to the question posed by Senator Francis. Number 48 Noragata, the public restroom or visitor center that property procurement developed with the assistance and funding from the legislature recently, we strategically place Banco Popular and their ATM machine in that property. One of the reasons, and we also made sure that we signed a maintenance agreement with the Department of Tourism to have that facility manned while it's opened. That was part of our agreement with tourism. That was also, and then part of our agreement with Banco Popular as well to put that ATM machine there is to make sure that the building is going to be branded with Banco Popular, who's a very good private citizen, and they make sure that they upkeep their properties, and anything that they're associated with is going to be upkept as well. So that building represents a different way of thinking, a different way of operating, and making sure that, that's one property that I know is going to be maintained and is going to be painted and washed, power washed on a regular basis. And it could be an example for us to mimic how we do other things going forward. So I welcome the questioning, and I look forward to answering more questions from you when we come back again about different things that we're doing.
I'm actually glad that you brought that up, because I have a pet peeve.
Sure, Senator.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought it up. So Virgin Islanders think that that space is Banco Popular Bank. When our visitors come, it is not clear. The signage on that building is way too small. It doesn't say visitor center. It's a little sign, and you could be in town, and you wouldn't even realize that that is the downtown visitor center where we afford our guests bathrooms. The sign is too small. I've been wanting to ask you about it for a long time, and it keeps slipping me. So it's clear that you all intentionally branded it Banco Popular, and I'm certain that was the agreement in the lease, the relationship. However, I am very challenged and concerned about the fact that that building, you don't clearly know. The regular citizen don't know that they could go there to use a bathroom. It does not say Bureau of whatever or visitor center. It says it, but it's a very small little sign you could hardly see. Which one are you in here know that that's the visitor center for the downtown area? Mr. Sanchez, you know? Mr. DeYoung, you know?
I was aware just from discussions with other people in the community, but yes, I was aware it's a visitor center.
Mr. Tombo?
Yeah, I knew by going there using the machine and I saw the sign, but then, like you said, it could be expanded some.
Yes, because a gentleman said to me the other day, yeah, meet me by the Banco Popular downtown. And I'm like, so I thought it was the Banco Popular down in by the Hibiscus Alley.
Yeah.
So I said, well, that closed. He said, no man, it got blue building on the corner. And I was like, and then when I finally got there, because I know there's a ATM machine, it does say Banco Popular. Like that's a small little branch. So Mr. Richards, what say you?
I will take responsibility. I will take responsibility, but to be honest with you, that is a regulation of the historic preservation. They limit the size of the signs in terms of what can be written, and we will explore trying to get a waiver to add a larger sign on the building.
That's a really good political answer. The sign need to be the same size as Banco Popular own. That's it. They have no regulation on it. You have to scale it. You have a little thing hanging on the side. Please look at it. Other people in the community are concerned about it.
I would be happy if there was a waiver granted by legislation that grants me the power to put a larger sign on the building, Senator. I'd be happy.
So I don't want us to just give the wrong messaging, though. The sign, what I'm saying is you can clearly see the Banco Popular sign. So we need to make it possible for the signage to be seen that this is the visitor center or whatever it is.
Duly noted.
Yeah, I mean, I ain't asking you to do anything outside of the regulation. We want something that look like Banco Popular own. Basically, that's what I'm saying.
Duly noted, Senator.
All right. Okay, colleagues, I think we've exhausted our questions. I think this was a good discussion today. And I really believe that we need to have a deeper dive conversation with the Department of Property and Procurement specifically around government-owned buildings and our responsibility to take care of them. So I am, that's something that we really need to dive on. That's not in this committee, but we have the committee chair here, and I'm certain that my other colleagues are listening. I think it's very important to deep dive on this one. We are not going to vote on these measures at this time because we need to get the information from the Department of Property and Procurement. It's just way too much information that we don't have as it relates to those matters that's attached to these leases. But once we get the information, we're going to be here for a minute today. So once we get the information, we'll take a minute and vote on them. Okay? Mr. Richards, 30-second close. We'll give all of the testifiers a 30-second close, and then we'll take a recess. Mr. Richards?
Senator Fred Gregory, all the senators present, I'd like to thank you again for graciously hosting us. Today's particularly a proud day. Have 3 young second-generation business owners, business developers here before you. I look forward to more days like this. And I'd just like to thank you for your consideration and ask you for your support. So thank you very much. I appreciate all of you.
Thank you. We now have Mr. Sanchez, 30 seconds.
I want to say thank you for the opportunity of allowing me to make this business ventures and add to the add to improving the economic economy here in the Virgin Islands.
Absolutely. Mr. Dion?
Yes, thank you, Committee Chairwoman, and the senators in the listening audience. I just want to say thank you very much for having me here today to speak to the lease of subject, and also to have it continue to be used as a parking lot and be able to use for the Office of the Tax Assessor, Cadastral Recorder of Deeds, and provide vital services to the community.
And Mr. Turnbull?
Thank you for having me here today, Chairman. I learned a lot being here today, my first time on an occasion like this, and it was nice. Thank you.
Oh, good. All right, so Mr. Richards, we're very serious. I'm getting texts. We're very serious about that sign issue. So the committee will stand in recess as we move to the next group of testifiers. The committee stands in recess for, I think we're finishing up a little earlier than we intended. So the committee stands in recess until 11:30. The Committee of Budget Appropriations and Finance is back on the record, and I'm going to ask the Madam Clerk to read Block 2 into the record.
Block 2, the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance will meet to take testimony on Block 2. Invited testifier, Mr. Antonio Stevens, Director, VI Fire and Emergency Medical Services. This is the end of the reading for Block 2, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And I see that we have the representatives from the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services here with us this afternoon. So I want to say good afternoon. And I also want to wish you, because I see that we only have one gem among the thorns. Oh, it's two gems among the thorns. So I want to wish the men that's before us this afternoon who are fathers or who are father figures, happy Father's Day in advance. Okay? So I'm going to ask the testifiers, and let me just ask you, do you have individuals on St. Croix?
I do not.
Okay, you do not. Good. All right, so I'm going to ask Director Antonia Stevens to put your name and title on the record, and I'm going to ask all of the members of your team to do likewise. I see that you all come for us today. You are 9 strong. So it means that this would be a smooth hearing because you have all of your team here to respond to the questions. I think that I did a disservice to the stenographer because sometimes they are remote. And I did say that we would start back at 11:30. So, Madam Stenographer, should I take a break before allow you to get on? You good? Okay, good. All right, so Mr. Stevens, please put your name and title on the record.
Good morning. Antonio O. Stevens, Director of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service.
And then we're going to hear from the individuals that's to my right, your left.
Go ahead.
Please recognize the mics of the testifiers.
Ms. Brown, Director of Human Resources and Payroll.
Okay.
Good morning, Victor Adams, EMS Chief, St. Thomas St. John District.
Okay.
Good morning, Cliver A. Titus, Fire Chief, St. Croix.
Yes, good morning, Eustace Grant Jr., Deputy Chief, St. Thomas.
Okay.
Good morning, Shaman Akers Hewlett, CFO.
Good morning, Lyle Evelyn, Assistant Director, VI Fire and Emergency Medical Services.
All right.
Good morning, everyone. Robert Bryan. I am the EMS Chief, St. Croix District, Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services.
All right. And
good morning, everyone. Michael
you have
James.
to speak a little louder, Mr. James.
Good morning, everyone. Michael James Lewis, Territorial Training Coordinator.
Okay. All right. Director Stevens, you may proceed with your testimony. How many testimonies do we have today?
Just one.
You may proceed.
Why would you time out? Good morning, Honorable Senator Diane Fred Gregory, Chairperson of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations. What did I say? I'm sorry. Donna Fred Gregory, Chairperson of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. Other distinguished members of the 35th Legislature and the viewing and listening audience. I am Antonio O. Stevens, Director of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service. Accompanying me are Assistant Director of EMS, Lyle Evelyn, Chief Financial Officer, Charmaine Akers Hewlett, Director of HR and Payroll, Barbara Williams Brown, Territorial Training Coordinator, Michael Lewis, St. Thomas St. John Fire Chief of EMS, Victor Adams, St. Croix Fire Chief Kleber Titus, St. Thomas, St. John Deputy Chief Eustace Grant. We appear before you today to present the proposed VIA FEMS budget for fiscal year 2025. VIA FEMS is an all-hazards first responder agency with the executive branch, tasked with protecting life and property. Our core functions include fire suppression, emergency medical service, hazardous materials response, technical rescue, and fire prevention. We operate 10 fire stations and 3 EMS bases and employ 325 personnel. Our employees are organized into 4 units: the suppression unit, the EMS unit, the arson prevention and investigation unit, and the administrative unit. Of the 4 units, the suppression unit is the largest. Staffed by single and dual role firefighters, it provides responses to fires, medical emergencies, hazardous material incidents, and technical rescue incidents. One minute, it jumped at me. The arson investigation unit, the arson investigation and prevention unit conducts fire investigations, enforces fire and life safety codes, and educates the public on fire prevention. The unit is composed of inspectors and is helmed by a fire marshal in each district. The administrative unit performs key administrative functions such as financial management, human resources, and procurement, and consists of the physical and human resources team. In addition to our core functions, we also operate the Virginia's Junior Firefighter Program. Created as a recruitment tool, the program introduces youth ages 9 to 18 to the field of firefighting. There are 65 participants in the St. Thomas program and 20 participants in the St. Croix program. The VIA FEMS budget consists of appropriated funds and non-appropriated funds and federal grant awards. The fiscal year 2025 VIA FEMS is requesting a general fund appropriation of $30,885,255. Personnel costs will account for approximately 97% of the appropriated funds, and the remainder will be used for utilities, supplies, and other services. With the approval of this body, the VIA FEMS fiscal year 2025 budget will also include an appropriation of $1.4 million from the Health Revolving Fund. This fund includes fees billed and collected for ambulance services by the Department of Health on behalf of VIA FEMS. Based on the projections, $1,647,276 in non-appropriate funding will be available to VIA FEMS in fiscal year 2025. Non-appropriate funding sources include the Fire Emergency Medical Fund and the Emergency Services Fund. The Fire Service Emergency Fund is a special fund consisting of fees collected for fire safety inspections, permits, and other services, as well as fines assessed for code violations. The fiscal year 2025 projection for this fund is $851,805. The Emergency Service Fund consists of emergency surcharges collected from users of mobile and landline phones and is shared by VIA FEMS, Virginia's Territorial Emergency Management Agency, VITEMA. It is projected that $795,471 of the fund will be available for VIA FEMS use in fiscal year 2025. To augment the local funding, VIA FEMS has continued to aggressively pursue competitive grants and will have access to approximately $1,056,184 in awarded funds in fiscal year 2025. The available awards and their approved uses are as follows. A $60,000 award from USDA Forestry Service through its Cooperative Forestry Assistance Program for the purchase of wildland firefighting supplies. An award from Department of Interior Maintenance Assistance Program in the amount of $185,000 891 for the purchase of brush trucks, a $100,000 award for the USDA Forest Service Virgin Islands Cooperative Fire Program for the purchase of wildland firefighting supplies, an award for FEMA's assistance to the firefighters grant in the amount of $269,250 for driver training and SCBAs. The remainder of the award from the Department of Interior's Technical Assistance Program totaling $441,043, which will be used for purchase of 2 rescue trucks. Additional grant funding may become available during the fiscal year as the following grant applications are pending. A staffing for adequate fire and emergency response application in the amount of $3,830,020 for the hire of 25 EMS personnel. An assistance to firefighter grant, the AFG application, in the amount of $1,136,645 for the purchase of personal protective equipment for firefighters, specialized washers and dryers for fire, PPE, EMS equipment, and drivers training. A fire prevention grant application in the amount of $52,532 for the purchase of digital fire extinguisher training. Grant funding specifically for the repair, replacement, and hardening of the fire stations will also be available in the upcoming fiscal year. Obligated projects include the demolition of the Charles A. Seals Fire Station in Grove Place, the demolition and construction of the Rensselaer Gibbs Fire Station in Cotton Valley, the repair and hardening of the Herbert L. Canegata Fire Station in Richmond, and the construction of a safe room, repair and hardening of the Emil Henderson Senior Fire Station in Frederickson and construction of a safe room, repair and hardening of the Junior Firefighter Building in Estate Slab, repair and hardening of the Emil Berry Fire Station in Dorothea, repair and hardening of the George P. Scott Maintenance Building in Anna's Retreat, demolition and construction of the George P. Scott Fire Station in Anna's Retreat, repair of hardening of the Omar Brown Senior Fire Station in Estate Tanneberg, demolition and construction of the Fortuna Fire Station in Fortuna, repair and hardening of the Coral Bay Fire Station in Coral Bay, and the demolition and construction of the Robert O'Connor Fire Station in Cruz Bay. Work on the George P. Scott Maintenance Building and the Emil Berry Omar Brown Fire Stations in St. Thomas has completed, and the construction phase of the Charles A. Seals Fire Station on St. Croix has begun. We are grateful for the assistance of our disaster recovery partners, FEMA, with O'Brien, the Office of Disaster Recovery, VITEMA, and the Department of Public Works, as we look forward to continued progress on our projects. This fiscal year, with careful management of variable resources, we have made strides in advancing our key organizational goal of building capacity as an EMS organization. Focusing our efforts on providing single-role fire personnel with EMS training, we were able to increase the number of EMTs territory-wide. Since October, 9 single-role firefighters have earned National Registry EMT certification. 8 firefighters recently graduated from the Wheatley Skills Center EMT course, and we anticipate that they will earn the National Registry certification before the close of the fiscal year. In an effort to standardize patient care, our EMS leadership completed and implemented updated EMS treatment protocols. They worked diligently to ensure the protocols aligned with the best practices while meeting the needs of the Virgin Islands. Aiming to improve operations and the service we provide to the community, our strategic goals for fiscal year 2025 include increasing staffing, improving our facilities, and establishing a medical billing team. As sufficient staffing is critical to our operations, increasing the number of fire and EMS personnel is one of our top priorities. Training academies for 2 recruit classes, 1 in each district, are slated to begin before October. However, to keep the pace with separations and to address our paramedic shortages, we will need to hire additional firefighter EMTs and paramedics within fiscal year 2025. In the upcoming fiscal year, we will also be focusing on improving our facilities. While we continue to work with our disaster recovery partners to complete capital projects, we will focus our attention on immediately improving conditions at the stations. Providing our personnel with comfortable working environment is of utmost importance to us. Establishing a medical billing team will be another critical priority for us in fiscal year 2025. We have begun the process of procuring billing systems and will work to have the systems implemented and appropriate staff hired within the fiscal year. In closing, I would like to thank the men and women of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service for their dedication and unwavering service. Thank you to this body for the opportunity to present our proposal budget for the fiscal year 2025. This concludes my testimony.
Director Stevens, thank you for your testimony. And I see, based on the operations budget for FY 2025, the recommendation represents about $3 million less than FY 2024. So I would like for you to share with us, and then I'm going to go to my colleagues. Colleagues, how many minutes? 4 minutes. 4? We're going to go to a 4-minute round, but just share with us very quickly, how does that impact? It's a 2.382 reduction, which is 7% of your 2025 recommendation. So for us, while we do have revenue challenges, it's important for us to understand how the reductions impact the work that you do. Okay, so we want to hear from you. I see the categories where the reduction is, and colleagues, you all have the post-audit report, right? Okay, good. So please share with us how it will impact your ability to perform, if it does.
While, thank you, Senator Antonio Stevens, Director of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service. While the reduction does affect us across the board, with this team, we have made the adjustment. Well, what I was saying, Senator, is that while the numbers does reflect a almost $3 million change reduction, the team and I, we decided that we will make adjustments elsewhere to keep operational. And my CFO also has.
So let me ask you a question, because I'm looking at this post-audit report. So your CFO is here. I'm trying to understand how the non-lapsing emergency services special fund, how is that accounted for? Because when I look in the report, I'm seeing that it appears to me that that is being utilized as if it's general fund.
Ms. Hewlett, that.
Charmaine Akers Hewlett, are you referring to the collection, the 911 fund?
It says emergency service special fund. So you have the fire emergency fund, and then you have the emergency services special fund. So it looks like it's two different pots of money.
Correct.
The both of them.
Correct. So can you repeat the question?
I'm looking at the report, and it appears as if in FY24, those funds are, based on the report that's in front of me, which could be different to what how you're operating, but I want clarification. I'm seeing that, did we provide fire with a copy of this post-audit report?
No.
We do not have one.
Okay, so post-audit, please make it a point to provide them with a copy of the report at least the day before, so they can have an opportunity to review what we are speaking about. So I'm going to call for a recess, because I don't want you to respond and then you're in the dark. because then it's not fair to you. Okay, so the committee stands at recess for 2 minutes. I got you. It seems like the committee is back on the record. So we have some discrepancies, but I think we can resolve them. So let me just ask you, how much your VI fire and emergency medical services dollars that you are expending in fiscal year 24 is how much? Because we have Act number 8750, which says $2.1 million.
Can you repeat that question? How much?
The special fund, VA Fire Medical Emergency Services Fund, 2.1 million. That's about right.
Charmaine Akers Hewlett, that's the health revolving.
What are other ACs? What's 2.1 million?
2.1 million is the health revolving fund.
So it goes to Department of Health. We put it in the general fund, and then we put it to you.
That's correct.
So that's what we call it, the health revolving fund?
Charmaine Akers Hewlett, yes.
Tell me how much special funds you have. I need to be clear on this.
Okay, so we have the Fire Service Emergency Fund, we have the Fire Emergency Fund, and we have the Health Revolving Fund.
Give it to me again. The Fire
Service Special Fund, the Fire Service Emergency Funds, and the Health Revolving Fund.
Okay, so the middle one, the Fire Service Emergency Fund, how much money was appropriated to you in FY 2024?
The Health Revolving Fund? The Fire Service Emergency Fund?
Give me all of them.
Okay, so
how much money was appropriated against all of them in fiscal year 24?
The Health Revolving Fund is 2.1 million.
Right, that's the number. Okay, give me that one. Health Revolving, you said 2.1?
Yes.
Okay.
The Emergency Service Special Fund is okay. The Fire Service Emergency Fund is 282,453 was collected for us so far for this year, and the Emergency Service Special Fund, $613,893.80.
Okay. We have an issue, but that issue is not yours to resolve. We need to resolve this with OMB. The following sum or so much of it as may be necessary for operating expenses is appropriated from funds available or deposited into the general fund of the Treasury of the Government of the Virgin Islands to the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services for fiscal year October 1, 2023 to September 30th, 2024. VI Fire and Emergency Medical Services, $2.1 million. So there is some misunderstanding or confusion in that area. So we need to get it resolved. Let me ask this question. When the legislature passes the budget for the respective fiscal years, do you receive a copy of the acts that's related to your respective agency?
OMB sends it after. Yes, they do.
Okay, so you have a copy of this act? 8750?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so take some time and look at it when we're done with this meeting, because
Okay.
we need to resolve this. So I'm going to ask the post auditor to dig down into this once this meeting is over so we could understand exactly what's happening here. All right, I'm going to move on. So, Mr. Stevens, you indicated that, because we're seeing that you have a $1.6 million reduction in your personnel services. That represents how many positions? How many FTEs?
How many?
Full-time equivalent positions?
Well,
We have 319 full-time positions, actual positions.
How many vacancies?
Presently, we have roughly about 10.
Okay, so what I'm asking is this 1.665363 represents how many positions?
The actual position presently, 319.
No. Your budget is 20 million in personnel services, $20.7 million. And you have a variance over the previous year. Your personnel services for fiscal year 2024 is $22.4 million.
Right.
And this year, this fiscal year that we are discussing, which is 2025, that's you're before us for, is $20.4 million, $20.7 million. So there's a reduction of $1.6 million. I'm trying to figure out that 1.6 represents how many positions. Some of those positions may have been filled since you submitted the budget, or you may have more vacancies since the budget has been submitted, because you do that work where sometime in February, we are now in June.
Right.
So that's why it's important for us to know what's the one-off, or whether or not there's more or there's less.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. The difference can come from, as you said, by the time we submitted the budget to present, we had some retirees and resignations. So that could cause the
I gotta give me a little better than that. I need to get from you. I mean, I don't know how or what the discussion is around your personnel. The question is, it's showing here that you have a almost $2 million reduction in your personnel. You have $1.6 million in personnel services, and you have $556,000 in associated fringe benefits. That's on about 2.2 million. 2.2 million, I'm counting. It's probably 2.3. 2.3. So the question is, what are those positions that are impacted? Because it means that you have positions that you are not going to be able to fill in fiscal year 25 if we were to say yes to the governor's recommendation. So are you aware of that?
I am
See what I'm
aware.
saying?
Yeah, and Antonio Stevens, the Director of Ordinance for Emergency Medical Service. I am aware of the reduction, and what that did was, and it was a little back and forth trying to get these positions, but they gave us 10 positions per district, which was a total of 20 positions.
More?
Say again?
More or less?
Less.
Okay, what's the salary of what's the starting salary of a
The starting salary of a firefighter EMT is 33.
Training, and once upon the starting salary for the firefighter recruit is 33,000. Upon completion of the training academy, the salary increases to 43,700. That includes the 38 base and the 5,700 for the EMT stipend.
Well, based on my calculation, that 1.6 represents like almost 40 positions. That's like 30-something positions, 38. See, this is where we gotta get this right.
And that information is from the post-audit report that you...
Yeah, but we pulled this from the budget book. So tell me what you, I have to move on because my colleagues have their questions. So I'm gonna allow you to just take some time and look at it, and then we're gonna come back to it, okay? But we need to really get a clear understanding of what the 1.6 million represents for your department. There is a reduction over fiscal year 2024 of 1.6 million in personnel. So it means that you are going to get a hit. And the question is, what is the impact on your department if you were to see that significant reduction? I don't know what I mean. Are your employees, have you negotiated your salary, your union contracts, are they up to date?
They're not, Senator.
But have you completed negotiations?
No, we have not, Senator.
Okay, so that's not the issue then, because I'm trying to figure out what the delta is, where the delta is being created. I want to move on to the next, Senator, but that's an important question, simply because the personnel category of the budget is the lion's share of your budget, so we have to get a clear understanding of what that means to you. How does that impact you? How does that impact your operations, your ability to be successful, basically? Okay? Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon again to my colleagues, viewing, listening audience. Good afternoon to Director Stevens and your supporting team there with you, and thank you so much for your testimony, and thank you guys for what you do and continue to do on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands. And I want to continue on that line of questioning because that's where I was going. Because, of course, the lion's share, 97% of your budget is personnel, 97%. And then you have another, basically 560,000 in fringe, but you have under other services and charge $286,000 variance in terms of less to spend on the 25 budget. But when my colleague, the chair, asked you in respect to how you're going to manage your budget and you say you're going to adjust, you're going to get it from other areas. But what other area are you going to get those funds from, though, in order to carry forth your operations, etc.? Because you spoke to the Emergency Service Special Fund and other special funds. But how can you adjust in that respect?
One of the things that we missed saying is in that reduction, for example, last year, and I'll let the CFO continue on this train of thought. Last year, we were given $1 million to purchase the fire boat. We weren't given that $1 million this year. We are also given another set of funding to lease out that building. Continue.
Speak into the mic, please. Speak into the mic.
Go ahead.
Charmaine Akers-Hewlett, CFO. We were part of the budget markup was we got $1 million to secure a space for administrative and EMS services once we integrated, and we also got additional funding for the boat. So this year we won't be getting that this year. So that's caused a reduction in the total budget.
I understand that, but specifically the reduction of the 1.6 is in personnel costs. But let me ask you, since we are on personnel costs, how many vacancies do you have in your 25 budget? How many vacancies do you have?
10.
10 vacancies.
10 vacancies.
Okay. And how many of those vacancies are considered critical positions? Any of them?
All.
All 10 is critical. Which district?
Both districts.
You have 10 vacancies in each district.
Yes.
So you have 20 total. And all of them are critical positions.
Yes.
And there goes the headache. Now let me ask you,
1 minute.
in respect to certifications, etc., because I know you had How many firefighters passed the test to be certified? I believe several weeks ago. Was it 8 or 9? Certification.
I think it was 8, TC Lewis.
Please state your name for the record and then speak into the mic.
Michael Lewis, training coordinator. Yeah, we just graduated 8 EMT candidates from Whitley Skills Center.
30 seconds.
The mic, Madam Chair, your mic.
Check. Michael Lewis, territorial training coordinator. Yes, we just graduated 8 EMTs from Whitley Skills Center.
8 from Whitley Skills Center. And does that have any impact on your budget in any way, shape, or form in terms of raises or increase?
It will, because once those personnel become firefighter EMT, there's an additional percentage that they incur.
How much are we speaking of in dollars and cents?
But it's already factored in. Go ahead, sir.
Time.
How many, you say it's a certain percentage, how much in dollars and cents? From what to what? It goes from what amount to what amount? To be clear for the record.
The employees that recently graduated from the Whitley Skills Center, the EMS training course, their salary will increase to $43,700, and it's already factored in for the FY25 budget.
Okay, and how many more EMTs are slated to take that course in your department?
For 2025, we have, as a matter of fact, we have class slated to begin in St. Croix with 10 candidates, 10 recruits.
Okay, very well. And is that factored in to the budget, or?
Yes,
it is?
Per district.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, sorry for that, well, yeah, I'm up in a bill. But basically, I just wanted to say, if you have a second round, I'll deep dive a little further, if we have a second round. If not, correct. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time. Thank you for your responses.
All right, Senator Blyden, if you need a point of information as you gather yourself, we could do that as well, okay? Do you recall how many vacancies you started out fiscal year 2024 with? How many positions have you filled in this fiscal year that are positions overall, total?
For 2024 budget,
this fiscal year,
we filled 1. We have 1 paramedic that is set to start this month.
So then, and you have sitting on the books 10 vacancies, or they gave you 10 vacancies this year?
No, we have 10 well, we have a class that is slated to begin this month with 10. They gave us a 10, they gave us a 10 for 2025.
Okay, how many vacancies do you have in 25, in fiscal year 24? We need to be clear. The information is coming in a little sketchy. How many vacancies do you have currently? And you could give me the number plus the people that's coming in, or you could give me the whole number. Are we asking that for a reason? Because your numbers ain't jiving.
Oh, yeah. Well, we have 10 firefighter vacancies, and we have, how many paramedics? 4 paramedic vacancy territory-wide.
And your paramedic salaries are what?
60,000. Base 52, 174, plus the 15%, 7,826. Total of 60,000.
60 even.
Paramedic, 60.
All right. And those are vacancies? 10 plus 4, 14?
I didn't hear your question.
Those are vacancies?
Correct.
So 10 plus 4?
14.
Okay, so when we ask for vacancies, we're talking about the overall department, not firefighters versus paramedic. how many vacancies do you have in total?
Total. Let me correct for the record. We have 6 paramedic vacancies, and we have 10 firefighter EMT vacancies. So that's a total of 16.
Do you have any administrative vacancies?
We have 1 administrative vacancy that we getting ready to advertise.
So you have 17 vacancies.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm trying to get your total,
Yes.
your aggregate
Yeah.
of your vacancies. So you have 17 vacancies.
Yes.
All right, so that's why we're seeing this variance, because it appears as if in fiscal year 2024, you had 20-something vacancies. That don't necessarily mean on the books. That's what was represented to us. So when we did the budget giving you more in your personnel services category than you needed. And what's represented in the budget book says 26 vacancies. So apparently what's happening is that your vacancies over the years, we've been funding them, you've not been filling them. So now this year we got to truly zero them out. Because you by your own admission, you say you only have 10. But if you look in the budget book, you got 26 vacancies. And see, that's why we have to flesh this out. So if it seems like we on it long, we have to be, because we need to be clear on your vacancies, because that's the lion's share of your budget.
26.
So that makes me beg this question. How much do you currently spend in overtime?
Madam Chair, can I say something?
Sure.
Barbara Williams-Brown. We do have 26 vacancies. I said we have 6 paramedics, but it's 6 paramedics per district, not territory-wide. That would give you the 20.
Use a territorial HR person, right?
Yes.
Okay. That's why I keep drilling down. Give me the aggregate of your
26.
department.
Yes, you asked the question, and I keep saying 6, but it's 6 per district for paramedics and 10
Which district do you work out of?
the territory.
Oh, but I mean, where do you go to work every day?
St. Thomas, St. Thomas.
Yeah, but you gotta remember that St. Croix got vacancies too, okay? So we need the numbers for everybody.
Right.
So again, what is the total amount of vacancies you have? Do you only have 10 vacant firefighters territory-wide?
No. We have.
You see why we are this so long? So you have 20? How many do you have for St. Croix? Firefighters?
10.
So it's 20?
20 firefighters.
Vacant?
Vacant.
And 6 or 12 paramedics?
12 paramedic vacant.
But that's more than 26?
That's more than 26.
Okay.
Yeah.
When I did the calculation, this was a quick calculation, it come up to 38. But I only calculated it based on the 43,700. I did not give consideration for the 60. So the 32 is about right.
The one.
So you have 26 vacancies. How many vacancies is budgeted in FY 2025 territory-wide?
No, not all of them. All of them?
Wasn't all of it?
I don't think so. 33 vacancies territory-wide. To include the one administrative.
So what we're seeing in our in the information that came to us in this book, you have to always go back to this book, because this book is what we use, which is the book that's sent down by the governor. It represents 14 vacant firefighters. Yeah. Ms. CFO, we gotta get it straightened out.
Based on the discussion that we had with OMB before we finalized our budget and submitted it, we were getting 10 per district. 10 firefighters in St. Thomas, 10 firefighters in St. Croix, and the 12 paramedic positions.
That's not what they gave you. So we're going to have to ask you to go back, because when we get to markup, we're going down the road. So we're going to ask you to go back and provide us with, we're going to ask you to go back and provide us with, because it seems like these numbers are not at the 50% or
At 50%.
it's not at 50%, it's at the whole. No?
No, they're at 50%.
It's half of the FTAs, which is still 26. But we're going to ask you to go back and true up these numbers for us. You have to send back to the committee the true up of these numbers so we could clearly understand what your true personnel numbers are. Because as of this discussion, I think we are definitely struggling with that. So I'm going to move on to the next senator, but I did ask an overtime question. How much are you spending on overtime now?
Barbara Williams Brown, presently we have expended $2,756,879 on overtime.
For fiscal year
2024.
And how much money do you anticipate spending by the end of fiscal year 24?
That'll be double that.
And you could base it on your historical information.
What is it?
That's another 900,000.
Probably another 900,000.
So you're half the way. And you already spent 2.6. So it's 900,000 realistic, Mr. Stevens. Is there something different that you're doing to see a reduction in the next 6 months? Well, not 6. I think in calendar year. What is it? 3? 3.
In another 3 months. No, there's
Okay.
not, Senator.
So tell me about the overtime, and then we will go to the next senator. Tell me what your challenges are with why you need to have 3.6 million in overtime.
Well, Senator, simply since we started running, for example, our ambulances, we run 3 ambulances in each district, 2 in St. John, right? Which we want to make sure that we are able to provide the service that's needed to the community. 1. 2, we continually losing employees through retirement. We have not. There was a period where we didn't hire anyone for about 9 years, and right now what we're trying to do is close that gap. But we hire 10 today. We still aren't able to close that gap that 9-year period, that 9-year hiatus created.
Well, you're speaking to a 9-year hiatus, but we need to speak about where we are in real time. So you guys work on shift.
Right.
So what is your shift?
Which one? So for example, the firefighter shifts are 24 hours. The EMT shift is 12 hours.
So you're saying, so the EMT is 12? 12. And the firefighters are 24. So overtime is generated when you work. What does the contract say? That's the first question. What does your contract say? Because anything outside of the contracts, whether or not you choose to go to a 12-hour shift or whatever hour shift, the contract says what it says, so you have to pay the additional cost. So the contract says what for these 2 areas, units?
So, for example, for the firefighter that works at 24-hour shifts, if he works anything over that 24, so he pulls an extra shift, that's an additional 24 hours that he will receive in overtime. For the EMT and the paramedic is a little bit different.
So the contract for the firefighters is 24 hours.
Right.
So if they have to stay on, that's another 24.
Right.
Get it? You don't have anything outside of the 24 right now, right?
I do not.
You do not. EMT, contract. Please recognize the mic. Please put your name on the record when you speak for the first time.
Robert A. Bryan, EMS Chief. answering your question, ma'am. The EMS contract is a separate contract. It's under the SIE collective bargaining. That contract is for 12-hour shifts. The EMTs typically work 3, 2, 3, 2.
So everybody
So
is
we-
working as per their contract.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's what I'm trying to understand. Ideally, how many individuals, because you're saying that you have a challenge with personnel. I think that's what I heard. So ideally, how many firefighters should be on a shift, a 24-hour shift, and ideally, how many EMT personnel providers should be on the 12-hour shift?
So, ma'am, it's a longer question. It's a longer answer than you think.
I
And
can
the reason
imagine.
for this is, well, with EMS, we try to make sure that we're there for volume hours. So, in St. Croix, there are times when we run 3 ambulances, and there are times when we run 2 ambulances. Secondly, special events, coverages, and all of those things also make up overtime. Thirdly, we've set up Cottage EMS Station as well as Cruise Bay EMS Station. Fourthly, on cruise ship days, we also stand up another ambulance. So in taking care of our community, we've had to basically step up to the pump. This is an adjustment from what was not projected in the previous budget.
Additionally, we've lost 4 employees to the National Guard deployment in the St. Thomas St. John district. Again, something that we didn't anticipate happening, and we still try to maintain a minimum manning crew per station, per shift, in order to support the community.
So you have 4 deployed?
Yes. In this
Okay.
district. I don't
So
know
we
how many
need
in
we
St.
need to
Croix district.
get the analysis on this. We need to be clear on, because I understand what you said, Mr. Bryan, that, situations create over time. So it's not as straightforward that people are not coming to work, or we have a, what do you call it? We have a employee system, because I worked for the Bureau of Correction at one point. So I understand the whole overtime and what can occur. So I want to understand what creates this, because when you have events and when you have carnival and when you have all kind of different things, you have to, additional personnel have to come in to provide the support. So do we, I have to check to see, because I don't think that when we do those special events, we consider do you receive any monies from the Tourism Revolving Fund?
We do not, Senator.
Okay, good. And do you work carnivals?
We do, Senator.
You do. So we have to consider funding to support your overtime during special events. So are you going to be like to the Father's Day activities this weekend? I don't know.
DC grant?
You have a,
We receive any?
let's just say St. John. Let's just say St. John. Do you have a,
Yes, Deputy Chief Grant, yes, we do have additional manpower for those events, Carnival, and of course,
Yeah,
any other
so we've
special
got-
event.
yes, I don't think we've ever considered that. But as we have this conversation, what I would like for you to do, Mr. Stevens, is have your team give us the analysis. We want to know what those special events look like, so we can appropriate the additional dollars that you spend as a result of Carnival, Festival, and St. John Bacchanal. Okay?
Yes,
We got to get all of that straight, because I know it could become very frustrating as you, we asking about your overtime, and it seems like for, what the number was again? 3.6, for almost 4 million is a lot of money, but people need to understand why. Okay? All right, colleagues, we're going to go to Senator, what did I do with my paper? Senator Novali Francis Jr., you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to Team VIFMs, and thank you for your testimony and thank you for the work that you're doing in this community. I wanted to ask you, in regards to your overtime expenditures, just continuing along that line, how much were you funded for in FY24 for overtime?
Charmaine Akers, Hewlett, CFO. We were funded $2,290,000.
So you were cutting it close in terms of that, so the additional money would come from what, your vacant position?
No, because those vacant positions will be filled.
Where do you propose to get the additional, I think you say was 900,000 that will be needed for the remainder of this fiscal year? Where would that money come from?
Chairman Hewlett again. We'll have to negotiate. We'll have to have a discussion with OMB. It may come from some of the, because we have some people retiring, so some of the funding should be able to come from that, but we'll have to have a discussion with OMB.
Okay. And can you tell me how many resignation, retirement, separation, military deployment do you currently have?
Yes, bro.
Do you have a total number on that?
Yes, you can have it right there, you know.
Madam Chair, can you hold my limited time?
Barbara Williams Brown, we have 10 resignations and retirement combined, and we have 4 military deployed.
And that's territory-wide, 14 are down right now, and that's territory-wide?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me, the emergency services special fund come from what? Where does the revenue come from that?
That's the 911 fund. Charmaine Akers Hewlett.
The emergency service special fund is the 911 fund?
Yes, that's the 911 fund.
And that is funded at $1.9 million, and your fire service emergency fund come from what?
The fire service emergency fund comes from collections for permits and other fees that we charge.
Inspections.
And which one of this fund is retained by the fire services for operational purposes?
They both are.
They both are?
Yes.
And do you have a breakout of how the emergency service special fund is spent and also the emergency fire service emergency fund? Does any of your breakout here show exactly how that money is expended?
No, it does not, but I can run a report.
Yeah, can you please do that and submit it to the chair so we could take a look and see how that money is expended? And so your total revenues is how much?
Total revenues that we received or total revenue?
The total revenues that you have collected at the VI Fire Service.
And for clarification, is that in the emergency service special fund, the collection, our collections?
Total revenues, money that comes into your coffers.
30 seconds.
Okay, so we got $613,893 from the emergency services fund, $282,453 from the fire service emergency fund, and $2.1 million that is classified as the health revolving fund. And I think, for clarification, I think the reason why there was originally when the 2.1 million was allocated to us.
Time.
The fund was supposed to be in the fire service special fund. And I think once it reached the OMB, that's where the discrepancy comes in. They separated it, and that went as the health revolving fund. So I think that's where the confusion is coming in. Because originally, the first time when we spoke, they were going into fire service emergency fund, but then they told us that we had to separate it. And I think that's where the issue is coming.
Okay, Madam Chair, can I just ask two?
Absolutely.
And the ambulance call, the ambulance run, where does that funding comes in?
Sorry, sir, can you repeat the question?
When you receive funding for the ambulance calls, when you go out and I guess the EMTs go out and pick up patients and other means, there's a fund that's collected on that. Where does that fund go to? Where's that revenue?
Larry, you an assistant director?
Well, you know.
Lyle Evelyn, Assistant Director. So the funds that are collected by the ambulance are collected by the health department. So they are doing our billing for us. So they collect those funds directly, and it is forwarded to us.
And is that part of the $2.1 million?
The $2.1 million came from the bill that was sent down by the legislature that
All right, we have a little discrepancy there. I know that under 8750, there's a $2.1 million that come down, but I was concerned about the money that you receive from the Department of Health, which is in regards to the ambulance calls. I remember when we developed the integration, we were very specific in terms of how that money, and to ensure that that money do cross over and arrive to the VIFMs. So my time has been called.
Senator,
one follow-up question.
Senator Francis.
Your single player.
Wait. You have to.
Yes?
Just for clarity, excuse me, we do not receive that money. I want to make it clear, we have not received that funding.
Okay, we'll make a note of that. And in terms of your single payers utility, I see that there was, you spent $417,000 in FY23. I think you have already expended $393 in FY24 so far, and you have, for FY25, you have a proposed $500,000 in for the single payers utility. Tell me or help me to understand what happens once you receive your WAPA bills. Is that information then sent to OMB? Do you then authorize payment for it, based on the bills? What happens once you receive your WAPA bills from WAPA?
Chairman Akers Hewlett, CFO. All the bills are sent to, we get a copy, but all the bills are forwarded to the Department of Finance, and they do the payment.
Okay, so there is no verification that the bill is accurate. There's any discussion about, the amount, any discussion about perhaps proposed reduction or discrepancy in that bill? It's just sent to OMB and then payment is allocated?
That's correct, Senator.
That's a problem. All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Okay. Mr. Stevens, we gotta get this all the way together. Seriously. So the reason, and I'm picking up from the Senate President's question, because it's a very good question. The reason for the single payer account is just to ensure that departments and agencies' bills are being paid to WAPA on time. There is a responsibility from each agency to check their utility bills and to make sure that their utility bills are in line with your operations. You can't just then what is sending into you for? That has to be checked, because if there's an opportunity for you to reduce, suppose you got a water leak, you send it bill them directly to OMB, there must be some negotiation that's occurring between the department and agencies and WAPA.
I agree, Senator.
I mean, that response is completely troubling.
To to piggyback on what the CFO just said, we have not seen that bill. So we don't know what that bill looks like.
What do you mean you have not seen a bill? That can't be true.
We do get some of the bills, and the ones that we do get, I mean, we have been in conversation with WAPA, with those that we saw discrepancy on. So, because there were some of them, they were billing us for our past building, the building that we relocated from, and we got that squared away. So we are just making sure that the numbers from the month before, we do a scan of it to the numbers that's there from the month before. It's in line with our payments, and it's nothing that's overlapping.
Okay, so but you realized the way how you responded. You said that you just send them to OMB or wherever they go.
Yes, I misunderstood because I thought he was asking for payment because we don't pay,
Right, you don't pay,
Right.
but you have a responsibility to true up your bills.
Yes, we do.
And you said that you don't receive some of them from WAPA?
No, some of them I realized that we do not receive on a monthly basis. Sometimes they'll skip a month or two and then they'll send it. But we do check it and then we do call them.
Oh, well, that's tied to WAPA's billing practices, which is, we all know the adjective that we have for that. Senator Johnson, am I seeing? Okay, I just want to recognize non-committee member, Senator Johnson, who's here with us today. Thank you for being here. And I'm seeing Majority Leader Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. He's also joined us, and he is I think he's the chair of the Public Safety and Homeland Security Committee. So I'm happy that he's here because this department that's before us, so these two departments that's before us today are under his purview. So I'm happy that you're here. Thank you for being here, Senator Gittins. I'm going to move on to the next senator. Again, we also need to get clarification on the information around your utility expenses, because there's a lot of unclear information that's being shared with us today. I'm sure you have it. If you if a question is asked of you and you are unsure, just think about it. We'll ask the senator to repeat the question. I would allow them more time. Don't rush to answer the question if you're unsure, unclear. Okay? Because sometimes it could get like that. I used to sit on that side of the table, so I get it. Okay? Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Director, I think Madam Chair got you a little nervous today, man, guys.
No, you don't.
Probably coming at you a little aggressive, but I ain't like some of the things I'm hearing because 25 budget has your personnel going from 22 million to 27. And then you're not certain as to and with 14 vacancies, 14 people who retired and who are on military leave. So those military leave personnel are out physically, but their monies are still going in. So even to go down 2 million, they get paid for how long? How long have they been gone? No, I know the 30-day window.
Right.
That's all. Can you say they just left, or they already passed that?
They just left.
They just left. Okay.
They left after Canada.
Okay, so for personnel, and then your wage agreements were in 22, 23?
We don't have any contract.
Fire didn't have a wage agreement in 22, 23?
No, we did not.
You're saying 9 years. But fire got the 15% what they have for hazardous duty.
Pay.
And then they got a wage increase too?
Not since the 15%, Senator.
Since I've been here, fire had a wage increase. I've been here 8 years.
Right, so they probably in the past, I forget what year that was, I think it might have been 2018, 19. Might have been probably 2018 in the last negotiations that they had.
It was that far back?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so
And then last
so what are your personal numbers right now that you have presently? personnel?
319.
No, okay, no, that's the total, but I mean, the amount of money for personnel.
Have we paid thus far?
No, for that you have, yeah, correct, that you paid thus far. We go we have thus far.
Thus far, we expended 15,904,292 for salary, for fringe, 3,542,565, give us a total of 19,446,857.
Okay, because again, with the 24 versus 25, the fringe hasn't really changed. And with all, you have the people that came out, you have your vacancies, your fringe is higher at 20 million for the 25 budget, and 22 million that you have for the 24 budget. The fringe is the same 9 and change.
1 minute.
Same 9 million and change. You see that? The fringe hasn't changed.
Close.
So it closed, right? And that's what I'm saying. So with 2 million deduction and the vacancies and stuff that you have, the fringe seems high.
30 seconds.
Okay, my time running. So now capital outlay you have 0. But you mentioned in the other meeting that we had for hurricane preparedness that you have personnel who are in facilities that leaking, 2 roofs leaking. How you intend to fix those roofs?
So, thank you, Senator. So we've already fixed the main facility, which was the Frederiksted Fire Station. We already fixed that station. We just got to really and truly get the shower running again.
Time.
And the upstairs floors. And then we have 2 other projects we want to complete here shortly, which is small roof leak in the C company and 1 in A company.
Okay, you have funding to do that?
No, Senator, we do not have the funding to do that, but we're doing it.
That's a priority. We got to get that done. Okay, two to wrap up, Madam Chair. Pafford, you have 1,042,320 that's owed. For what years? How long? How much money do we actually owe Pafford, or is it just that 1 million and that's it?
Charmaine Akers Hewlett, CFO. As of February, the end of February, our balance for Pafford is 1,549,505.
Even more. 1,005,000.
549,505. Plus, we owe a match, a 10% match of $299,400.
And that would clear all of Pafford. That would bring us up to date, or
No.
prior year still?
That'll bring us up to February of 2024.
So do we owe prior year still?
No.
No? Okay, good. Up to February. And finally, fees. What fees do you collect? Or how much total in fees have you collected? Inspections and different things like that.
For fees that we have collected so far is 564,204.
Okay, so when you were asked in terms of revenue generated, was that 564 covered in that total revenue?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so where do they come under? The emergency services special fund, or fire services? Which one of them comes under?
So that's the emergency services special fund.
Emergency services special fund. So which is a total of 613,000. That 564, and what makes the difference of 564 to 613? What other fees you collect to make that difference?
Senator, are you looking at the budget book?
No. I'm just talking to you and
the 613?
Correct. 613, what you mentioned for the emergency service special fund.
The difference would be the 564. The difference would be any funds that we used in between for expenditures, any expenditures that we spent for whether supplies or whatever out of the fund.
No, but this is revenue generated though. So we're talking about you have emergency services special fund that you say you have $613,000 in it
Right.
plus $564,000 of that are from fees, collected inspections,
Right.
all the fees. What makes up the difference? Where does that revenue come from? That different from 564 to 613.
Any items that we sell, whether it's hats or shirts or...
Okay, no, I want you to tell me. That's what I'm saying. I look at the budget book.
Hats
I just
and
go have
shirts,
a
anything that
conversation.
we sell, the merchandise that we sell in-house, whether it's the T-shirts, the hats, whatever, the badges of the firefighter supplies.
Okay, to the public?
No, to the firefighters.
Oh, so you raise extra, you're charging them for
For
T-shirts?
T-shirts, because they get a uniform allowance. They get uniform allowance checks. Yeah, we do.
I ain't like that. Madam Chair, you can follow up. I got to run, man.
You need to follow up.
We talk offline an hour. Don't charge them, man. Jeez. That should be a part of the uniform.
And
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. You something, I Senator DeGraff. Okay, so your Appendix A, I think Senator Blayden has a point. Oh, it's Gittins. So your Appendix A, what revenues are those? Because it just say FY24 revenues. What are those revenues? Just to follow up on Senator DeGraff's question.
what's Appendix A? I don't have it. You have yours?
In the budget book or this?
No,
In your testimony,
I don't have
you have an
testimony.
Appendix A that says 2024 revenues. What is the source of these revenues? Because the revenues represent, I think this is what you were talking about when you said that you've collected $564,203 to date. What is the makeup of these revenues? And in the future, when you give us the report, you need to just break out XY for what different revenue categories.
Those are the collection, sorry, Charmaine Akers-Hewlett, those are the collection for the inspections.
So this is inspection collections only?
Inspection collections, late fees.
Okay. Okay, what else? That's it?
Late fees. Yeah, standby fees, plan reading.
Okay, so to DeGraff's question though, you said that you have you collect funds for T-shirts and other ancillary firefighting, I guess you call them paraphernalia. Where do those monies go?
Okay, so
I think that's what he's trying to establish.
Okay, so the 613,000 that I mentioned originally, that is the figure that finance has. That's their reconciliation. But finance is usually behind.
We ain't asking you that.
See, I'm trying to. Yes.
But you are running the finances for
Right.
your department. So I'm not asking you what finance numbers are. I'm asking you from your true-up, what are your numbers and how do you account for those different revenue categories that come into your coffers? So not finance, straight you.
Okay, so straight the 564,000 plus, that is what we collected. And the reason why there's a discrepancy in the social tax, but the reason why there's a discrepancy with the 600 is when they send their reports to us, they are like, maybe a week or two behind.
But I'm not asking about a discrepancy. I want to know.
It's the fact that includes everything.
What's everything?
That includes the fines, the fees, the inspections, the clothing.
The paraphernalia.
Yes.
Okay, so what we need to get from you is a breakout of, so this report, so there's fines and fees that's associated with what's statutorily required, right?
Yes.
So you cannot commingle what's statutorily required in this number. You have to break it out because the what do you call them, inspections, like when somebody a business license. So those fees, you break this out.
Okay.
Break this out for us.
In the second,
and send it back to us. Is it there?
In the second
Appendix? It's
appendix.
here? Okay, so it's here. But then the number is totally different. And that number,
That's 2003 if you go down. That's a 2003 total, and then below that,
23.
oh no, she didn't, I want to, sorry.
but why would you give me 24 revenues and then a breakout of 23?
Oh, sorry, the 24, the 23, 24 should have been one of the appendix. Broken out the same way, yeah.
Okay, so if you could provide that?
Sure.
Then we would have a better understanding, because what we have in front of us. Please, ladies, just remember that we need to know what the true chair requests are. Please, so we can make sure that they provide the information. Please write them down, because if you do not get a letter from us, we still need the information. Please.
Yeah, it's there.
Senator DeGraff asked a question, and I missed the beginning of the question, but I did hear the tail end when you talked about a 10% matching requirement on, what is it on?
Pafford.
On Pafford.
What does that mean?
So from March to May, I guess the agencies all the agencies that have Pafford employees supposed to share in the cost, and our cost was 10%, and our 10% was $299,400.
And would you be able to tell us what the makeup of those agencies are?
The rest of the other agencies, I know Department of Health, hospital, I think Schneider, the two hospitals.
Okay. So it'll be all the healthcare, the universe of the healthcare in the territory. Your amount was $299, and where are you getting that from? What category? Is it coming out of your other services?
From the 2.9 million, 2.1 million, I'm sorry.
Okay, so you're taking it from the 2.1. And have you been able to pay that?
Not yet, because we are working to get that line item change up at OMB. So they're working on with us on that.
What do you mean? The line item change, what I mean?
Like I sent in a budget to them for the 2.1 million, and once they budgeted it on their system, doesn't have enough in professional service. There's not enough in professional service on their system. So we have to get it in professional service so we can have finance, we can process it at finance.
So when we pass the 2.1, we give you a lump sum?
Yes.
So we're going to ask that you send us the breakout of your proposed amount for fiscal year 2025 and your breakout for your current year of fiscal year 2024.
Sure.
So you owe us a lot of information thus far. All right, I'm going to move on to the next senator, but I do have a question with regards to capital outlay. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your point of information.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Yeah, I almost forgot what I was going to ask, but I believe Fire Director made reference to the Frederickstead Fire Station being repaired. Through the chair, can you let us know what was repaired at the Frederickstead Fire Station and the cost?
Go ahead, Chief Titus.
Good afternoon, Fred.
Good afternoon, Chief Titus in Croy District. The repairs at Frederickstead Fire Station was, there was a water leak at Frederickstead Fire Station. However, we took care of that. We did some new plumbing. We ran some pipes in it, some new plumbing water lines. There were some couple doors that needed to be repaired. So we took care of all of that stuff so far. Through the chair, I could send you the cost of how much it would cost us. We did all this work in-house, and there is a cost for it. But I put all the bills together and present that to you.
So long story short, y'all did some minor repairs there, because Senator Johnson and I just made an inspection down there, and that building is nowhere near nobody conducive. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittens. Senator Giovanni James Sr., or is it Senator, yes, Senator James?
Greetings to the people of the
Wait,
U.S.
hold on a
Thank
second.
you.
Hold on a second, I'm over here getting in trouble. No, you're after Senator James. Senator James, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Greetings once again to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. Welcome to your first official budget hearing as a director. You're doing good so far. But page 23 of the post-audit report, right? Line item, well, not line item, but item 41 says DH97 Ford ambulance inactive. And then line 46, another inactive ambulance. Can you speak to why is inactive and what's the status of that ambulance?
Sure. Good evening.
Lyle Evelyn, Assistant Director. So those ambulances are inactive due to various mechanical issues.
Okay, so you just took pride in telling me the problem. I want to hear the solution.
Oh.
Tell me the ambulances again, Senator. I'm sorry.
There are some ambulances that are inactive.
Right.
Based on your vehicle listing. And I'm trying to find out why it's we just heard it's inactive. Well, what is the root cause and what you're doing to assist it? Is it, or fix it? Is this affecting your operations and the ambulance that were mentioned? Which district is it from? St. Croix, St. Thomas?
Those are in St. Croix District. I'll let Chief Brian answer those questions there.
I figured. Go ahead.
This is Chief Brian, St. Croix District, EMS Chief. Those ambulances have been repaired over and over again. They are in circulation. They are working at this moment. They are an aged ambulance from 2017, and we do have new ambulances on order.
Okay. And then on page 22, we have another set of ambulances that are inactive. So in other words, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, 2 ambulances are in poor condition and 3 ambulances are inactive. Stand corrected. So I understand you have 2 in bad condition and 3 inactive. That's a lot of ambulances. And all 5 of those ambulances are on St. Croix?
No, answer.
Sir, Chief Brian, EMS Chief. We have several ambulances that are inactive. Our mechanical team actually constantly works on these to keep them active as much as possible. I want to say that there are ambulances going back to 2012, 2005 on the books. Many of these ambulances.
And what's the lifetime?
Well,
what's the average lifetime of an ambulance? Because if I'm not mistaken, I think it says 2005. So that's almost 20 years. What is the lifetime of those ambulances?
So
1 minute.
Stateside ambulance typically runs for about 5 years. That is not a standard or a study that's been done in the Virgin Islands.
All right. Thank you for placing that on the record. And then when I go through the post-audit report on page 9, rental property, most of them are either about to expire or are expiring. I know this was submitted earlier in the year. Can you just give us an update on what is the status of those rental properties?
Ms. Hewlett will answer the question.
Anyone?
Chairman Akers Hewlett, CFO. All the rental properties are up to date or were extended and being worked on by between us and Property and Procurement.
Time.
All right, in progress. I see where you have a federal grant for the USDA Forest that is going to expire September 30th, 2024, a total of 60,000, but none have been expended yet. Will we be able to get that utilized, or is it going to be extended?
It's going to be utilized. It's already in the works.
And what exactly are you using it for?
Wildland firefighting supplies.
And Madam Chair, with your indulgence, if I could just ask one last question.
All right, Senator, no problem.
I know before Daryl George, that's his correct name, right? Daryl George. Try to refrain from using nicknames. Former Director Daryl George, before his passing, I know he came down before us and he spoke about funding for a boat and having those boats on the water to deal with fires and what have you. He mentioned several things. Can you just give me a quick update on the necessary personnel and training to carry out this task for having these marine boats?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. I'll let Chief Clarence Stevenson answer that question.
Afternoon, Clarence Stevenson, Fire Chief St. Thomas St. John. Currently, I'm looking at protocols from Maryland Fire County and see how we could mirror those protocols into our existing protocols that don't exist. The boat should be here by November.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do not want to abuse my time. Please get those ambulances up and running or get a new fleet. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James Sr. I realize that we have two individuals who are in the well with us who I did not ask them to put their name and title on the record. I know, Stevens, you just spoke and you did put your name on the record. So I'm going to ask the other gentleman, please put your name and title on the record.
Good afternoon to all. Magabi Calix, Deputy Chief of Operations for the Island of St. John.
Could you say your name again?
Magabi Calix.
All right, Calix.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, and thank you for being here. All right, let's go back to the rental properties very quickly. So, do you anticipate any increases in your rental properties for fiscal year 2025? And if you do, are they represented in your FY25 recommendations that came down from the governor?
Chairman Akers Hewlett, no, that's all the rental properties.
Increases in the cost?
In the cost.
Oh, no increase.
No cost increases?
No.
And you have ALM Holdings, and that's renewable. What does that mean?
It's usually a 2-year lease with 1 year optional.
But the termination was 11/30th of 2023.
Yeah, that has been renewed.
Okay, so it's renewed?
Yes.
So it's renewed. And then, okay, so you have, and the others are recently, you have one that's recently expired. So you're in negotiations with that one, or that's renewable as well? The one that says Benjamin Rentals.
Yes, that one was recently renewed.
So that's renewed. And then you have one that says Ross Estates. That says renewal process. That's the one that's you're negotiating with property and procurement now?
Yeah, yes, Senator.
Okay, and in those negotiations, you're saying that the annual rent that we're seeing here is not slated to be increased?
That's correct, Senator.
All right, very well. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair, and a special good afternoon to all the fire personnel. Blessings. First, we have to congratulate you for the wonderful job you did with the Bavoni fire last year. We're glad that you were able to extinguish that. I think the fire lasted like 24 days with no major injuries. Of course, we got a plan that it's probably going to happen again because it's still generating that methane gas. And there was an issue that there was an undersupply of water from the WAPA line. So that's an issue that's going to come up. Of course, I know you can't complete that with your budget here. But, I want to say thank you very much, Antonio Stevens, Chief, because, being on the Homeland Security, Public Safety, and Justice Committee, I think VI Fire is the department that they have the best attendance record coming to the hearings. However, Miss Williams-Brown and Miss Hewlett-Akers, we don't see them too often, and of course you're here today because it's budget. And so I actually have a lot of questions with the budget, and I know, Director Stevens, this is your first budget, but I want to go back to a question that President Francis had asked with the Health Revolving Fund, the $2.1 million, and specifically the amount that the ambulance generates. I couldn't get an exact number. So through the chair, I'll ask for you to provide the amount of funds collected from the ambulance. And also our former senator from Savannah, I think he had already asked that, Madam Chair.
We don't collect it. We don't have it.
I know he had asked about the fees collected. You had given us the figure of 613,893, and then there was actually 564,204, and there was a difference of 67,689. You say your T-shirt and thing, you raised that from T-shirt. So if you could provide that through the chair. I think it was already made, the request, right? Okay, good. So ambulance fees, specifically now, what is the charge for the ambulance and what is the breakdown? Does insurance pay it, Medicaid pay it, and is it self-pay? I'm trying to see if that's an additional source of revenue or is basically a large accounts payable so that you can't collect. Give me some details on that.
Thank you for the question, Senator. I would be glad if you could have that money. Currently, we do not collect that fund. That fund stays in the Department of Health.
Okay, so when your staff runs the ambulance, your staff cares them, your staff transports them to the hospital, that stays with the health department?
Currently, yes, sir.
What's the justification for the health department keeping those funds?
They just haven't done the transition as yet.
Oh, so you expect to receive those
yes,
funds?
Yes, sir.
But how long has EMS been with fire now?
Was it been almost 18 months?
2 years.
About 18 months or 2 years, yes, sir.
And your testimony is that EMS has been with fire for 18 months and health hasn't given you any of that funds?
Not to date.
Well, sir, Pupa, that's taking a long time. Okay, so I want to go to...
1 minute.
I want to go to the staffing. You said that you had 6 vacant paramedics, 10 EMTs, and 1 administrative position. I noticed your training budget was cut a lot, and I know fire is a division that needs a lot of training. How do you plan to make up? What are your plans for the training?
Senator,
30 seconds.
Our training budget, we don't have a set training budget. So what we normally do is get monies from grants, depending on what kind of training it is. So for example, a wildland grant would support a wildland type training. Outside of that, we'd also use other funds, special funds that we can use to pay for those trainings.
Okay, so I know your EMTs and paramedics have to be recertified. They do that out of the pocket, or you pay for that?
We pay for that in-house, Senator.
Time.
Okay, Madam Chair, can I just finish up one? Okay, so I want to go back now to the Pafford ambulances, right? You said you had a balance that's owed. Right now, are the ambulances the property of the fire service, or are they the property of Pafford?
The ambulances that we are counting, Senator, today belong to the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service.
Okay, so you owe them for staffing then? That amount is for staffing?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how many Pafford staffing do you have, or you don't use them anymore?
We are still using the Pafford services. And the St. Croix district, we have 8 Pafford paramedics. In the St. Thomas district, we have 5.
Okay, and how much longer you plan to keep the Pafford staffing?
Senator, I do not have a closeout date for you. That's why it's imperative that we continue to try to build out and try to train as many available paramedics as we can find. And we're constantly seeking to hire paramedics in both districts.
Okay, and you said the salary for the paramedics was, with all the bonus, $60,000?
Yes, Senator.
And you believe at $60,000 it's still difficult to acquire paramedics?
It's still challenging.
So Madam Chair, can I just close? So what are you recommending? Because paramedics are very critical. So what are you recommending? What's the national average for that salary? How we need paramedics. You have 10 vacancies. We have to fill them. And if you could answer that on the chair's time. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Senator, we are currently right at the median for paramedics. We are contemplating raising that salary to 70, but still, even at 70,000, we just had our CFO just got back from a conference in the mainland, and they're saying the same thing. At 70,000, they're still struggling to hire paramedics. I would dare say, and I'm just putting this out there, if we were to say give a salary of 100,000, I'm just putting it out there, not that I'm asking for it, 100,000, we will get paramedics, right? But they won't come here for the right reason, right? So I would say we are fighting against a national crisis, and all we can continue to do is ask, and whenever we set that bar at 70,000. But to end this, we need to be able to train from within. We need to be able to say, have EMT courses here in the territory, have paramedic courses here in the territory, and encourage our high schoolers or people who are in college locally to get into those programs so that we can hire from within and build from within rather than trying to bring people in these positions.
Well, you know, Director, if you have 10 paramedics and they're at 60 and you want to bring them up to 70, that's only $100,000. I am sure that the committee would be able to look at that, because if you can spend $100,000 to get more, I mean, for 10 paramedics, it costs $100,000 more. It's only $10,000 a person, but the service that they perform is more than they save lives. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. So, while I agree with you that we have the ability to appropriate the additional dollars, they have to make the decision. Okay, that's a decision that these are exempt employees, or they're in a union?
They're classified union.
Okay, so what union are they in?
SIU.
So we can't do that. It has to go through the union process. But if there is a way to do it, the way that you do it is if there is a clear indication that these employees should be on a higher pay scale than the union contract calls for based on previous negotiations or whatever it is. Nothing prevents you from developing a stipulation that says, ain't no union will tell you no.
Right.
That says, look, we believe that these employees are XYZ, but that's a whole process. You have to go through OCB and all that, but that's very doable.
So Senator, we just did that to get it to 60 without going to the unions.
When is just?
What? 6 months? About 6 months, October.
Okay, so.
And that's in an effort, going back to you, Senator Fonseca, to try to make it more feasible and more attractive to people coming in from the mainland, and we still have not been able to. We've gotten some hits, but still, no one has actually showed up. And we do have one in the pipeline right now in the St. Croix district that should start in July.
So
But again,
nationally, what does this position salary call for?
it's about 60. There's some jurisdictions, depending on where you're at, you could go up to 80, but there's some jurisdictions that are paying 50.
So the baseline is about 60.
About
if you
60.
do the
Right.
medium. All right. Okay. Let me take this opportunity to recognize the presence of non-committee member, Senator Carla J. Joseph. Thank you for being here, Senator Joseph. We'll now hear from Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Chair. To my colleagues, good afternoon to the testifiers, viewing and listening audience. I'd like to take the first minute to extend condolence to the Walker family, a correction officer that I served some work with down in the Bureau of Correction. Today we lay him to rest, so definitely want to extend my condolence to them. I want to start off because I heard a little discussion about the arson and prevention, and I see that you have, in the past you inspected 451, now you're at 411, but your target is 3,900. How do you intend to make that task? As this is collection here with these inspections. How do you intend to make that task?
What's your source of that information, Senator? I'm sorry.
Say that again?
What is your source? The last page?
What page?
Not the post. In the appendix?
In the arson and prevention investigation unit, in the past you said you inspected 451. Presently, today you have 411 with a target of 3,900. You probably only have about 12% of inspection going on. How you intend to make that mark and increase those inspections that will generate funds for the department?
Chairman Akers Hewlett, that number is incorrect. That number represents 1 month. The total amount that we have inspected so far is 3,078 businesses.
Oh, so that's incorrect information there. And now my next question to you, are you linked with DLCA, and how many businesses in total do you have that has to be inspected?
Say again?
How many businesses total we have to be inspected? Ask him to
Say the question again, Senator.
I said to you, you say your target is 3,900, and I asked if you're linked with DLCA and if you have a number of the total amount of business that should be inspected.
According to the VA law, Senator, all businesses within the territory should have a fire inspection. So there are those that do slip through the crack. I do understand that, but there are not that many. I said maybe 10% probably get away 1 year, but they might not get away the next year because of the canvassing that the team does.
Well, my question is then, what's the total amount of business? And if you're connected with the DLCA to know how many business that are licensed that should be inspected, do you have a number?
I do not, Senator. So I don't know the number of businesses that DLCA is tracking. That's something I can ask them to provide me.
All right. Now, on page 10, Exhibit V, you have 2 grants here that are about to be expired. One for $269,000, one for $100,000 USDA Forest. None of them have been touched thus far. How do you intend to utilize these grants, complete and finish off this money? One will expire in 2025. Both of them will expire within a year time. One for $269,000, one for $100,000.
1 minute.
What page is that?
Page 10.
The post audit?
The time is running. There's a clock here.
Yeah,
the post audit.
In the post audit, you keep.
Okay, so the Chairman Akers Hewlett, the U.S. Forestry Service grant for $60,000, we already have quotes and that's in the process of being...
No. One for $269,000 and one for $100,000. One of them is the assistant to firefighters grant with a grant period from 8/14 to 8/23, and then it will be expired in 8/13/2025. And it's for driver training and SCBA.
Yes, those grants, we already got quotes for that also, and we are waiting for 2 more quotes so that we can send this to PNP so we can start the process. We have already requested quotes from companies.
But those 2 grants, because there's a next one for $100,000 too.
Yeah, those grants are for wildland firefighting, and that'll be
30
finished before then.
seconds.
And I want to follow up on this question. I heard my colleague speaking about this ambulance. You're saying that you're not collecting this money. Do you have any idea of what the cost is? Because you're maintaining the ambulance then. Do you have any idea of what the total amount of money is on the table for the fire service EMS based on the running of these ambulances?
Do you have any idea? No.
Time.
Madam Chair, can I wrap up here?
Yes, you can.
So much?
What's the total amount of calls for service per month?
How much
and
is
an
the
average?
service ambulance?
Pre-integration, according to my team, pre-integration, it was $3.1 million to upkeep and maintain the ambulance per year.
No, to collect.
To collect, I'm sorry, for collection, true collections.
And you haven't collect one dime?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. This doesn't look good, and we're talking about funding, and we did this merger, but yet the money is not going to where it needs to go, and you're running these vehicles and maintaining these vehicles. It just can't work. And you guys have to sit down to the table and get this money to come over to you so that you can have some ease and the maintenance as far as your budget is concerned. Because you're paying to fix these vehicles. You say you have a list of them, and every time they go down, you take your money out of your budget to fix it, but somebody else collecting the money every time the vehicle go out. Unacceptable. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. So, yeah, I want to respond to that.
I do not, Senator. He's absolutely correct.
No, he's not. So we appropriated from the Health Revolving Fund $2.1 million in fiscal year 2024. So that the Health Revolving Fund basically says, albeit I do agree that we need to know, and we will have to ask the Department of Health for that information, because you should know how many ambulance calls? You have that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you have the ability to true up, right? So the law says that the Health Revolving Fund was created, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but medical fields which are authorized to be charged for dental and medical services. So medical services are associated with ambulance services, right? Goes into that fund. So I agree with my colleague, Senator Johnson, and I think somebody else brought it up earlier, that the Department of Health and the new, I have a hard time saying this, VIMS?
In the integration.
VIMS. The integration, yes. I live tight when it comes to that one, right? You need to know, because you know how many calls you get, you know how much service you provide. So we will be asking them for the information when they come down. We'll tell it to them in advance that they need to throw up those numbers, because we don't know if the 2.1 is more than you are generating or less. So we need to figure out how to balance this out. This operation is new, it's 18 months. So we have to figure out if we are providing you with the appropriate amount of dollars to support this work that you are now responsible for. That make sense?
Yes, yes. No.
So we're going to ask them to give us a breakdown of what they're generating for the ambulance fees, because you don't have that information, correct? That's correct.
That's correct.
Okay, so that's information that needs to be provided to help us to determine what is appropriately being appropriated to you from this fund. I think Mr. Bryan wanted to say something.
He did.
Chief Bryan, EMS. I just wanted to make sure that you understood that we were actively pursuing corrective measures to this, which is procuring the billing system that integrates with our charting system. So that'll be an integrated one-step process, and we would be able to have clear tracking of what is due, what is projected, and what is coming for the next coming year.
And when are we proposing to see that come online?
The contract is already in the hands of PMP under review.
So in fiscal year 2025, you'll be in a better position to track.
Absolutely.
And to collect.
So let me be clear. So let me get clarity from you. Who's going to be responsible for collecting? And pardon me, because that bill was an extensive measure. So who's responsible for collecting?
So we have been busy doing our research, which means that the billing and collecting is done by Zoll, would be done by Zoll Billing. They, on their remissions, when they get them, they deposit it directly into the VI service accounts. And from that billing collection is basically like a 7% surcharge, which is what we are currently in agreement with Department of Health.
But right now, the funds are still going into the Health Revolving Fund?
Yes.
Yes. As I understand it, the mechanisms still are not in place.
So the funds will then begin to go into what fund with your new contract? Do we need to legislate a fund, or is it going into the FSEF, which is the Fire Services Emergency Fund? Because we got to get that clear. If you're collecting money on a contract,
right,
what fund is that hitting to hit?
So that's one of the things that we were actually in place and discussing. When you're using Medicaid, Medicare, they have specific regulations as to where the money is going, where it's tracked. So that is something that's, I believe, is already in place. Ms. Hewlett, did we finally get that account number?
Chairman Akers Hewlett, no, nothing was established yet. There'll have to be a separate account.
I guess you guys can't answer this question, because it just seems like that's happening now. It's just happening in another department.
Right.
Mr. Evelyn?
Lyle Evelyn, Assistant Director. So as part of the integration mandate and all the processes in place, the legislation stated that Health Department will continue billing for about a year until we can do billing on our own. So that was part of the agreement. Hence why the Health Department is continuing to do the billing, because they already had the infrastructure, processes, and personnel in place. So they were allowed to continue billing until we at VIFMs can do it on our own.
So then we are those employees who's responsible for doing the billing at Health coming to you?
No, we are going to contract with a third-party biller to do all of the billing for us.
So do you know, I know you actually worked with them at one point, so was it a third party doing it, or somebody does it at Department of Health?
It's done by Department of Health personnel.
So but why are we creating a layer of another expense for government? I mean, that's something that we should be looking to reduce costs. I understand that you want to collect those revenues, but why are we now entering into a contract for someone to do that when we have folks who are doing it? This is a system. The information is generated, is placed in a system. This is one government. What prevents us from sharing the information across agencies?
EMS Chief Bryan, that is what is currently going on. Unfortunately, as time goes on, EMS as a medical provider has to stand alone. And rather than, again, as you say, create a whole new system and framework, we're going with an integrated billing. So we already use all EMS systems. This would just be another tag-along with the same service. So there's not really that increase of people, personnel, and all of that stuff. And all of,
So
right.
the biller is going to be getting a portion of your revenues?
The
How are you
same
paying
portion that we pay right now, which is 7% of collections.
So you don't have to pay them, so you don't have to pay them on the contract from any resources that you come to the legislature to appropriate. You're paying them based on what they collect?
Correct.
And currently, the Department of Health, which we'll have to ask them, I don't know if you're able to answer that, they have staff that's doing that work?
Correct.
So then it says that the revenues will be reduced because now you're paying a percentage of your revenues to them?
Right, you would have to ask the Department of Health that.
No, asking you.
I'm not. So they have their personnel in place for the normal stuff that the other clinics and things that they provide. So
Just how about the ambulance?
the ambulance, yes, it would be a reduction because instead of them collecting for us, we'd be actually collecting based on our integrated provider.
No, I guess it'll be similar
So
to.
yes, they're gonna same 7%, but they won't see that 7% because it'd be paid to the integrated billing system.
So it's like us. If you did the transfer, you probably would have to hire an employee. So that 7%, you trade it up. It could possibly be a salary. I try and make good out of this. Correct? It could possibly be a salary of an individual if you were to do it on your own. The 7%, because my concern was the loss of revenue, but you still would be.
You also have to look at the, what we're looking at is, we do it in-house and we collect, I don't know, let's say 60% of what we charge from Medicaid, Medicare insurance, and private payers. You go to a professional system that is used to dealing with this on a normal basis, and all of a sudden you're seeing 80 or 90% back on what you've actually billed for, and that's what we're looking forward to doing.
Okay, so we should, although they have to pay a fee, there should be higher collections, if you will.
Correct.
Got it. So to Senator Johnson's question, there is $2.1 million that's currently appropriated from the Health Revolving Fund to take care of these expenses. We just need to figure out how much they're actually collecting to determine whether or not you're getting your fair share. Okay, so just needed to make sure we clear that up. All right, Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to all again. Listening to the testimony and the responses coming up here just had me baffled, to be truthful. And listening to this fire versus EMS, I did support the measure, but I warned that hurry dog eat raw meat. And I warned that it is going to be rough without having the personnel at hand to totally implement this, speaking directly to the paramedics. I heard one of my colleagues spoke previously questioning regarding the paramedics. And truthfully, it's not the salary is the problem. What's the problem is that we don't have the availability of these individuals who are certified here in the territory. That's why the legislature also passed legislation for us to have the EMS courses within the high schools, and I'm hopeful that we see this in the next upcoming school year so that we could fill this gap. Another problem is that we have now merged the two entities, EMS and fire, and we're seeing where they're operating under two different contracts. And one contract, it sounds like, and this is what I was listening to, so I'm going to look into it deeper. One contract saying that you work 24 hours on a 24-hour shift, and the other contract saying you work on a 12-hour shift. this overtime thing gonna be a runaway train forever until we get really serious and getting down to this. What's the numbers do you have, Director, of sworn firefighters in each district?
Yeah, that makes
And do you see your numbers? Have you had an opportunity to reassess, to see if you could revert back to 8-hour shifts or even 10-hour shift with an overlapping shift?
Senator, thank you for your question. And while I do respect what you're saying, I have to disagree with going back.
I didn't ask if you disagreed. I asked a specific question. I didn't ask if you disagree. My question is, what is your numbers per district of sworn personnel? Because it's the same thing with the police department, this overtime. And the only thing that's going to correct this is if we operated like the federal government, where you had an inspector general for each agency.
In the St. Thomas, St. John district, we have 123 sworn firefighters. In the St. Croix district, we have 97. However, in the, we also have the prevention officers, who are sworn officers as well. 7 in the St. Thomas, St. John district, and 6 in the St. Croix district.
Yeah, but again, you're going to confuse the numbers because sworn is sworn, regardless of where they're assigned.
Right.
But I ask that because I want to know if you have or you are considering reassessing the shifts at hand so that we can take control of the overtime.
So, Senator, the answer to your question is no. We're not reconsidering that. I think that there are other ways to go about
30 seconds.
The overtime situation, and changing the shift hours will not be effective.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that because we will continue to run amok because we know how we got here to this 24-hour shift. It was something that was done many years ago to satisfy one district so that individuals could have their days off to go and run safari taxis. We know this. We know the history of it. And I'm saying we have to do better. That's why we're placed in the positions that we're in. But again, what's concerning me is this overtime that we're seeing here. I'm hearing the numbers of over 2 million thus far, and another $900,000, almost $1 million, before the end of the fiscal year. I will continue to delve down on this if there's another round or in the appropriate committee hearing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. And of course, if you have something that comes to mind, just hit me up and we'll give you the opportunity. Let's go back to Senator Gittins' concern. I asked the question earlier. Your union contract speaks to 24 hours, a 24-hour shift, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So that's already in a union contract. Affirmative.
For the firefighters, yes, ma'am.
All right. I just want to make sure we're clear on that, because that's regular time, right?
Yes.
So anything in excess of 24 hours is what's creating overtime.
That is correct.
So are you seeing a lot of absenteeism? What is the cause for, how many employees you have in that, how many firefighters do you have?
220.
So you have 220 firefighters.
Yes.
So your shifts are, a shift should have, based on your operational plan, how many firefighters?
So at a bare minimum, for example, in the St. Croix district, we try to, the bare minimum is 20, And when I say the bare minimum, to safely be able to handle any emergency that may come up, that is the bare minimum. In the St. Thomas and John district, the bare minimum is 30, because they handle 6 stations as opposed to 4. Your other question, Senator?
So 30 St. Thomas, 20 St. Croix, and that's over 7 days?
Well, they work 24 on and 72 off.
Oh, so that's 3 days?
3 days off, right.
Right?
A full 24 on, 72
And
hours
then,
off.
yeah. So that's 3 days. So how many firefighters do you have per district?
Per district, 123 in St. Thomas St. John and 97 in St. Croix.
So that's, but you have right at what you need in firefighters. I mean, it's tight.
And then they're currently there are
In
people
St.
that are out.
Thomas.
Right,
So St. Croix is how many, you said?
97.
So, St. Croix is where your challenge is. Is that
Both-
correct?
Both districts.
Where's your bigger challenge, though?
I would
St.
say,
Thomas 7 days. So,
I would say, really and truly, I would say the St. Thomas district, because right now we have a number of personnel deployed.
okay. You said, so you don't have 30, you actually have 26.
Okay.
Right? Because the four that's deployed is out of this district?
Not Taita, DC?
Recognize the mic of Senator Bulkers' mic.
USS Grant, Deputy Chief. We actually running 29 persons per squad, and that's, like I said, that's bare minimum. You still have to count for people out sick, people on leave, so that's what affect our day-to-day. So that's what causing our overtime. And the deployed, like I said, 4 additional deployed. We have somebody on study leave, of stuff like that. So it affects us because 29 per squad is kind of tight. We are accustomed to running at least 35 per squad, which would make us run like a real oil machine. But at 29 per squad, like I said, you still have to give people leave and people sick. It runs us tight, so that's how come we are occurring this overtime.
Yeah, you're
and
short.
a regular business and a daily operational business.
So you are short because you said you have 123 employees in St. Thomas.
Yeah.
And of that 123, people are out sick, people are on vacation.
4 deployed.
You have 4 deployed. So you have a delta of, I don't want to give the wrong number because I'm doing a quick calculation. You have a delta in St. Thomas, but I still feel that in St. Croix, if you have 20 and you have how many staff?
We have 97.
97.
And those numbers, Senator, does not include the EMS staff.
Right.
Right.
97. That's only 4 days, though. 5 days tops for St. Croix. So how is it that St. Croix is managing?
I don't understand. You said
Yeah,
that's
because
only-
it's we talking about 24. Okay, it's not 7 days. It is 7 days. It's 24 hours.
24 hours, right.
So it's 3 days. No, you're right. You're correct. St. Croix is 24 hours. I'm still thinking, so it's 3 days.
Right.
It's 3. Okay. So St. Croix would be better off. I get it. So I guess my colleague's concern is the staff that you're hiring currently, what district are they being hired in?
The first one is going to be in St. Croix district.
But your challenge was in St. Thomas.
Right. And so
Is
the
it that
second
you are
class,
unable?
the second class will be later on this year, before the end of the fiscal year, in St. Thomas and the St. Thomas and John district.
And do you have the cohort already, or you still have to?
We still have to go through the process with personnel.
And how many people are you anticipating hiring?
Between 10 to 13 persons.
In this district? In
In
St.
this
Thomas?
district, yes.
And you have a cohort of how many coming on in St. Croix?
10
10. And these are all
firefighter EMTs.
firefighter EMTs. Okay, and you're looking at 13. And how did you decide your numbers? Because your numbers should be based on your ability for coverage. So how did you come up with 10 and 13 if your biggest challenge, because when I do the calculation based on what you say, it is St. Thomas a huge challenge
Right.
in this district. So how did you come up with your calculations to come up with,
To come up with 10 per district?
yeah, how you come up with 10 and 13? Because you have a big delta where you're seeing a huge overtime in this district. So I guess my colleague's concern is you have to look at it, look at your scheduling, and then that's how you determine your need. Otherwise, you're going to see the same challenge with overtime. I mean, you could never get rid of it because people are out sick unless you have excess.
So earlier, Senator, I did speak about that, what happened with that big gap where we didn't hire and we're still losing people, right? But right now, this is where we're at. We are only given 6 per district initially.
Then why I'm asking you to, I'm saying, it's scheduling.
Right.
So scheduling is like an art. And in scheduling, you have to know how many people you would need for your complete coverage. I think Mr. Grant, what your title is? El Jefe Grant?
DC Grant.
Deputy Chief.
Deputy Chief Grant said he usually would operate with 35.
That's the operational, right?
33.
Yeah, 33 will make us.
Will make you more whole.
Yeah.
So how does this 13 impact you? Is this going to cover you?
Well, what we usually do is split it evenly down the line. Like right now, that's what we did when we went on our platoon. We did it after the persons that left. We break down each squad and move people around to make it 29 even. So with an additional class coming in of 13, we just try to split it as even as possible by giving each squad, out of the pool.
Oh, I know you're surviving what you have. My question was more around the scheduling it out, and then that would determine how many people you actually needed to hire. You understand what I'm asking?
I understand what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
that's how you have to do it. Otherwise, you're going to hire people, and you're going to still have the same challenge. You have to show that you schedule it out, and then it says to you, this is actually how much I need. I mean, you factor in sick leave, annual leave, all that stuff, and that'll help you to come a little closer to reducing your overtime. That's a big thing. Scheduling is important. Do you all do any scheduling classes, courses, training? That's an important part of a paramilitary type organization, scheduling. So you have training I don't know who's responsible for the scheduling, but it really helps you. It's an art. It is. We have to do it in our schools, we have to do it in the Bureau, VIPD, and with you. So that's important, this scheduling. Senator Gittins, you had a point of information?
Thank you so much for that, Madam Chair, because that's exactly what was on my mind. Scheduling, and if we don't understand that, then we will never get to address this problem. Currently, and tell me if this is what you're doing still, Fire. You're still doing that 96 hours for one pay period and the following pay period 72 hours, meaning in one pay period, in 1 month, let's take a month. In one pay period, because you have 2 pay periods in a month. So in the one pay period, you do 4 24s, which is 96. And the other pay period, you do 3 24s, which is 72.
that is still a standing schedule, Senator.
Right. So therefore, in the one pay period, you're guaranteed 16 hours overtime.
That is incorrect, sir.
Comes to because it comes to 96.
It is incorrect,
And
sir.
in the other pay period, you're short 8 hours because it comes to 72. But when you put it together, you're still guaranteed that 8. Because if you take 8 from 16, you get 8.
Direct, Senator Gittins, there's no overtime if you just do the hours that you're set, 96 and 72, if that's what it is you're supposed to be working, there's no overtime. Because at the end of the month, it still totals out to 168 hours total. If you work over that time, that's when the overtime is incurred.
Then we're violating the law. And that's why we have to look at how people are compensated.
It's not true.
The hours is what I'm looking at. Because, if we were to do it regularly so that folks can understand, we will say anything over 8 in a day is overtime. Because one can work 72 hours in a pay period. That's 9 days. And sick for 1 day and get paid 72 hours regular, 8 hours sick, and one of those days that he worked or she worked could have had a double shift, and they will still be able to get 72 hours regular, 8 hours sick, plus the 8 hours overtime. But Madam Chair, again, scheduling is what we need to really see in especially these agencies that are working shift work in order for us to really and truly address and get down to the root of this overtime abuse. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Gittins. I have to agree with you that it needs to become a priority that, all across those agencies that are paramilitary, that are doing shift work, scheduling training is required. And I only know because of work that I did in the past. This is not something that I just know. So I agree that, and I guess that's why Senator Gittins is on it, because he actually served as a police officer. So, well, he was higher up in the rank, but that's the issue. The scheduling, you can't one for one. You can't, because 10 people leave here in this district, you hire 10 people. You hire people based on your scheduling need. You have to do it that way. So I would definitely urge you, if, that's something we could discuss as we true up the 24 budget, require the agencies that are paramilitary, because we talk about overtime every year, and we are not seeing any improvement. There must be a opportunity for training, in scheduling training. Scheduling is an art. It's definitely an art. But I'm going to go to the next senator. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Pleasant, good afternoon, Madam Chair, colleagues, and of course the hard-working men and women.
Please recognize the mic of Senator Joseph. We'll turn it up. No. Hold her time, start the time over.
Microphone, here we go, good. A pleasant good afternoon, starting over again to you, Madam Chair, members of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, as well as the hardworking men and women from the Virgin Islands Fire Emergency Medical Services, VIFEMS, as well as the listening and viewing audience. I sat down in my office and I heard a discussion surrounding the budget, and I know there's more work and more information you need to supply us with so we could have sufficient information to make a good decision on getting you the funding that you need to carry out your work, a very critical work here in the territory for our people. I'm going to focus some of my questions surrounding your grants. grants, as I typically do, because that's my area of expertise to some degree. And I know that you have received a number of grants over the years, and I was just doing a little comparison between your representation in your defense for your 2024 budget and your 2025 budget, and just looking at the post-audit report. So I noted that one grant in particular, there hasn't, in the 2025 fiscal year, there wasn't any expenditures, and it's a small amount. The Virgin Islands Cooperative Fire Program, I will use a project number, which is F2415. At the time when you defended your budget last year, that grant was slated to be expended. Grant period ended in September 30th, 2023. Where are we with that grant? Have you expended all of the monies for that one?
Yes, Senator, we have.
Okay, and now you have a number of grant proposal. That hasn't been expended. Have you developed a spending plan to say, in the years, this is how much you plan to expend?
Yes, we have. Many of the grants that's listed there, we are already in the process of either getting quotes or waiting on a check from finance.
Are these grants reimbursable, or is it that you draw down on the funds?
They are reimbursable.
All of them are reimbursable?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. And none of them have any matches, correct?
No, none of them.
Okay. I noted that in the post-audit report. It didn't state that any of them required a match. But I do have one, because I didn't totally understand. Some of them I understood. But in the budget book, it mentioned the congressional directives. And I'm talking about page 67 of the budget book, where it lists all of the federal grants the government is receiving for fiscal year 2025, and it said that this is a congressional directive. What is this grant for specifically? I believe the Department of Health and Human Services is the
1 minute
is the funding agency for that grant. It's about $1.8 million.
Charmaine Akers-Hewlett, that grant is to purchase ambulances.
Just ambulances. How many ambulances you plan? When does that grant expire?
2026.
Okay, so have you already, how many ambulances have you slated to be purchased with this funding source?
7 ambulances.
And tell us the districts that you plan to put them in.
30 seconds.
Director Antonio Silva, Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service. It's 1 in St. John, 3 in St. Thomas, 3 in St. Croix.
1 in St. John, 3 in St. Croix, and 3 in St. Thomas?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. Okay, and your current fleet, I heard one of my colleagues was asking about earlier the number of ambulances that are requiring maintenance. Madam Chair, may I? You mentioned, is any of this funding available to actually also provide maintenance, pay for maintenance of any of the existing ambulances?
Chairman Akers-Hewlett, that's strictly for the purchase of ambulances.
Just strictly for the purchase of the ambulances. Okay, and what is the cost, I'm just asking, per ambulance?
EMS Chief St. Croix, each ambulance basically runs about $249,000.
And that includes the shipping?
It does not include the shipping, only to the location of the shipping.
I'm sorry?
So if it was made Central Florida, they'll transport it to where the ship will pick it up. That's included. But the actual put it on a ship and to St. Croix, St. Thomas is not included.
Okay, and I have a final question, just to touch up on some of my colleagues' previous concerns regarding overtime. That's one of the things that also, so you should know, that the director of OMB outlined as an issue for us territorially regarding overtime. It's just not the VI FEMS, but territorially it is a major issue, and it's causing us to have a bit of a structural deficit in the overtime. Is there, I didn't hear from you clearly, maybe you said it, how do you plan to handle it? I understand with the shifts and the scheduling. Is there anything else that you see that is needed to really pull a handle on the overtime for your workers, and to assure that we still have coverage, sufficient coverage?
Senator, thank you for the question, but outside of hiring personnel, given that latitude to be able to hire more personnel, we will constantly have that problem.
Do you see that you're having any strong turnovers with personnel once they're hired? Any turnovers, maybe persons who are hired within the last 2 years or 3, they're leaving?
There's no high turnover for personnel who meet the minimum requirements, whether to become a firefighter, EMT. The only turnover that we've had recently are those who have failed to meet the minimum requirement.
Okay. Well, Madam Chair, I want to thank you so kindly for the leeway, and I look forward to get... Lord have mercy. Yes, I do. She knows me well. You know, I always have a whole heap of questions. Okay, so I want to go to your KPIs. And if I missed this, because I was following the process, I know now we're moving towards performance budgeting. Have you received any training on that based on what OMB is representing is going to be what they have shifted towards to look at the efficiency and productivity?
Yes, we have, sir.
You have had training on it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so kindly follow me to page 9 of the post-audit report. You see those numbers here? You see those things in green and the yellow? It says average response time, St. Thomas for the suppression unit. There was the decrease in the trend. Can you explain those things for us, please? Because typically, when you see your KPIs, it typically goes with your workforce, you know, how many people you have and resources. So what are some of the things you see that positively impacted your KPIs and those that negatively impacted your KPIs?
Yeah. Charmaine Akers Hewlett. Okay, for say the number of inspections completed, there's a decrease, but that's not actually true because it's on an annual basis. Every month adds up.
Okay, so the decrease, the inspection, that's not an accurate picture.
It may have decreased, but at the end of the year, we are supposed to have 3,900. But this representation is what we do every month. So it shows decreasing when it should not be showing decreasing. It should be steady.
Okay, so you're saying that this is the amount is actually that you receive, the 411, that's how much inspections you do
for the
per
last
month?
2 months.
Oh, that's just for 2 months?
Yeah, these figures are for the last 2 months.
Okay, so this 3,900 is for the whole year?
The 3,009 is our target. So
for the whole year.
Right, so if we do 400 a month, it's going to...
So it needs to be relative and given a time period.
Correct.
Is that what you're saying? The
Correct.
KPIs need
Correct.
to be. So that's something that we could look at to make sure it's relative. And I don't know, because actually this information comes from you that is in our post-audit report to indicate how much, you know, it is. So you should be able to qualify it when you send it to the post auditor what time period it is for, if it's 2-3 months.
Correction, Senator, that comes directly from OMB.
OMB.
It's a web-based system that we enter the information in, but it only reflects 2 months.
2 months.
The
Okay,
last
so
2 months, yes.
This is from the page 9, the KPIs. Yes. So okay. Well, I have concluded all of my questions, and I mean, I have a whole heap, but I'm going to just hold it down for right now. I could ask them one by one. So thank you kindly, Madam Chair, for the leeway. I deeply appreciate it.
All right, thank you, Senator Joseph. So I think we finally figured out this fire service emergency fund thing. And it's no fault of yours. So we appropriated from the Treasury, from the Health Revolving Fund, to the Treasury of the General Fund, $2.1 million. That's why when I keep asking, you keep correcting me. I get it. And then we moved the money from the General Fund and we put it into the Fire Service Emergency Fund. However, when I look in the budget book, did you all get copies of these budget books? You're gonna, I don't know if you have it with you, but I urge you to look at the information that's being provided in the budget book, because at the end of the day, you have to defend the interests of your department.
Correct.
So when I look at the revenues for fiscal year 2024, it's only showing $193,000. I don't know when this is as of. That's the only concern. But I urge you to go back and true up this. We are going to ask the Commissioner of Finance to give us an updated report on the Fire Service Emergency Fund, so we could get updated information. But I'm not seeing, because the appropriation was placed in this, but of course the monies have to be generated. Right. So we need to get updated report from him to figure out exactly what the challenges are here, because we're not seeing the true reflection. Okay?
Okay.
All right, so I think we've exhausted, all my colleagues have, correct? So I have a couple of questions. Under the, I'm seeing in the budget book. Senator Gittins, you have a point of information? You know?
I was saying when you're finished, I'll.
Okay, no problem. Okay. Capital outlay. We're seeing in the budget book for FY24 that you have a capital outlay category. Is that accurate?
Capital outlay. What page are we looking at, Senator?
1 second. Look at the post-audit report.
Oh, the post-audit.
What's the page? Pages are mixed up. Huh?
There's no capital.
So in the post-audit report, we're seeing on the page 4 of 23, we're seeing that the Office of Management and Budget, when we review your budget, that's their recommended budget, says that you have $274,885 available for that you've spent, actually.
124.
So we're trying to figure out what capital outlay have you expended in fiscal year 24, because that's not budgeted. So do you have any expenses in FY24 as of March that are capital outlay associated?
That's when they did something with the boat.
So, Director Antonio Stevens, Chief Stevenson, talk about that's expenditure for the fire boat that's being built right now, and that we haven't paid it 100% every.
It's paid down or something.
It's paid down on it.
Okay, so The fireboat is a contract we set aside, we appropriate 166,000. Oh, you were saying something? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you, Chief Stevenson was about to say, but
You can go ahead. Whoever wants, go ahead, Stevens.
Chief Stevenson, Fire, St. Thomas, St. John. So we have, I try and get a right number for you. It's over $200,000 remaining for the engine, the powering of the boat that remains to be paid from the last time we were here.
Say that again.
I try and get the exact number, but my email here gave me trouble. It's over $260,000 for the powering of the vessel that needs to be paid. I just forwarded that to the CFO day before.
But the overall contract for the ambulance boat?
Not the ambulance boat, this is the fire boat that being built.
Okay. So where is the fireboat money coming from? That's the question, because I'm looking at the appropriations for FY24.
and
So I'm not seeing that at all. So help me to understand.
That was, I think that was non-lapse.
What year did we appropriate those funds?
in the 34th legislature.
You recall how much money is that contract?
The monies that was awarded by the 34th was 1 million. The cost of the boat came back about 900-something thousand. And this body, or the 34th legislature, let us hold on to the rest of the money for maintenance and training of the crews.
Okay, y'all have to pardon me. I do not know. Is the boat still in procurement? Is it here on the island?
It is not here as yet.
It's still being procured.
It is still being
So
procured.
it still should fall under the capital outlay category. And the total cost of the boat was 900,000. And how much have you expended towards the boat on this contract thus far? And of that amount, how much is associated with fiscal year 24, the fiscal year that we are in now?
I think that's 660. The funds were non-lapsing, so we were allowed to carry it over to finish paying for the boat, and the 200. I'll have to get the exact figure back to you. I'll have to get the exact.
So we actually passed that in 2022. So that is the 34th legislature. So that's an expense that's being carried against your 2024 that was not budgeted. And the reason why I'm kind of drilling down on this is because of the concern or the challenges that we're experiencing now with the fact that we are unable to pay our vendors. So we did not appropriate that amount that you are paying out for 24. No fault of yours. It's just how the system is right now that it really needs to be corrected. So over the life of that contract, we are in 24, right? And that contract, well, I don't know when y'all start paying out on it, but it was led from 22, so I suspect 22, 23. So you've been paying money on it over that period.
Right.
How much are you in for in fiscal year 2024? Because the issue is we did not appropriate any money for that year. We did a available and until expended $1 million.
Right.
And that $1 million, over time, we have to pay it, but we're supposed to be budgeting for it every year. We don't do that because based on the accounting practices, it's not accounting practices, based on what we appropriate here, it says $1 million available until expended for the purchase of a boat, but we are not hitting a budget annually to make sure you have sufficient funding to cover that
Understood.
boat. Well, not you,
Right, I understand.
but the cash flow.
Right.
Yeah. So that's the issue. So that's why they're listing it under your budget as an expense. I don't remember. Let me just ask the CFO. That has its own. That's a special fund. That's a special account. It has a special org.
Yes, it has an organ and object, yes.
You have an organ and object.
Yes.
Organ and object. But it's being reported as part of your GE, your general fund.
Yes, yes, it is.
So that's why the numbers are always off. So that's not within your control, but that's why it's so important for you to actually look at how they lay out your information in your budget, because not because they say that it's so, it's so. You have to have your presentation that clearly outlines what your transactions are, what they're tied to. That's not tied to general fund. It probably hit the general fund, but it's not tied to your current year
Right.
general fund.
Okay.
Okay, so I needed to understand why we had that capital outlay in there. And then, I think Senator Joseph asked these questions before. Do you have any federal funds where you are, employees are hired against? I know that it was a grant. Did you ask that? The Safer grant?
No, the Safer grant expired March of last year, 2023, but we have applied again for another 20 positions.
So the employees moved to the general fund?
Yes, they did.
How many employees was that?
20 employees.
20 employees. And those are accounted for in your current personnel listing as general fund employees?
Yes, Senator.
All right, good. Okay. Junior firefighters, we have here 50,000. We're seeing that the OMB is proposing 11,000. How does that impact the junior firefighter program?
It impacts it significantly, Senator.
So why aren't you talking about it? These are our children.
We have the junior firefighters at 50,000.
Okay, so it's 50.
It's
No.
50, yeah.
In fiscal year 24, how much have you received? It says 11.
Well, it's
That's what it
released
is.
monthly, so we received 9 months so far.
So the 11,000 that you've received thus far is sufficient for the program?
No, one of the problems that happened is there was some confusion with the accounts, so we weren't able to access it because finance told us that the account that was established for us was incorrect, and they needed to redo some account numbers on that account, but they're still working on it, and it has been a few months, but we are still waiting for them to get that so we can spend the money. But they did allocate 50,000. They did budget 50,000.
We appropriated
you did, but they did budget 50,000.
So how are you making up the delta now with that program?
As far as?
So we're using other funds, like, for example, petty cash, like for the programs that they do on the weekend. Sometimes they cook for them, they buy pizzas and stuff like that to support the program. So until that gets fixed, we've been paying them for like petty cash, taking care of stuff like that.
So you're paying it from your general fund because you have to replenish your petty cash?
Yes.
So you're using your general fund?
And sorry, Senator, and one thing that the junior
Yes, yes or no?
No. Yeah, we do use it from the 50,000 from the general fund because the problem is at first we were able to access the account. It's only recently that problem started. So we have what the junior firefighters do is they would go to Plaza and get gift certificates for $2,000 or whatever, and they'll purchase goods so that they'll keep them until.
All right. The ambulance boat. I see that in fiscal year 25 we set aside 166,000. What's the status? What does that mean? I don't have all the information in front of me, so I'm just trying to break down. Ambulance boat contract 166 FY24 current fiscal year.
Good evening, Madam.
Lyle evening. So that money was basically for contracting for maintenance and other ongoing maintenance of the ambulance boat.
Is that contract still in place?
Yes, because we always need maintenance of this boat. It goes to St. Croix once in a while on dry dock for maintenance and repairs. Routine maintenance.
What's the, you're going to need to send us the amount of that you expended and will project to expend in FY 2024 for the ambulance boat contract. Okay? Senator Gittins had a point of information, and then we're going to go to you, Senator Fonseca. Senator Gittins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair, I wanted to find out from EMS if we're certifying our own EMTs within the fire service, or we're outsourcing that.
Lyle Evelyn, we do our own in-house recertification for the National Registry of all our EMS providers.
So, yeah. I ask you about re-certification. I'm asking about certification.
We do the national certification outsource. Is that correct?
How long is the fire course? The entry training.
EMS Chief Robert Bryan speaking. The VI Fire EMS currently pays contractors to do all our EMS training. Each academy has their own syllabus. They have their own way of doing things, but typically about 3 months. And after that, what happens is they'll go into fire academy training. That's typically another 3 months. Does that answer your question?
So 6 months total for fire EMS training?
That is correct.
And 3 months of that EMS?
Just about, Senator.
Okay, and who does this I know the national certification, but anyone here locally, we have trainers besides yourself, such as yourself and Jackie Greenidge and whatnot. Do we have any other certified trainers here?
I'll let TCC Lewis answer.
Or just tell me. Okay.
Yes.
I want to know if we have other certified trainers and if we're outsourcing this certification to a private entity.
There are other sources for EMT training, the entry level training. Yes.
All right.
So you do have contracts, is what I'm trying to get at.
Yes, sir. We have contracts with UVI, Twin City, Whitley Skill Center, to name a few.
Okay, and the vacancy numbers earlier when I was listening, they were fluctuating between 26 and 33, but so we'll stay around 30. But of those vacancies, you stated that they were all critical. How many of these are classified versus unclassified?
I believe just one is unclassified.
Okay, and lastly, Madam Chair, I wanted to know how many fire inspections they did this calendar year. How much is each of those inspection, and whether or not the inspection has to be done annually. That's it.
If I can, Madam Chair.
Of course.
So, like I stated earlier, yes, the law states that you have to do an inspection for your business. All businesses within the territory, whether you're a nonprofit or not. The cost of the inspection is usually $150 per inspection. And it depends on the size. It could be a little bit more depending on the size of the business. But the minimum is $150 per fire safety inspection.
All right, thank you for your response. And
Madam Chair,
are you finished with your point of information? Because you asked like 5 questions on your point.
No, what I'm saying is he gave the 150, but he didn't say whether or not it was done annually, and he didn't tell me how many was done calendar year.
Go ahead, Director Stevens.
It's an annual fire safety inspection required by VI code.
And how many
How many?
have you done this year? Are you projecting, how many did you do in 2023? So we get ideas to what you're gonna.
We project over 3,000 inspections. I think it's like 3,078.
I think, yeah, I think you had given us the numbers
Yes, I did.
earlier. So when you send back your information, just give us that information so we could be clear. But I'm glad that the senator brought it back up because there's an important question that needed to be asked. When, I can't remember which one of my colleagues asked the question about how many businesses that we have that requires inspection, and you share that you are not aware. That is of concern, and it's of concern because I think in 2021, 2020, 19, 20, so yeah, in 2020, somewhere about there, this body made an amendment to how business licenses are approved annually, recurring business license. So businesses no longer have to be inspected after the initial, to get a business license, to get your business license renewed. You don't have to come to you to get your business license renewed. So the question was, I think somebody asked it, and it was a legitimate question. Because of that situation that was created by the law that now does not require businesses to come back to you for inspection, or re-inspection is the word, as they re-up their business license annually. How are you working? What is it? Do you have a universe, a aggregate information around these businesses that are tied to licensing and consumer affairs? There must be some opportunity for those systems to talk to each other, because then it gives you an opportunity to meet or to address another KPI, because you have to know how many businesses that you have for fiscal year, whatever, and how many you are able to inspect, etc. So that's very important. It's very important that your office and licensing are in tandem, because if a business goes out of business, you don't know, correct?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, that's information. Because once the law change, then the government responsibility is to look at develop the new policy around how to implement and carry out the law so we don't lose.
And so, Senator, once that law was created, we did see a drop, because then the business owner feel that they don't have to come to us. So now we have to track them to, and that's why I said, Bruna use the term canvassing. From time to time we go out and say, okay, we're doing a canvas, let's say, of the town area. And once we identify that you are not in compliance, we give you a warning to say, hey, you need to come in and fill out an application for your fire safety inspection.
How much people are required to do that in your staff?
In the St. Thomas district, I have 7 people to do that, and in the St. Croix district, I have 6.
So you see what's wrong with that picture, right?
Yes, I do.
Licensing needs to be providing you that information. You divvy it up amongst your staff, and that's how you monitor what gets done. If you don't know the universe or the aggregate of businesses in the territory, how can you be held accountable for collections?
I agree, but it's a deeper conversation than that, Senator.
Right.
Is that when we decided to make that change, we created a situation within the community where a business can therefore do anything within the confines of their businesses and create a fire situation, a life safety situation, to which we may not catch for a year or 2.
True. That's the government. The law, well, I'm not big on it. The law the change was made in law. However, nothing prevents the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs and the fire services, VIMS, from collaborating and providing you with the data. You need the data so you could send your people out.
Right.
So you and the new commissioner, y'all need to work together, because that's a step that's missing once the legislation was put in place. So you basically having your staff going out and doing like spot checking,
right.
But that's not necessary. They have business license. The licenses come through this executive branch, the government. that data is available. They need to be able to share that information with you so you can clearly see what is what. Okay, Senator Fonseca, and then we're going to wrap up.
Thank you, Madam
You're
Chair.
recognized for your point of information. And
Thank
this
you.
is a one point of information. Senator Gittins get in and make good.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Director Stevens. Okay, I want to kind of follow up on that question that the Madam Chair was talking about with the inspections, right? When was the last time you updated the fee? You say it's $150. When was the last time the fee was updated?
I want to say the fee was updated, Senator, back in 2016.
2016.
Right. But before that, it used to be that it was based on your gross income tax for that business. And so that has been updated since then.
Okay, so the fee is $150 per business.
Right. Depending on the size of the business, if you're over 5,000 square feet, it goes up $50.
Okay, suppose a hotel have 5 bars and 4 restaurants. Each one of them is a different fee or is one fee?
If each one of them has a separate business license, then it's going to be a separate fee.
Well, you tell me. Say hotel, pick a hotel. I want to single out and discriminate against other one.
Let's say, for example, the Mermaid.
Yeah.
The Mermaid has 4 restaurants, but all 4 restaurants, one named Acres, one named Hewlett, one named Bryan.
Okay, separate.
Right?
Okay, here's what I wanted to get to. You say you have 3,078 businesses at 150. I calculate that to be 461,700. But your number that you gave me for the permit and fees was 282,483. So that's a difference of 179,000. So explain that to me. I need to learn that. You have 3,078 businesses and the fee is $150, right? So if you multiply 3,078 by 150, you get 461,700. But
Again, Senator, using the projected end of year, what we expect to inspect for that year, we haven't reached
so
that
you're
number
going
yet.
to collect another 179,000 in the next 3 months? That's what you're saying? Help me to understand.
Senator,
I'm
the
missing something.
the 3,078 inspections that we did is what collected the $564,202.
But no, you told me that was T-shirt and thing, that 564, 200.
No, that included everything. That was a comprehensive amount. It's $564,2004.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah. Okay. Well, here's what I want to understand, right? Because when the honorable senator from Savon asked you, right? Because remember, it was 613,893, right, in the Fire Emergency Service Special Fund. You told him that you collected 564,204. There was a difference of 67,679, and you said that was for T-shirt and other fundraising stuff. Now I'm asking you for the business license fee, which is fixed at 150, and you got 3,078 business. You multiply that, the number is 461. Is a difference of 179,200. So tell me, somehow I'm missing something.
Okay, so the $564,204 includes all the inspections, re-inspections, business plan reading, T-shirts, everything is included in that. The 613 is what the...
Okay, so that's the detail you're going to provide through the chair of all of those items.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
Okay, so the numbers that you are truing up is based on the fiscal year or the calendar year?
The 564? Oh, that's what we collected, fiscal year so far.
So they're based on the fiscal year?
Right.
All right, and when you do your collections, do you have like a post-audit function in fire? Post-audit meaning once the collections take place, I'm certain that you have some sort of a receipt system?
Yes, we do.
So who's truing up your receipt system to make sure that what's collected is deposited, etc.?
I do, or the fire chief does. Once the receptionist collector brings the information to us, we verify that everything is correct, and it goes to the bank and it goes in the ERP system.
So the receptionist collects the funds. You true up in the receipt that's written. Is it done manually or is it in the system?
It's done manually, but it has to be entered in the system.
And how quickly do you enter it in the system?
Daily.
This is a daily transaction.
Yes.
So you receive is the receptionist bonded?
Yes, she is.
The receptionist is bonded. You're bonded.
Yes, we are.
So you receive the funds and you true it up.
Yes.
Do you find deltas when you true them up?
I have not
discrepancies.
This year. Yeah, not this year. I have not.
So for the most part, what you true up, so you sign off on the true up?
Correct.
All right. One more thing, the ambulance boat again. I don't see, do you see the ambulance boat budgeted in what was sent down for your FY25 budget?
I did not.
Do you have a ongoing contract with the ambulance boat?
Lyle Evelyn, I will do a deep dive and get back to you with that.
Yeah, that's something that we need to know because it's not included in what was submitted. And if it's not included in what is submitted, naturally, that's not something that we have in our mind. Although what we did is we made sure that we broke it down in the budget last time so we could clearly see it so it don't get missed. So that's why I'm asking. Okay, so I don't know. I'll have to see if they roll it up into the other services and charges category. No? So it wasn't rolled up. So what came down for your FY25, the ambulance boat is not included, that contract. So please get that information to us so we can make sure that our ambulance boat, what is it for, the maintenance and the servicing? Yeah, we need to have that. Okay, we're talking about lives here. All right, colleagues, we've exhausted our questions for today. What we will do, we did ask a couple of things to be sent back to the committee. So, just to reiterate, we need you to provide us with the correct information around your personnel listing. We had some confusions with that. So we need to be clear on your filled total, your filled totals, and your current vacancies. We will go ahead and true up the fringe benefits, so we'll figure it out on our own as we work with OMB to figure out what that associated fringe number is. What is the calculation on fringe? 30, what percent of what the percentage is?
30, I think it just went up 32.5 or something like that.
Okay, so we'll get it from OMB. We need to get an expenditure report on the emergency special fund, the breakdown of the fire emergency fund, the breakdown of both 24 and 25. I don't know which other one is. I don't remember us asking that. Report on repairs of the Frederickstead Fire Station and the cost update on contracts. I think somebody asked for a breakdown of both FY24 and 25 proposed fiscal budget. But that's information that's already here. So this one, if we need further clarification, we'll ask on that. Okay, so we will be sending you a letter, but know that this is the information that we're looking for so you could begin to work on it. All right? Okay. Director Stevens, I want to thank you and your team for being here today. It is a work in progress, the work that we're doing with the new responsibility of the change in your department is still a work in progress. So at some point, I would strongly suggest to you that, you said it's 18 months, so that's going to be in a 2-year window. So I would strongly suggest that in your second year, you look at doing some evaluations to determine what's working from what's not working. I'll give you a 30-second close.
Good afternoon again, Senator. And first of all, I'd like to say thank you and this body for hearing us out. And I thank you for trying to get us on the right path. And whatever it is that was promised, we plan on getting it done in short order. And thank you again for your patience and to the men and women of the Fire and Emergency Medical Service. I want to thank you for the job that you continuously do to protect this community, day, night, EMS, fire, everything that we do. Thank you guys, and thanks again for this body.
All right, and again, thank you, and many thanks to the work that's done in your department as well, because it is critical work for the safety and security of our community, and health, actually, of our community. So you clearly have a great extension. The committee will stand in recess for 15 minutes as we look forward to hearing from our, is it Vitima? The officials from Vitima. The committee stands in recess for 15 minutes. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is back on the record, and I'm going to ask the Madam Clerk to please read block number 2 into the record. Block number 3. Okay, I'm trying to keep you here all night, huh? Block number 3 into the record.
The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance will meet for block number 3, VI Territorial Management Agency. Invited testifier is Mr. Darrell Jashen, Director, VI Territorial Management Agency. This ends the reading of today's agenda, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk, and good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience and to the testifiers. We do have the officials from Vitima here in the audience with us, so we're going to, in the well rather, with us, we're going to ask Director Jashin to please put his name and title on the record, and we will ask his staff from my right to follow suit, and then those from my left to follow suit. So you may proceed, Director Jashin.
Good afternoon, Senator. Darrell Joshin, Director for the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency, Vitima.
Good afternoon, Senator. Asim Fred, Deputy Director of Logistics, Vitima.
Good afternoon, Floresita Boone, Deputy Director of Grants Management.
Good afternoon, Winston Simon, Deputy Director of Admin and Finance.
Good afternoon, Bruce Kelly, Deputy Director of Operations.
And Senator, I have 2 individuals on St. Croix.
I'm seeing them. Could those that are in the committee room on St. Croix please put their name and title on the record?
Good afternoon, Regina Brown, Deputy Director of Planning and Preparedness.
Good afternoon, Julissa Martinez, Content and Media.
Could you state your title again, Ms. Martinez?
Content and Media.
Content and Media. So you're the POC? That's what I mean?
She's representing the Public Information Officer.
Okay, the PIO, sorry. Yes. PIO, okay, got it. Thank you. All right, Director Johnson, you may proceed with your testimony.
Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, Chairwoman of the Committee on Finance, and all other senators present, legislative staff, and those in the viewing and listening audience, good afternoon. I'm Darrell D. Joshin, Director for the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency, Vitima. Present with me today are Mr. Winston Simon, Deputy Director of Administration and Finance, Mr. Asim Fret, Deputy Director of Logistics, Mr. Bruce Kelly, Deputy Director of Operations, and Mrs. Floresita Bruin, Deputy Director of Grants Management on St. Thomas. On St. Croix, I have Deputy Director of Planning and Preparedness, Regina Brown, and our Acting Public Information Officer, Julissa Martinez. Vitima is currently without a Deputy Director of Human Resources and Labor Relations or a full-time Public Information Officer. Thank you for the opportunity to present Vitima's proposed budget for 2025. The 2025 fiscal year budget represents a 4.39% decrease what the 35th Legislature approved in fiscal year 2024. Faitima's mission is to save lives and to protect property through preparedness, exercises, prevention, and mitigation. Agency is comprised of 6 main divisions: administration and finance, grants management, planning and preparedness, operations, logistics, and the Fusion Center. The public assistance and hazard mitigation sections support recovery efforts, and while they're budgeted 100% federally with Fatima, they report operationally to the Office of Disaster Recovery under Executive Order number 487-2019, dated 17 June 2019. Fatima has the oversight of the 911 emergency system and the BI Office of Homeland Security Fusion Center. Our daily operations include 2 911 emergency communication centers, 1 in each district, 3 emergency operations centers, 1 in St. Croix and downtown Christiansted, 1 in St. Thomas just east of the Cyril E. King Airport runway, and 1 in St. John just across from the Myra Keating Smith Community Health Center, and a Homeland Security Fusion Center located on St. Thomas. Fatima has 146 funded positions, of which 54 are classified and 92 are exempt. Currently, 63 positions are funded by the general fund. 20 positions are non-ECC related, of which 1 is vacant. The remaining 43 positions are ECC or 911 positions, with 41 operators and 2 managers, 1 in each district. Additionally, Fatima has 82.5 federally funded positions. 66 of these positions are funded by the Public Assistance and Hazard Mitigation Disaster Grants. 36 of the disaster grant funded positions are filled and 30 are vacant. 16.5 positions are funded by other grants, of which 11 are filled and 5.5 are vacant. In total, Fatima has 101 full-time active employees. For our fiscal year 2025 proposed budget, Fatima's proposed fiscal year 2025 budget request is $11,860,981, which represents $5,945,456 from the general fund, $967,243 from the emergency services funds, and $4,948,282 in federal funds. The Emergency Services Fund, or ESF, is supported by a $2 surcharge on communications lines, which is authorized by the New and Emerging Technologies 911 Improvement Act of 2008 and by Act number 7981, enacted January 5th, 2017, which amended Title 33, VI Code, Chapter 3, Section 58, Subsection C. Additionally, a subsection F of the same act, Fatima receives 40% of the monies, or 80 cents of the $2 collected from the emergency services surcharge, while VI Fire and Emergency Medical Services receive 60%, or $1.20 of the $2 total. As of May 31st, 2024, Fatima is slated to receive $818,525, of which the total ESF revenue collection. These funds are purposed only for improvements of the 2 911 ECC centers. For fiscal year 2025, Fatima requested $967,243 from the revenue collection of the emergency services surcharge to manage equipment repairs, to train the emergency communication center operators, and to continue the transition of our public safety answering point, PSAP centers, to next generation 911. The following is an explanation of the key components of the next generation 911 systems and services. Local information. NG 911 systems aim to provide precise data, location of a caller to emergency dispatchers. This can be achieved through various means, including GPS, global positioning system, technology, triangulation of cell phone towers, and Wi-Fi positioning. Caller information. In addition to location, 911 NG systems strive to deliver important caller information to emergency operators. This can include a caller's phone number, name, and relevant details registered with the service provider. Automatic number identification, or ANI. The NG 911 system utilizes ANI to automatically retrieve and display the caller's phone number to emergency call takers. This feature allows operators to contact a caller in case of disconnection and provides a means for return calls if needed. The automatic location identification, called ALI, involves automatically determining and displaying the calling location's information to emergency operators, enabling them to dispatch appropriate help to the correct location swiftly. Next generation 911 services go beyond basic emergency routing. They include additional features such as text messaging to 911, support for the hearing impaired individuals, automatic crash notifications in vehicles equipped with telemetric systems, and integration with the public safety answering points, or PSAPs, to streamline emergency response operations. Failover from one PSAP to another is an enhanced feature of the NG 911 system. This automatically happens if you lose service due to power outage or system failures. Vitima's computer-aided dispatch record management system, the CAD RMS, and the territory telecommunications service providers have implemented the majority of the features making up the next generation 911 call center. The last remaining element is for the text to 911 capacity and capability with all territory service providers and an educational outreach campaign to our community prior to implementation. For our fiscal year 2024 accomplishments and milestones, under personnel, our emergency call center operators recruiting fair, based on the success of the past recruiting fairs for 911 vacancies, Vitima anticipates utilizing similar in-house events as well as participating in Division of Personnel for future recruiting events for other vacant positions. We thank the employees at Vitima, the community, our vendors, the Division of Personnel, and the members of the 31st Legislature for their continued support. Under labor relations, Vitima and the United Steelworkers Union continue to engage in proactive and collaborative discussions relative to our labor relations matters. Although challenges relative to grievances and employee disciplinary matters may arise, both parties remain respectful and focused on what is best interest for the employees. For internal promotions, Vitima is very proud of the efforts we have made to provide opportunities for staff for career advancement. In the past year, we have had 3 internal promotions. Our goal is to continue development opportunities for the employees at Vitima to experience career advancement within the agency. Under planning and preparedness, Vitima has made significant strides in enhancing its emergency management preparedness capabilities through various grant programs and accreditation efforts. The National Tsunami Hazard Mitigation Grant Program, under this in 2021 and 2022 fiscal years, funding resources Vitima has completed a comprehensive plan to ensure tsunami warning signs are placed in optimal locations based on the latest available data. This will help improve public awareness and safety in the event of a tsunami. A tsunami exercise playbook was created to streamline and ensure consistency and efficiency in conducting territorial tsunami exercises. This will help improve coordination and response efforts during such events. Social science surveys are also created to gather lessons learned from the community and obtain feedback to tailor their community outreach campaigns. This engagement with the public is crucial for effective risk communication and preparedness. The International Emergency Management Accreditation Program, known as EMAP. In previous year, Vitima gained conditional accreditation status for EMAP, successfully completing 65 out of 66 standards. This is a significant achievement demonstrating the agency's commitment to meeting rigorous emergency management standards. The last standard, Emergency Operations Procedures, completed implementation as part of the Vitima and FEMA Hurricane Readiness Capstone exercise in May of 2024. All supporting documentation on activation, response, and deactivation have been provided to the EMAP accreditation body. It has taken over 4 years to prepare and $35,000 in registration fees. Once fully accredited, there will be $9,000 in annual fees plus an annual 1 to 2 day on-site visit for verification by external auditors. For continuity of operations, through exercise Royal Rumble Co-op 1 or Coop 1 and Coop 2 exercises, several critical agencies in the U.S. Virgin Islands successfully completed and validated their continuity of operations plans. This is crucial for ensuring that essential services can continue during emergencies or disruptions. VITEMA's Partners in Preparedness program has been instrumental in increasing the number of registrations for our Alert VI system, which is now over 21,000. By collaborating with various stakeholders, such as businesses, community organizations, and faith-based groups, VITEMA has been able to raise awareness about the importance of emergency preparedness and encourage more individuals to sign up for emergency alerts. This increased participation in Alert VI ensures that a large portion of the population can receive timely and accurate information during emergencies, ultimately enhancing public safety. For our territorial functional drills, in a groundbreaking achievement, VITEMA witnessed an unprecedented level of participation in 2 territorial functional drills, with over 23,000 people registered. This is the first time the agency has seen such a high number of participants in these exercises. The impressive turnout demonstrates the growing awareness and engagement of the community in emergency preparedness efforts. For our operations section, the 911 emergency communication centers, we use the language line, a language translation system, and successfully implement continued use of the system, giving the 911 ECC operators, in an average of 3 seconds, access to over 16,000 highly skilled and trained operators, interpreters, in over 240 languages at any given time. While 3 seconds may appear to be a long time when requesting emergency assistance from fire, police, or emergency medical service, the 3-second time reduces the overall call time. It is very important to have clear communication and understand the request for assistance, not wasting precious time, which may lead to misunderstanding of the nature of importance of the emergency call. Currently, it costs approximately 64 cents for Spanish and 69 cents for French Creole per minute. These are the main languages utilized. So far, in the first 8 months of fiscal year 2024, the language line has assisted in over 220 calls in Spanish, Haitian Creole, Patois, French, and Hindi, totaling 1,281 minutes at a total cost of $880.91. The VITEMA Emergency Operations Centers are the main point where individuals who manage, respond, and facilitate resource requests and response efforts come together. VITEMA's EOCs located on St. Thomas, St. Croix, and St. John are also utilized in various agencies to host meetings and trainings. To date, for fiscal year 2024, VITEMA has conducted or hosted 38 training events, exercises, or meetings for other agencies at no cost to those agencies. 16 are on St. Thomas EOC, 20 on the St. Croix EOC, and 2 at the St. John EOC. These numbers represent an increase in over 100% in the use of the EOCs as compared to the same time in 2023 fiscal year. For logistics, a tsunami warning siren repair. Repairs under 2 FEMA public assistance grants, one for St. Thomas District and one for St. Croix District, were completed in August of 2022 for $1.6 million, of which 90% was federal and 10% territorial. The grants have been closed. Additional work unrelated to Irma and Maria damages has been contracted for, and a vendor will be mobilized to complete the work by the end of June of 2024. Materials and supplies for this work have been received at the VITEMA office and is awaiting the contractor mobilization. For St. Thomas EOC repairs under the FEMA Public Assistance Grant of $1.4 million has commenced. An additional $999,201 from the insurance proceeds brings the total to $2.4 million, of which $140,000 will be cost share funding from HUD CDG BG-DR funds. A purchase order for phase 1 of roof work was issued, and the contractor has completed the work on roof and gutters. Phase 2 is in the RFP development mode now and will be scheduled for beginning to follow up with some minor scope changes and award the contract through the competitive bidding process. For our hazard mitigation section, hazard mitigation has a total of 135 projects, both from 35 Hurricane Irma and 4340 Hurricane Maria disasters as of June 1st, 2024. Since the start of the year, VITEMA has been preparing the Herman Hill Safe Room and Wind Retrofit Project for the Federal Consistency Determination, or FCD. To reach this point, we tasked the architectural engineering firm to update the building's utility systems to meet FEMA's requirement. With progress still underway, the agency expects to complete the Federal Consistency Determination at the end of this year. The St. Croix Herman Hill Wind Retrofit and Safe Room is currently being amended to add additional architectural and engineering funding that is needed to proceed the final design of the project. My team has also been able to start the civil portion of Herman Hill slope stabilization and stormwater management. This is necessary and a critical portion of the overarching project to complete Herman Hill site, which will mitigate any effects of runoff of stormwater damage to the surrounding community. For our public assistance section, the public assistance program is under the Office of Disaster Recovery by way of the executive order. The public assistance program provides support to applicants for processing of payments and reimbursements of eligible scope of costs within the approved period of performance. Currently, the program has the following open disaster grants. Declared in September 2017, Hurricane Irma was awarded $67.1 million for 348 obligated projects, of which $25.4 million has now been expended. Hurricane Maria has 1,198 obligated projects for a total award amount of $10.5 billion, of which $2.5 billion has been expended. Currently, 28 projects remain to be obligated for this disaster. In April 2020, the Territory received a public assistance emergency declaration for COVID-19. To date, 50 projects totaling $157 million have been obligated, of which $135.6 million has been expended. The Sargassum Emergency Declaration received a public assistance emergency declaration in November of 2022 and currently has 5 obligated projects totaling $340,000. This project was submitted to FEMA for closeout. The lead and copper water supply event was declared in November 2023. 6 projects were recently obligated, totaling $1.6 million. These projects are in the process of being reimbursed. Under the grants section, VITEMA's Emergency Management Performance Grant continues to provide Alert VI of $42,000 annually. The Mass Notification Services of the Territory, in collaboration with the Department of Health, FEMA's EMPG funding maintains our WebEOC, which is $33,000 annually, a real-time information sharing of operational details in response to an imminent threat, emergency, or disaster. VITEMA's EMPG grant also supports continued training, outreach, and education. EMPG funding provides public service announcements through radio, internet, and advertisements at the cinemas. Homeland Security Grant continues to provide funding to subrecipients addressing the national priorities established by FEMA, such as the Bureau of Information Technology, the Virgin Islands Police Department, Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Services, and the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. VITEMA is also the state administrative agency for 2 cybersecurity grants, which has helped initiate the first cybersecurity plan for the Territory. VITEMA's Grants Division also conducted outreach with the Virgin Islands Organization Active in Disaster, or VOAD, of St. Croix, and VITEMA's Planning and Preparedness for its nonprofit security grant, and as a result, has seen an increase of subrecipients from 2 to 10, 8 on St. Croix and 2 on St. Thomas. We also continue to protect our borders through a Homeland Security Grant Program, Operation Stone Garden, with a continued operational overtime for officers to secure our borders. Funding from Operation Stone Garden facilitated the purchase of a vessel, fuel, and repairs to ensure that VIPD continues to conduct Operation Stone Garden missions and patrol our territorial borders. Finally, VITEMA received a fiscal year 2024 U.S. Department of the Interior to the Office of the Insular Affairs Technical Assistance Program award totaling $285,000 for upgrades of his Emergency Operations Center. VITEMA's key performance indicators. VITEMA, with the support of Ops Management and Budget, in 2024 reassessed its key performance indicators, or KPIs, to reflect a more customer-focused, action-oriented performance outcome. There are a total of 6 high-impact key performance indicators reported monthly by VITEMA, reflected in Table 1 below. Our challenges for 2025 fiscal year. For 2024, VITEMA has seen a reduction in all its grants we received. Not only affects the VI, but across the nation. There's a 10% reduction in Department of Homeland Security grants and Emergency Management Performance grants. 66.5% in Nonprofit Security Grant Program, and a 54% reduction in the National Tsunami Hazard Mitigation Grant. These reductions will impact the service we provide to the territory, but we will strive to provide the best service we can based on these new challenges. Projections are similar for reductions in fiscal year 2025 federal grants. For retention and recruiting, retaining and attracting talent continues to be a challenge for the agency. Although VITEMA positions are critical, VITEMA has suffered losses of key personnel within the past 6 months. These losses are mainly attributed to career advancement opportunities and higher pay. VITEMA continuously recruits qualified individuals to join our team. However, many who are new to the emergency management learn the fast-paced and stressful environment may not be for them. Our disability integration coordinators. VITEMA has finalized the disability integration coordinator positions but lacks territorial funding to fill these positions from fiscal year 2025. For VITEMA to fill these positions, an adequate additional funding is required. A recommended salary of $60,000 plus fringe, plus $30,000 for equipment and training per position, and we recommend 1 position per district. Our collective bargaining agreement contract negotiations. The collective bargaining agreement between VITEMA 911 and the United Steelworkers Union expired on 30 September 2022. In October 2022, the Office of Collective Bargaining, OCB, representing VITEMA, United Steelworkers, signed a stipulation for a day-to-day agreement until we meet to negotiate a new contract. The Office of Collective Bargaining has tentatively scheduled negotiations to commence before the end of this fiscal year. In our facilities, the 911 ECCs, both on St. Croix and St. Thomas, have aging furniture for dispatchers. VITEMA budgeted $100,000 for fiscal year 2024, which provides a start for replacement. VITEMA will need similar funding for fiscal year 2025 and fiscal year 2026 to complete replacement of furniture as per the FCC 911 emergency services fees are not authorized for furniture. Our mobile EOC aging fleet, VITEMA will need to continue to perform frequent and extensive maintenance of this critical equipment through local contracting, which will impact VITEMA's Government of Virgin Islands funding budget. Both mobile EOC vehicles were purchased in 2003 with funding provided by the Federal Law Enforcement Planning Commission, or LEPC grant. Tsunami siren warning sirens. There is no funding for an O&M plan to upkeep the tsunami warning sirens. For fiscal year 2024, Governor Bryan has provided $99,000 to complete the final implementation of non-operational sirens, which are 3 on St. Thomas, 6 on St. Croix, 1 on St. John. The contractor has been awarded the final repairs are scheduled for July of 2024. For closing comments, at this time, I'd like to especially recognize VITEMA's Employees of the Year for 2024, Ms. Adele Williams from Logistics in the St. Thomas, St. John District, and Ms. Jermaine Gums from Planning and Preparedness in the St. Croix District. These 2 outstanding individuals work under extremely stressful conditions, yet continue to provide excellent service to the community. Unfortunately, and on a very sad note, in March of 2024, we experienced the untimely loss of our passing of our Deputy Director of Human Resources and Labor Relations, Mrs. Merlinda Philomene. Her untimely passing was a shock not only to VITEMA, but also to many other government agencies which had the honor to employ her tremendous talents, professional human resource skills, and her enthusiastic personality. Finally, and to the hardworking staff of ITEMA, thank you for your commitment and dedication to the agency, its mission, and the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Your jobs are not easy, but you show up every day to ensure the mandates of the agency are met. Again, thank you. Committee Chairwoman, Senator Fred Gregory, and the committee members, this budget is adequate to address the immediate priorities of the administration and for the upcoming fiscal year. If a need arises for additional resources, we will have that discussion with Governor Bryan and the OMB Director. At this time, I'd like to present a short video showing ITEMA and some of our fellow agency partners in action over the past 12 months.
Media, can you please pull up the video?
We got to be prepared. We got to prepare. Be ready to evacuate in case of emergency. You need water for at least 3 days. Food non-perishable only, please. A portable radio with extra batteries. Update your first aid kit and any medications. Don't forget your hygiene elements. Plastic, secure all your documents. A flashlight and candle for you to see. And make sure you have money, emergency blankets, and extra clothing for every child. Cell phone charger and tablets, for we may be here for a while. We got to be prepared. We got to prepare. Be ready to evacuate in case of us. You got to prepare. So let me know. You got to prepare, got to prepare. When the earth are shaking, you got to prepare, got to prepare. Could be tsunami coming, you got to prepare, got to prepare. Please don't make no mistake. You got to prepare, got to prepare. Yo! We have an increase of earthquakes. People stay awake and please take heed when seawater recede. Have an emergency plan. Yes. Head for higher ground. Prepare for tsunami. Safety is priority. So you got to prepare, got to prepare. When the earth are shaking, you got to prepare, got to prepare. Could be tsunami coming. You got to prepare, got to prepare. Please don't make no mistake. You got to prepare.
If you're on the beach and you hear a loud roar, or if you see the water receding away from the shore, yes, that is nature warning you. So get as high as you can go. Evacuate, run for your life, or even turn back for your wife. Move to higher ground, 82 feet above sea level. Everybody run, don't go out trying to be no hero. Move to higher ground, 82 feet above sea level. Everybody run, drop everything you have now, let's go. Run, tsunami, save yourself, tsunami, evacuate, tsunami. Everybody let we run, tsunami, save yourself, tsunami, evacuate, tsunami. Everybody let we run, stay informed, stay prepared, and stay vigilant. Visit ITEMA's website at itema.vi.gov for more preparedness tips. One of those, tsunami, tsunami, tsunami. Earthquake is nothing for you to be taken for granted. Especially half is Caribbean, see the other half is Atlantic. Prevention is better than it's better than cure. So when you feel earth shake, just drop down to the floor, yeah. During an earthquake, drop down on your hands and knees. During an earthquake, protect yourself from falling debris. During an earthquake, stay away from things that could break. During an earthquake, hold on to anything sturdy until the earth stops shaking. One of those, stay informed, stay prepared, and stay vigilant. Visit ITEMA's website at itema.vi.gov for more preparedness tips. One of those.
We got to be prepared.
Senator Fred Gregory, my team and I thank you for the opportunity to speak on my team's proposed fiscal year 2025 budget. We are ready to answer any questions.
Thank you for your presentation this afternoon, and good afternoon to you and your team again. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with these numbers, but we're going to figure this out today. So let me just start out the gate. The appropriation for your department for fiscal year 2024, we're going to start with 24, was how much? The total appropriation?
Winston Simon, Deputy Director, Admin and Finance. The total appropriation was $6,218,456.
Great. That's what we come back to. Did you look in the budget book that came down? Did you guys get a copy of the executive budget?
Yeah, we have a copy.
And do you see the discrepancies?
Honestly, I didn't delve into it that deep, and that's because I was kind of out sick. But we did get a copy while I was out, and I did print some excerpts from it for us to have.
So OMB numbers compared to our budget numbers look a lot different, and I'm trying to figure out why. Because the bottom line should be the same. Their bottom line is reflecting $6,155,225. And our bottom line is $6,218,456. So one of the things that's important for departments and agencies to do is please review the information in the recommended budget, because we had similar issues with fire. And, it's just us spending a lot of time on 24 to understand what's happening. The information is not aligning, and what we do is we look at our appropriations, and we align our appropriation numbers with what's in the budget book. I mean, there are times when we break things down a little further, but we still have to add it back to the category. For instance, the 6.2 is inclusive of something that says disaster recovery contingency fund. And I suspect, I don't know, that's 175,000. Is that broken down into categories, or is it all on the other services and charges?
Okay, Winston Simon, Deputy Director, Admin and Finance. That 175,000 that you're referring to, that's a miscellaneous item within our budget. It's slated for, like it says, disaster contingency. It's part of our funding that we get. We try to tap into it around hurricane season time. For the past couple of years, we haven't had to do that, which is a good thing, I suppose. But I understand that that 175 is slated for fuel costs for the generators that we have, so that we can fuel them up when bad weather and what's not comes around.
Okay, so that further concerns me. So I don't know why the numbers ain't aligning, and the information that I have from our post audit also does not come back to the budget numbers as well. So let's try to drill down on this and figure out where the issues are. Your utilities for FY 2023, 4, as per budget was 413,231. And based on the number that you came back to me with, I think that would be the number that you have. Yeah, 413,231. Yes. However, so there's a reduction in your recommendation, the recommendation for FY 24, 5. Mr. Post Auditor, you are going to have to review these numbers and align them with the budget because it's difficult for us to follow on this. So let me just ask the CFO. Did you in the testimony, did you have a breakout of, did you do a table? You did a table, right? What page is your table on?
Table. Senator Director Johnson, so at the very beginning of testimony, there's a table there that has a proposed budget broken out, but not the detail you're probably talking about.
Oh, so I'm going to ask also the departments and agencies. The first department didn't do it at all. You made an attempt to do it, but you have to break it out by categories. Because, yeah, it gives us a better picture so we can have a conversation. Okay, so we need to begin to break that out. So I hope other agencies are listening so you could break it out. Your presentation will have what it's embedded in a document or it's an appendix attached so we can compare it to our information. So I am going to figure out how to follow what I have here, which is going to be a challenge. So I'm going to ask you, as a CFO, to give me the breakdown of your various budget categories for FY 2025, please.
Okay.
What things should I give this for?
No.
Is that Simon?
Winston Simon again, Deputy Director, Admin and Finance. So we are looking at personnel services, 3,332,958. Fringe benefits, 1,537,317. Supplies, 79,056. Other services, 341,788.
Say that again. Say that again.
341,788. And utilities, 404,338.
For a total of?
For a total of 5,695,456.
Okay. So you have a significant reduction in your supplies category? Is that accurate? Did you roll up? But I didn't see that rolled up. So the contingency fund is not included in this number, correct?
Correct. That would be the 75 and the 175, which is a total of 250. If you add those in, you should come to $5,945,456. $5,945,456.
In which category? Supplies?
No, that's the overall total.
Oh, give me that number again.
$5,945,456.
57, give or take. It's not a big deal. It's $1. Okay, so, but I was asking for the specific line items. Where is that money categorized? Like for instance, while the generator maintenance agreement is pulled out in the budget, it should fall under other services and charges, right?
Yes, yes.
So that brings your other services and charges number to what? Because right now you have it as 341,788. So should it be 581,788? I want to make sure it's in here. So it looked like it is.
That would be, give me a minute.
Yeah, it seems to be in here. 581,788.
That's if you add in the 250.
Which is the 175 plus that.
Plus the 75.
Got it. So that brings your number. So what is being proposed? Again, read this book. This is what the executive branch sent down for you. So in your numbers, you are missing the maintenance of the generator and the contingency fund. So your number is short by that $200 and something thousand. Okay? 250. That's why it was very confusing for me. So we have to make sure you look at what's in this book, departments and agencies, and what's in this book is what you need to be presenting. We do our due diligence here. We align the numbers and we figure out where we have what the true need is. If we don't have good numbers, then I can spend a lot of time doing this and we really need to move on, okay? So we're going to start with Senator Blyden. Senator Blyden, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon again to my colleagues. Good afternoon, Director Joshin and your supporting team there with you, and thank you so much for your testimony. And I'm glad Madam Chair spoke to that because, it was kind of confusing, and those variants were pretty high. But nonetheless, I'll move on. Director, you spoke to your vacancies. You said that you have 30 vacant positions, but those are federally funded positions?
Good afternoon, Senator Director Joshua from my team. Yes, that's hazard mitigation public assistance positions. They've had 30 there for the last several years. That's under Director Williams Ockerlin.
Pretty hard to fill? What's the issue?
The issue is the capacity and the pace at which the director wants to fill those for all public assistance hazard mitigation. She controls that faucet, so to speak. They've had some very good retention in that group. It's a matter of adding those staff on as she has the capacity to do that.
Okay, very well. Let's go to page 11. 19 with the post. I'll report because I understand and I realize in terms of the grant amounts, you have the grant period and the type of grant, but I would like to see in terms of how much have been expended to date. That's very important to know how much we have spent, for instance, like the first grant for the nonprofit security program. That seems like a very important one also. And it expires August of this year. It said the amount was $300,000. How much have been expended to date? But I would like to know that amount. That's important.
Good afternoon. Floresita Brun, Deputy Director of Grants Management. Nonprofit security grant for $300,000. We have expended $184,698.
Do you believe we're going to expend all of it by the expiration date?
It's up to the subrecipient. We have made tremendous effort in reaching out to them. We have provided them names of individuals that can support them. But again, it's up to how they're pacing expending those funds. The funds are available to them.
How do you, how do you put out your information? Because I know there are many non-for-profit that probably qualifies for and would love to utilize those funds and have uses for those funds. How do you advertise, put out our information?
We put out advertisement, social media, and this year, for 2020, for example, we had a great push. We had a meeting on St. Croix at our Vitima EOC, and we also had the same meeting on St. Thomas to encourage nonprofit faith-based organizations.
Okay, very well. Also, the emergency management performance.
1 minute.
You have a total of $2.9 million, and 3 of them expire. Wow, the first one expired in April. Did you get an extension?
I'm sorry, which grant are you speaking about?
The emergency management performance grants for $2,973,781. It expired 4/30th of 24, April.
Those are different
30
grants.
seconds.
The different fiscal years.
Correct.
2021 is, I'm sorry, let me go back to my sheet. EMPG 2021 has been expended. That right now is in the liquidation period. We have expended $927,260. We have $25,000 balance, and those are purchase orders to come in to be paid. V2304 was a supplemental that has been expended.
Time.
$130,661.64. EMPG 2022 is that we requested an extension based on the savings that we had in personnel. So that has an additional year that expires in April 2025. And EMPG 2023, again, it's going to expire in 9/30/2025, and we're probably going to ask for an extension on that one as well.
Okay, what I would like to see moving forward, though, and I appreciate your responses for all of these different grants, to see exactly how much has been expended, so we can have a better track on exactly what's being spent and where we are at in the process. I think that would make a lot of sense. And in closing, Madam Chair, before I wrap up, the cybersecurity grant program, how much have been expended to date for that grant?
No funding has been expended to both of those grants. We have a 2022 and a 2023 open that is based on the Cybersecurity Charter Committee. They drive that funding, and right now they're still in the planning stages. They have met, I think, about 2 or 3 times already. So they're trying to get a clear understanding of the intent, and to also navigate and get some project sheets from worksheets submitted so that they can move in a correct direction.
And what's the expiration date for those grants?
For cybersecurity for 2022 expires in November 30th, 2026. So the next one will expire November 30th, 2027.
Okay, very well. Well, again, I appreciate your responses, but I'd like to see more detail in terms of how much have been expended as we move forward to keep track of them. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden, and I have to concur with you that we are in a budget hearing and the information is high level, right? So we need to break it down. So similarly, I'm seeing the same thing in our post-audit report, where we have the expiration periods, but we don't have the expenditures up to a particular period. So I'm going to ask that you send back to the committee a listing of all of your federal funds. I'm asking the departments who are listening to do likewise when they come before the committee. So this is a trial run today. A listing of all of your federal funds, the expiration, and the expenditures to date. So in your case, you're preparing, we're in June, so you should have been able to give us up to May, right? And I know Ms. Brun is very, 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 very good. If she says she can't get it, then I know it's a problem.
No, I have it. I just thought you guys, I'm sorry. we have the Act 79,
87.
form that we submitted to OMB, so.
Okay, so.
I apologize, I thought they would have transferred that to the legislature.
Well, I don't know what was transferred, but the law is very clear. And I want to make sure I put it on the record today. There is this approach where OMB, when the legislature writes the letter, this is very new, writes the letter to the departments and agencies to say you're up for your budget, it has to be sent to OMB, and then OMB sends it to us. Y'all could send it to OMB if I want. But I'm telling my post-audit team today, do not accept any more of those expenditure reports from the Office of Management and Budget unless we receive the report from the department and agency. Because when they're talking about the information, they say, but we submit that and we submit this, but we ain't getting it. The law is clear. The information comes directly to the post-audit division. We don't need anybody to scrub the files for us. That's why we're looking at it ourselves. And that's why I said, I know Ms. Brunn is very, 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 very good. So if she says she can't get it, I know it's a challenge. So we're going to ask for a breakdown of the federal grants for the Department of Vitima, please. In addition, inclusive of your expenditures, your expiration, etc., and your balance, because we don't have no information. So what's happening is we go through this process and we're sort of kind of wasting time because now we got to revisit the information again. So that's missing. So we're going to ask for that information to be sent to us. So today we are unable. Do you have the information in front of you? Okay, good. So let's go through it. I think Senator Blayden asked, but we didn't get any details. So based on what I'm seeing here, you have a grant that says nonprofit security program. And we are very interested in the ones that are expiring in FY24. Okay, I think that should be our focus, not the ones that's expiring 26 and 25 and 26, because you seem to have 3 grants in that area. So you have $300,000. So the question is, how much of that have you spent thus far?
We've spent Floresita Brun, Deputy Director of Grants Management. We've spent $184,698.50 with a balance of $115,301.50.
So you have $115,000 left?
Correct. It was 2 subrecipients. Each of them was awarded $150,000 each.
And so let me ask you, in this instance, it says physical security enhancement and other security-related activities to nonprofit organizations that are high risk of terrorist attack. Mm-hmm. What type of nonprofits are those?
Now, you have to be a 501c3, mm-hmm. and they've relaxed it a little bit as long as you are a faith-based organization, mm-hmm. a nonprofit organization.
That's basically it. So what's the purpose of the funds? What do you do?
The purpose of the funds is, again, is about terrorism, and we know we may be on a small island, but we have different forms. Mm-hmm. The purpose of the funds is to safeguard the premises and the facility against any act of terrorism.
I see. So they can
purchase cameras, fencing, lights, a list of things, even provide training if they want to do a plan to safeguard, because we tend to tell our faith-based organizations at any given time you could have 50 to 100 people in there. Do you have a plan in case of an event, if anything happens? So the NOFO, Notice of Funding Opportunity, gives them a list of things that they can do that's within the grant that's allowable.
Okay, I'm glad that you tell me that, because when I read it, I was like, I don't know what does it mean. Good. Next one, the Emergency Management Performance Grant. There's an expiration of 4/30/2024. That was $955,000. What is there any of that left on the table, because that has expired?
That's EMPG 2021. That one 955,477. We've expended 927,200.60. We do have encumbrance of $25,000, which is slowly coming in. We have 120 days to liquidate. We're sending back $2,000, but our intent is to ensure that all the POs come in so we can close out and draw our funds for that grant. The AMPG 2022 should have expired this year, but we requested, because we had savings in personnel, we requested a reallocation of the funds and an extension of time as well. It was granted, so that one would be expiring in, that one will expire April 30th of 2025.
So you
I'm sorry.
Okay, so you have, what was the total award on that one?
The total award was $955,477.
Okay. Okay, got
So
it.
the rest of those grants are still open and active. I'm going to move to PDM. PDM, we closed.
Which is a pre-disaster mitigation.
Yes, that is
Okay.
correct. That grant also changed its name as well, is now known as BRIC. But we closed.
Clarification, BRIC?
Building Resilience Infrastructure Building Resilience Infrastructure and Communities, BRIC.
BRIC, okay,
Yes.
go ahead.
So PDM, we closed several PDMs, but those projects were transferred to either public assistance. No, they were transferred to public assistance. The BRIC that we just got now, all of our BRICs are open and they won't be expiring till 2026 and 2025 and 2026.
And the purpose of these funds is to plan for and implement sustainable, cost-effective measures designated to reduce risk of individuals and property from future natural hazards, while also reducing resilience and federal funding from future disasters. And this is for government buildings, or this is for the community?
That is, I can have Ms. Graciela, she is a State Hazard Mitigation Officer, that can expound on that.
While she's coming up, Senator Director Josh, and so there's a hazard mitigation resiliency plan that has to be developed every 5 years, and our hazard mitigation office does that. So a lot of the funding that to justify with tables and funding sources, so a lot of justification is done through UBI, and this really provides that conduit by which we can get that grant approved and going forward.
So before she responds, is this the purpose of this grant? Is the purpose of this grant basically to do the strategies? Like,
No,
is this a contract? What type of services occur under this grant?
She's coming up, but it really is, the program is put in place ahead of time. This is part of the funding for execution, which is justify what our needs are in the territory.
Right.
So it's all pre-disaster. It's not a grant to build the program, it's a grant that basically validates the use of the program itself.
Okay, so let me hear from Ms. Graciela. That's her name?
Graciela Rivera.
Ms. Graciela Rivera, can you please put your name and title on the record, please? And then you can respond.
Good afternoon, Graciela, Territorial Hazard Mitigation Officer, VITEMA.
Good afternoon. One second. One second.
Is actually.
Okay. Slow down. Our stenographer is giving me the eye. And yes, so could you slow down a bit and give your name and title again, please?
Graciela Rivera, Territorial Hazard Mitigation Officer, VITEMA.
Okay.
So to expand on the BRIC grant program, the Building Resiliency and Infrastructure and Communities, that is very similar to the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program. So you can actually use it for government agencies. You can also use it for nonprofit. And the goal of the grant is to identify resiliency activities and mitigation activities that you can do throughout the community to better prepare for any potential hazards. So it could be anything from infrastructure to planning, assessments, anything along those lines.
All right, so This question will be for Director Jackson then. So this I think you said it was an extension granted on this 3.4, it was transferred, no?
The 3.4 and the 264, those funding was returned to FEMA. Returned because those projects, and Ms. Rivera could probably expound on that, they were transferred over to public assistance.
Okay, so they're on your list here, but they're no longer under your purview.
Correct.
Okay, so these should be removed from VITEMA and be placed under, is that disaster recovery? What is public assistance
This
now?
is Director Josh, and so it goes back to the executive order that public assistance, hazard mitigation are under day-to-day operations with Office of Disaster Recovery.
All right, so
this is VITEMA, but because of executive order.
Understood. So
And just for clarification, what happened in the interim from when we put the budget together to now, FEMA sent the obligation in writing that the grants were they were de-obligated essentially.
And re-obligated up to disaster recovery. Okay, understood. So we are now clear on that one, so we're going to hear from you on the next one.
Okay, Homeland Security 2020.
Okay.
1,800,000. We've expended 1,582,716. With this one, we have some encumbrances and we have some training that's going to come up. Fire is one of our sub-recipients.
You don't have to give me all the information.
Okay.
All I need
Just
is the
enough.
numbers, but
Okay.
this one said it expired in 2023. Was there an extension?
This one, yes, and it expires August 31st, 2024.
And what is the balance?
The balance is...
And just include your obligations as well.
The balance is 129,531.15.
And you intend to spend 120?
Yes, we have trainings coming up with fire.
All right, good.
Okay.
Is the one that expires on 8/31/2024 still in play, or you're asking for an extension on that one as well?
For?
The 1.1 million, 1.2.
It has to be expended. So
what's the status?
Tracking the individuals that have projects with me to see where they are and to kind of remind them that the grant is about to expire, so they need to execute their projects.
So this is provided to what type of organizations?
Which one?
The same one, the Homeland Security grant.
They have 2020 and 2021. Two of them expires come August 31st.
Right, but who?
BIT has projects, VIPD has projects with us as well. Our internal Fusion Center had some emergent threats project as well. And WAPA as well.
BIT, VIPD, WAPA?
Yes.
And who else?
VIPD, WAPA, BIT, internal, we have internal as well, and fire.
And how often do you get updates and reports from these entities to determine whether or not they're on track to spend these federal funds?
We reach out to them constantly because we get the emails from our feds notifying us that the grant is about to expire. We get quarterly reports from them and biannual reports as well to see where they are in their projects.
So what is your feeling about the expenditure of the 1.12 million based on the last reporting?
I'm hopeful. I press. All I can do is press. We have people that ask us for money, and then when it comes time to spend it, they're very slow in spending their funds. But we constantly reach out to them. We have conversations with them, and apart from that, we carry it to the next level, which would be Director Jashin.
Yeah, but if you are on the third, we are approaching the fourth quarter.
Mm-hmm.
You should have benchmarks for them, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So that's what I'm asking. Based on the last reporting, what was your analysis on the expenditures based on the benchmarks? I mean, you simply divide it by 4 quarters and determine whether or not they're on task or not on task to spend the money.
For 2020, the benchmark is good. I think it's going to be executed. For 2021, I think they can get it done. I think we can get it done.
I'm not asking if you think.
So Senator,
You, by your own admission, you said you issue these funds to PD, WAPA, Fire.
They're different agencies for different years.
Right, so,
Yes,
Director Johnson, I mean, this is a lot of money.
Senator, what we do, I have the Emergency Management Council meeting every month, or mostly every month. Ms. Bruin provides me a very detailed broken out of this particular grant and is presented with the Chief of Staff there, the Governor, all the senior leaders, so they understand exactly where they're standing. We're very good about presenting that to them, reminding them that the time is coming to expire and to move forward and what we can do to help them.
Earthquake Consortium.
Earthquake 2022 is closed. We submitted our final report. We sent back $122, and the next one will expire January 31st, 2025. We will spend all of that money.
Okay. And then the last one that I see is the tsunami hazard mitigation.
Tsunami hazard mitigation, $519,825. I'm confident in saying we will expend all that money. Some of that money is indirect costs as well. So once we capture that and we do our PSAs, we also sent a request to reprogram because there was a personnel in that, and they're now reviewing it. So it's going to go down into the category of PSAs, and Vitima, we will execute those PSAs.
So your indirect cost monies come back directly to you, or you put it in a big pot?
No, some of it comes to us, and some of it goes to GVI government.
All right. Okay, I think there was one last one, which is the cyber security grant.
Waiting for the committee to determine what projects they're going to execute with the funding.
Okay, so these expirations are a little longer, 2026 and 2027?
That is correct.
All right, thank you. This took a while, so I cannot remember. I think Senator DeGraff, you're up next. You're recognized for your 4 minutes. Is that Senator DeGraff?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Vitima, we're going to throw no blows on Vitima. Okay. Now, Vitima, how many 911 operators do you have? We in hurricane season, and what shifts do they work?
Good afternoon, Deputy Director Kelly, Vitima. Currently, we've got 32 911 operators. And St. Croix is on 12-hour shifts, and St. Thomas is on 8-hour shifts.
Okay, we went through that before. Remember it sung in, it was off. Yeah, you know, your numbers were greater on the St. Thomas, and the St. Croix, and I believe for calls for service, they were greater on St. Thomas. You had less people working different shifts. So is how much vacancies you have in the 911 operator positions?
Yes, Senator. As of today, we've got 7 vacancies in each district, and we've got 16 operators on staff in each district, staff in multiple shifts.
Okay, so let me go over the numbers again. 16 on both islands?
That's
16
correct.
St. Thomas, 16 St. Croix?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then those on St. Croix, 16 working 12-hour shifts?
That is correct.
And those on St. Thomas, the 16 working 8-hour shifts?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, why is that so?
Okay, so we may have 16 on the books, but we've got to account for medical individuals that are off on extended medical leave. Also, there's some personal leave that's involved in that, and the training. So we get people, get folks, but we can't just put them on the floor by themselves, so that training. So at that point in time, back then, we had more individuals on training in St. Thomas to bring those staffing numbers as high as possible.
Okay, so with you doing that now, how do we correct additional monies that being paid to the St. Croix? Has it evened out now?
Yes, sir, Senator.
And not money, but you go ahead first.
No, I was going to say, Senator, both districts currently are staffed equally. However, we are reviewing. That's just
1 minute.
That's just as of recent. So now we're reviewing to see whether or not we need to make some adjustments back in the scheduling. And also, there's been some turnover as usual. That's we're keeping all that into account.
But see, it's a problem. It's a problem because one, we're already in hurricane season. Two, this is the 25 budget we're dealing with. If you didn't fix that from before, we're going into the 25 budget with a set personnel
30 seconds.
Amount. You're going to make your adjustments. You're going to throw your whole budget off.
Senator, this is Director Josh, and so working with OMB, they've provided some additional vacancies for us for the budget. They are, again, they're identified as a half or half a person, so you have 7 and already identified what's additional 7, but it's going to show up as a half a person for each of those 7. That was part of what OMB realized going into 25, we need to have those additional individuals.
If I may wrap up, Madam Chair, but again, you have contractual, they all have the same contract, union contract?
Yes, Senator.
Right, so when you have them on the same unionized contract, you have a set working 12 hours and a set working 8 hours. Which one is in violation of the union contract?
None, Senator. There are options in the OCB contract. 8, 10, and 12 hours.
Okay. And in closing, Madam Chair, I'd just like to ask, from the 32nd legislature, Vitima building had a leak on St. Thomas. Has that leak been repaired?
I'm going to have Mr. Deputy Director Fred.
Same Fred, Deputy Director of Logistics. Good afternoon, Senator. Yes, the roof has been repaired, so there are no more leaks in the St. Thomas facility.
Okay, and just the status of the St. Croix facility. What's the status on that? Is the building conducive for the personnel operating out of it?
Which building are you referring to, Senator?
Vitima Possessions. Whatever building you have employees working in, are they conducive for working conditions?
Yes, Senator, they are.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff.
Point of information.
Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your point of information. Senator Gittins?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. To the minority leader's question, I wanted to ask through the chair. So how many of the 16, because we're talking about scheduling here again, how many of the 16 ECC operators are not active in each district at this time?
Yes, Senator. This is Deputy Director Kelly. Currently in the St. Croix district, we have 1 unavailable and 3 in training. So 1 available, they're out on extended medical, and the 3 that's on training, you can't really put them on there totally by themselves. That's in the St. Croix district. In the St. Thomas district, we've got 3 also in training, and we've got 3 out on leave. And
so how long is the training though? I mean, that's not considered extended leave.
No, the training is training. The extended leave can be from medical to other personnel leave. And to answer your question specifically, how long is the training? The training goes to about 2 months, but then again, it's It's performance-based to see whether or not you require additional training after.
Okay, and lastly, the managers are on the same contract with the operators?
No, sir.
Okay, that's what I figured, because all's response just now was that they are on the same contract, and they're not. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. So your personnel category has increased by 254,725 for FY25 over 24.
This added stuff. On the top of it.
You see why it's important to break down your numbers?
Yeah. No, go back.
So in FY24, your budget for personnel was $3,078,000, and OMB, the executive budget, is proposing 3.3. That reflects a $254,000 difference.
Good afternoon again, Winston Simon, Deputy Director, Admin and Finance. So in 25, there has been some salary increases going into the 25 budget that would account for some of those increases that you're seeing.
So these are increases. I'm trying to figure out. I think that's a number you gave me because I checked it off when you said it. So these increases are increases of salaries that are currently in place. These are tied to union negotiations. What is this $254,000 tied to?
These increases are salaries. Well, some are in place right now, and then there are the other ones that would be coming into play in 25.
Those are unionized positions?
No, majority of them is exempt.
Okay, so you're going to have to send to the committee a breakdown of the difference of the current year's budget of $3,078,233 and the $3,332,958, which is a difference of $254. We need to clearly understand what that is, because we have, how many of your vacancies have you filled in FY 2024 thus far?
It's an interesting question. Where is that the number?
For 911 or overall?
No, Senator, can you ask the question again, please?
How many vacancies have you filled in 24?
I don't have that number. We'll have to get a number.
Senator, we're going to have to get that number to you. You're talking about individuals that, or positions that were approved in 24 that were vacant and now they've been filled?
Budget hearing, right? And that's a natural question. You came into FY '24 with a certain amount of vacancies. The question is, how many vacancies have you filled? How many new people have you brought on? Did people have transfers up to new positions? I mean, how many vacancies? That's a regular part of the operations. Who does your, who's responsible for your HR work?
Currently, we technically doesn't have an HR person, so we are trying to fill the gap as best as we can right now, but we don't have an HR person.
So who's the CFO?
Well, I guess that would fall on me.
No, yeah, that's a very important part of this conversation because we are, based on the information that we received from our financial team presentation that they provided to us last week, we have to be very frugal in how we appropriate these dollars in FY 2025 because there are challenges and there's no debating over that. So we have to have information to make an informed decision. Last fiscal year, we funded existing vacancies at $529,382. And that was with us giving you a portion of your vacancies and then slashing it by 75% in some instances, 50%. We don't know. You have to tell us.
All right, so Senator, to be clear, you're asking just for GVI fills. You don't, any impact upon federal fills, right? This is only for the government's budget you're asking about, just to be clear.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Because we've had people come on and off that are all federally funded. In some cases, the 911 operators, for example, they're all GVI funded. And so that's one we, like Deputy Kelly can talk about, we've had probably 16 come on, 16 go off. They constantly are hired, rehired. Different people are coming on. That's one of our challenges is 911. But just to be clear, we're going to provide to you the fills we've done in 2024 for GVI funding. Okay.
So how many people left in FY '24?
We know for sure we have our PIO. We've had our Deputy Human Resources, and then we have under 911. Kelly, how many have we lost? No? Yeah. No. What do we have to get back?
I'm going to move on to the next senator because I know the senators want to get their turn, but I don't know how we can effectively make decisions without the information to help us to do that. Because then, what's happening here is the expectation for these hearings is to get the information so we can move on. When you have to send it back, senators move on to different things because naturally there's a lot going on in here. And then it's just so much to have to double back to this information.
So, Senator, we have vacancies that are budgeted, and we know those. And then we have additional vacancies that have been approved by OMB that we've budgeted for, and that's what we are tracking for 2025.
I do not know what you're saying, Director Justin. We have $529,000 worth of vacancies that we moved into fiscal year 25 forward, and I'm just basically asking of that amount of dollars in vacancies, or whatever you want to call it, how many positions did you fill against the general fund this year? That's it.
I don't have that. I don't have that, yeah.
All right, we can move on, Senator. I understand your question. We're going to have to get back.
Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 4 minutes. I'm sorry. Senator Francis stepped away, I'm sorry. Is Senator James there? I'm having a little hard time seeing. Is Senator Francis, you ready? I think, right? You ready, Senator? Yeah, yes.
Been ready.
You can proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon to Team Vitima. And of course, my first few questions was new hires, how many separated or resignation, and obviously there are some difficulties in getting that type of information. So let me move on to, I'm seeing here, budget after budget, that there is a conflation of individuals that's assigned to Vitima, public assistance, and ODR. Is there an opportunity at some point to be able to sever and actually put people where they properly belong, or there is some requirement that these individuals that may be assigned to the Public Assistance Office or ODR continue to operate under Vitima? Can you help me understand what that structure should be like?
Senator Director Johnson, the executive order, I believe, was very clear in that ODR has day-to-day operations for all the hazard mitigation and public assistance. It's 100% funded, and any vacancies that they have are really on the federal plan that goes forward, and that's the executive order that currently exists, sir.
Okay, so the fact that you're carrying these individuals, because one of the point that you made in your testimony, the fact that you continue to be severely challenged, and that I think under questioning you also referred to the fact that some of these positions are being staffed up or being filled by ODR. So you're saying based on the executive order, they continue to be required to be on Vitima's roster?
Yes, Senator, just to be clear, they fall under the Director Williams Octolin as the ODR director, but they are still considered Vitima employees. That's what I'm trying to make sure, and they're all 100% federally funded.
Okay, I'll take a look at that executive order again and see exactly what's happening there. What is the status of the next generation 911? Where are we, or what phase are we in that?
Senator, in the testimony, Director Josh and Vitima, we provided very good details on where we are at 911. I'd say if we're percent-wise, we're about 95% there. On the last piece of the puzzle is really getting the text to 911 finalized. We have it ready to go, functional within 911 system itself, not CAD RMS. But we have to work very much in detail with our local telecom providers, as well as start a good outreach program to make sure everybody is aware of the impact of doing text to 911, as well as our hearing impaired community. We already have an outreach program ready to go. It's a matter of just coordinating that time frame with our service providers.
Okay, do you have a timeline which will be fully have the next generation or 911 in place?
Senator Director Johnson, I would like to get it done before we go to the height of hurricane season, which is 15 August, but I have to work with all my providers and get my outreach campaign done. So that would be, the focus would be on the month of July for outreach. That would be my goal, to get that done, but I have to make sure my telecom providers are able to meet that request also. And we have notified FCC, so we're ready to go.
1 minute.
Everything else is ready to go. It's a matter of getting all our telecom providers on and the outreach to go forward, sir.
Okay, in respect to our tsunami warning signs, I think I saw where we still don't have 100% of the tsunami warning sirens up and running?
On the sirens themselves, Senator, of the 44 that are up, they're all physically up. But as I mentioned earlier, there's some that are not functionally operational. That's not because of Irma Maria.
30 seconds.
It's just because previous things that were done. And we do have $99,000 from Governor Bryan to start mobilizing in June, executing in July to fix the remaining sirens to get 100% functionality, sir.
Okay, and before my guess 30 seconds is up, in respect to the $350,000 that we provided for the water distribution, is that the 350 that you say is totally and 100% expended? That's for the lead and copper initiative?
Senator, I'm going to ask Deputy Director Simon to address that, and some of this goes back to I would call post-audit also from our perspective.
Good afternoon, Winston Simon, Deputy Director, Admin and Finance, in reference to the $350,000, we have that money and we are basically paying the vendors as the invoices and stuff comes in relative to that. Right now, there are a number of payments. They're in the system. They are approved for payment, but the checks just have not been physically cut as yet. But those payments are in the system.
Okay, thank you. And do you have any, well, my time has been called. Thank you very much for your responses. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Do you have a follow-up question, Senator Francis? You may proceed. Is that no? Is Senator James back? Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. Director Jasin and the staff, welcome to the Senate chambers. I've been looking through your budget. I got a few questions. Okay, so you're losing personnel due to career advancement and higher pay, and you have 33 vacant positions. That's your testimony, right?
Yes, Senator. Of those 33 are federal positions with hazard mitigation and public assistance.
Okay, so the 911, I think there was 6 on St. Thomas, 7 on St. Croix, or the other way around. So you got about 13 positions. I've found that last year you had a problem filling the 911, and it seems like it is continued. And that's a very critical need in the community. What is the problem with filling the 911 positions?
Bruce Kelly, Deputy Director of Operations. Well, Senator, sir, problem with filling the 911 positions and keeping them filled, it seems like number one is the salary, more so than anything else.
So those are union positions?
Yes, sir.
And so you can, well, Director Joshin, have you ever spoken to the governor or OMB to get to the unions to solve that issue? Because that's, it's like a 50% vacancy.
Senator Director Joshin, Director Vitima, we were getting ready to go into negotiations with the collective bargaining unit when unfortunately Deputy Philomene passed away. And we were attempting to have those negotiations, but I pulled back and said we were not ready to do that. So right now we're going to have to re-engage on that, but we'd already submitted our requests back and forth between the collective bargaining unit to champion our cause. And we're addressing that, but we did not get a chance to go across that finish line, sir.
Okay, so are you paying overtime for the 911 positions?
Yes, sir.
You're paying overtime, so...
There's shift differential and there's overtime pay as needed.
Okay, so those that, what does the 911 positions pay?
Opening positions, 35,000.
35. And those that you add up the overtime, what pay did they get with plus the overtime? Those that made 911 that got overtime, how much did they make? Average. You don't have that number?
Is there an average?
It's 40, 50, do you know?
No, I don't.
No, we do not know that number, sir.
Okay. Well, I'm sure, right, you're actually paying more than the starting salary if you're paying overtime. So, we need those positions. We got to work it out because you got a 50% vacancy. Okay, I want you to go quickly to Herman Hill. Is that, you're going to the final design, is that fully funded or what's the status of that?
I'm going to ask Graciela Rivera over on St. Thomas to discuss the Herman Hill hazard mitigation.
Graciela Rivera, Territorial Hazard Mitigation Officer. So it is not fully funded. It has been funded for phase 1.
30
We are
seconds.
currently have completed the 30% design.
Okay, thank you.
And we are in the process of the
Thank you,
FCD.
thank you,
but
thank you.
we have to.
Excuse me. All I asked was whether or not it was fully funded, and you answered my question. Thank you.
No, it's
I want to
not.
go
It's only
quick.
phase 1, the technical A&E.
Excuse me, I have the floor. Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry.
Steel Workers Union status. How are you with your Steel Workers Union status, Director Johnson?
We've had very good relations with them. We have different levels of grievances we work through. Deputy Director Kelly can talk about some details,
Are
but it's
they
been
on-
very, very good.
Yeah, are they on pay grade?
Time.
Madam Chair, can I just finish up? Are the Steelworkers Union on pay, grade, and step? How are they? Are they on?
Right now, we have a pay plan that has grade and step in there, yes.
Okay, and that's collective bargaining is working with that? Do you have any date when you can have that completed? Because you see,
I
you
would like
told
to
me
get
here-
that date. I don't have a date to give you, Senator,
Okay,
unfortunately.
because you see, you told me here that part of the reason you're losing personnel is due to career advancement and higher pay. So that, if you're losing them to higher pay, you have to address that. You know, it's very important that you address the higher pay, because that is, you've identified a problem, and you've identified a solution. So go ahead and get that done. And thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Senator Johnson? You recognize for your 5 minutes. 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues, viewing and listening audience. Want to go back on those sirens. You say you got 6 in St. Croix, 3 on St. Thomas, 1 on St. John. You spoke about the governor giving you some $99,000. What funding do you have to maintain these sirens?
Zero, sir.
And, you know, I just can't understand when you're going to tell me zero, because St. Croix is the flattest of the 3 islands, and you got 6 of them out. Which part of the island these 6 that are not operable is at this time?
Well, they're throughout the island. There's some on the east end. There's some on the west end. There's some on the north. Nothing on the south, I would say. But we're mobilizing right now to address those. It's taken us this long working with the contractor, but those are what we'll be looking at. We've been testing our sirens pretty much, every month. But that's where our gaps are right now, sir.
You have a cut in your budget, so based on this overall budget adjustment, how Vitima plan to deliver the service, especially going into this hurricane season?
What services in particular, sir?
Any service.
Well, for example, the Alert VI system, Deputy Bruin talked about the federal funding available for that. We have very strong support for notification. Public service announcements are very strong also going forward. Our outreach campaign is for that. We also have a very strong relationship with FEMA based upon activation by the governor and request for president declaration. FEMA will be here to support us, sir, so we have ample support available for the territory.
All right, you have $204,000, 441 increase in personnel service for the operations section. What does this increase cover?
In the operations section.
Yeah, $204,000, 441 in personnel service for operations section. What does this cover?
All right, stand by, sir. Find out where operations section is.
Just scroll. Just keep scrolling.
10.
I got the salary increases.
This one?
Over time?
No. Go. Keep going. That's admin. Okay. No. keep
Operations.
going. There, you just
That's
passed
correct.
it.
Operations, right?
You're right there, yeah.
So Senator, can you say the question again? I'm at the operations section of the post-audit report.
You have $204,000, 441 increase in personnel service for the operations section. $204,000, 441.
All right. Well, this one right there you go.
Yeah.
There you go. 52 positions.
All right, let's go to the next question. There's an increase in the general fund appropriation to cover 74 positions, totaling $3,332,000. Can you explain why there is an increase in funding in these positions despite the overall budget decrease?
Senator, what section again are you referring to?
That would be on the top.
Madam Chair, thank you very much for the time. It seemed as if my team came here, gave us information and not prepared to answer these questions. And we're right on the brink of hurricane season. All I could say is just pray to God that we don't get hit. That's all I could say. Thank you very much for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. You want to respond to the question? I mean, if the senator has received the information wrong, then put it on the record, but you have to respond.
Well, I'm seeing the question is on page 5 of the post-audit report, asking for a response to increase of $254,000 above that, and that's what we're trying to figure out right now, Senator.
What are you trying to figure out?
He answered his question. The other one I'm not going to address.
Pardon?
The other statement I'm not going to address, Senator. I'm
No,
going to
but-
stay focused on the budget.
I didn't ask you that.
Okay,
I asked
the
you
budget.
specifically around the information for
Yes.
the budget.
Yes, Senator.
And I think it requires a response. I mean, that's why we're here.
So, good afternoon again. If I understand the question correctly, he's inquiring about the $3,332,000 for personnel services. Again, that number includes the additional salary increases and was not on the positions that are within the budget. So the salary increase along with the additional positions would increase the amount of your personnel services.
Okay. And that question was asked before, right? And is there anywhere in your testimony I mean, we are dealing with a budget, right? So I would want to believe that once we present our budget, we need to break the budget down. We need to say the budget of FY 2025, and I think that's where the frustration is coming in. The budget of FY 2025 personnel services is $254,000, X number of dollars over last year's $3,078,000. And then you say, why? That's what we're asking, the why. And that's what we are unable to get. The why. Why is it over? You said it before. You said that it's over because of, I was specific, I asked, was it for positions that are increase in this fiscal year. You said yes, some. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate. Some
Okay.
increases in the positions, salaries.
For 24. And then, which naturally would carry over to 25, right?
Right.
And then you said some were for salary increases, anticipated salary increases in FY 25, correct?
Right.
And I asked you to, that's why I gave you the opportunity to respond to the senator when you didn't answer before, because you had an opportunity to regurgitate what you said earlier. So that we asked for you to send back to the committee the information around what the 254 represented.
Right.
In addition to, we also need to find out from you what are your vacant positions, which you have been unable to tell us today, and what that amount equates to. That's basically where the frustration lies. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
I have that information.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon again to all. My condolences to the Vaitima family and Miss Melinda Philomene's family as well. So I wouldn't stay too much on the personal question, but I want to bring to the attention, and I'm going to try to do this in as much of these hearings that I attend, the numbers, the numbers that raise my eyebrows when it comes to these unclassified or exempt positions. Here it is, we have an emergency management agency that protects our community by coordinating all emergency activities. And we have just about half of the staff being exempt. I am truly concerned about that. The numbers given of 146 funded vacancies was 54 classified and some 92 unclassified. Concerning to me, but I'll leave that there. The accomplishments and milestones. Milestones are known to keep moving and moving and moving and moving. And I'm looking at the labor relations portion where the statement simply states that Vaitima and U.S. Steelworkers Union continue to engage in a positive and collaborative discussion. Yet still, our employees are on a day-to-day contract agreement since 2022. We're in 2024. That is concerning as well. Now, let's go to page 6 and page 8 of your testimony. It speaks to tsunami hazard mitigation grant. And on page 8 speaks to the logistics of the tsunami warning sirens. I remember Assistant Director de Blasio being before us, I believe it was on St. John, when we discovered that some of our sirens went missing. I don't know how that could happen. What's the status of that investigation?
This is Director Johnson, Senator. The one siren that we saw missing was over by Lindbergh Bay on St. Thomas. That was found in a, I guess, a hut over there. So after we discovered it, we have recovered it, and it's sitting on top of the actual siren site at Lindbergh Bay, sir. So right now, all 44 sirens have heads on them.
So I only asked because this was stated before, and I did ask for a report on that. So I'm asking that you still submit, whether it's to this chair or we did request it in the Public Safety Committee for an investigation on that. So I'd like that report, please. I'll move from that. But before I move, you said no funding for, on page 12, you stated there was no funding for operation and maintenance for these tsunami sirens.
30
However,
seconds.
the governor provided in fiscal year budget 24, 99,000 to complete the final implementation of non-operational sirens. Who was awarded these contracts and in what amount?
Deputy Director Fred, go ahead.
Same Fred, Deputy Director of Logistics. American Signal Corporation is the vendor that's going to be down installing and repairing the sirens throughout the territory.
American who?
Signal Corporation.
And in what amount is this contract?
It's about 98,000 and change, of which 50% has already been expended so that we can have the folks mobilized and the equipment shipped, which is already in the territory. And we are expecting them to be down this month and completing that. Excuse me?
Through the chair, can we receive that information, please, as to who was awarded this contract and the full contract amount? May I wrap up here?
Yes, you may.
On page 10, you spoke to the receiving some $285,000 in TAP grant from the U.S. Department of Interior for upgrades. What type of upgrades have been done, and where exactly were these upgrades?
Floresita Brown, Deputy Director of Grants Management. No work has been done at this time. We got the grant award and we're in the process of putting the money online. And once we do that, then the next phase will be to put the RFP together to send that to property and procurement so we can put it out on bid.
Okay, and the mobile Emergency Operations Center, you stated that they were aging fleet. They're actually old, 21 years, 2003 to be exact. What's the current maintenance cost of these vehicles, and are they obsolete at this time?
Same Fred, Deputy Director of Logistics. I would say yes, Senator, they are obsolete. I mean, they work, but we really are working diligently on finding some replacements, so if you guys can provide us some additional funding, we would appreciate that.
And have we showed good usage of these vehicles and able to get another grant so that we could get up-to-date mobile EOCs?
Sir, Floresita Brown, Deputy Director of Grants Management, we have tried. We filled out for the congressional funding through not the top, the congressional or CMP, the congressional, it goes through Congresswoman Stacey Plaskett's office. We have tried several times and we have not been successful.
All right, thank you for your responses. And like I said, I will leave the personnel ones alone, especially with the passing of Ms. Philomene. But I'm happy to know that you all finished the Disability Integration Coordinator, that you have finalized it. However, please, let's make sure that we're able to get the job specs for this, and hopefully they're not in an unclassified position, making that number greater. Thank you again, Madam Chair. And thank you, Director, and your team for the responses. Best wishes during this hurricane season.
Senator Gregory, may I correct one thing, please, for Senator Gittens?
Sure.
We have the personnel approvals for the Division of Personnel for those positions for Functions Medical Coordinator. However, we have no funding for those positions, so that's the challenge. We don't have them on our books today, so that's the gap. So I want to make sure the committee understands that we worked hard to get those positions through Division of Personnel, but there's no money to support them for this year.
Ms. Brown? Floresita Brown, Deputy Director. I think Director Joshua means a job description. We have to first detail, have a job description, which we've gotten that approved. That's the only step we've done so far, correct? Yes.
You see, and that's why I left it out, but that was my exact question as to whether or not you have those job specs in already, because that's going to be another delay again. But you know what, as we look at this, and like the finance chair said, as we start scrubbing these numbers, I'm going to start looking to see how much of these exempt positions we could really scrub and move some of that money over to hire classified and necessary employees to get the functioning of ITEMA done. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. So you said that the grant that you mentioned that you have been unable to be awarded, is it a competitive grant?
It's a competitive grant for, I would say, from my assumption, the Congresswoman's office, because you have all the United States, all the senators submitting their wish lists and their requests, and there's a specific grant for EOC, for the the EOC that we can fund. And we've tried several times, but it depends on what Congresswoman Plaskett submits as her final request. And even that, there's no guarantee that she will get what she, correct.
It's competitive. This is a competitive grant. And how much, have we ever received that funding?
No, ma'am.
And what's the name of it?
It's a Homeland Security EOC specific grant.
I'll look it up. I have it in my email. I'll get the specific name.
Okay, and we've applied for it since when?
We applied every year.
We've at least 3 years now.
And just to add, the last time because you have to do it the year before for it to come out the following year. So when we got our notice of funding opportunity, I looked at all the names and I highlighted it to my federal person. I said, I'm noticing that no territory, not the Virgin Islands, not San Juan, no territories were issued any funding at all.
Wow. Okay, so, all right. Thank you for that information. It's interesting to know that none of the outlying areas actually got an opportunity to get this funding. All right. Senator Joseph, you are ready? You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Pleasant good day to everyone. I want to begin by focusing my discussion. Personnel is a major issue. You need people and to be able to efficiently and productively operate. So I wanted to ask you, and my condolences to you and the team, Ms. Philomene passing, has there been any movement to fill that vacancy for the human resources?
Florecita Brown, Deputy Director of Grants Management. Yes, we have. We put out the advertisement through Department of Personnel. We actually got about 21 applicants. And right now we're waiting for the director and assistant director to go through the applications to see the best candidate. And hopefully we should be doing that maybe in the next 2 to 3 weeks, provided that time allows us.
Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure, because I know sometimes if somebody who's worked with you for a while, you have to go through that process, especially shocking that how she passed, and my condolences to her family. Okay, now I wanted to look at one of the things that was highlighted in the overview of the budget regarding the overtime. I have the information you supplied to the post auditor regarding your overtime. It stated that for fiscal year 2023, you expended about $3,300,000 rather in overtime. Currently, you have expended about, and I don't know if you have the post auditor's report, you've expended about 100 from October 1st to February 29th, 2024, you have expended $129,000, but you're requested about $219,000 for fiscal year 2025. Based on my calculations, it looks as though you are going to exceed your overtime for fiscal year 2024 over that of 2023 by $55,817.48. You see what I'm saying? Because you don't have staffing, so you have people who have to go towards overtime. Have you done a deep dive and an analysis of this, Mr. Simon? Simeon?
Good afternoon. Winston Simon, Deputy Director, Admin and Finance. I haven't done a deep dive, but I did look at the numbers coming into 25.
1 minute.
Based on the directive from OMB, it was to try to reduce your overtime to as little as possible. But after I saw what the number was, then I really couldn't do that. So I bumped it up. The intention was for us to reduce our overtime based on the shift work, what's not between the 911 centers, but for whatever reason, the shift work wasn't panning out as we hoped, so we could reduce the overtime.
30 seconds.
Looking at the numbers, I had to bump it back up to where you see us have it for 25.
Which is 219?
Yeah.
I really don't think that's realistic based on where you are right now. I'm hoping that you meet it. I would love for you to meet it, but really, based on just your trend that I have calculated from 2023 to 2024, it's been going up.
Time.
Okay, and so that's my issue. My 2023 numbers, page 3 of the post-audit report, is for fiscal year, the actual for overtime was $333,390.52. If you divide that by 12, you will come up to $27,782.50 every month you're paying in overtime. And then I used, of course, for fiscal year 2024, from October 1st to 2023 to February 29, 2024, I calculated that. I divided it by 4 because that's like 4 months, and then I multiplied that amount by 12, and I came up to $389,208. That would have been for the full fiscal year you're going to be paying based on your trend, just projected. Yeah, so it looks like it's increasing. That's what I'm getting at. And so when you take a cut, almost like $200,000 here for fiscal year 2025, I'm a bit troubled, because then you're going to have a little bit of a structural deficit going on right there, because then you may not have the ability to fund any costs. Madam Chair, I have one question for Ms. Brun. Ms. Brun, I want to really thank you. You mentioned when there was discussion regarding the grants, that you had received some indirect cost funds. You have received indirect funds, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's my thing there, right there. Now I look at the post-audit report. I didn't see you reported anything here in the indirect cost. You've received the post-audit report. At least I don't see anything reflected here. So I wanted to ask you, how much did you receive in indirect cost from the grants? How much grants you have? What's the aggregate amount that you've received in indirect costs that would be eligible to be received in indirect costs? I know you said some of the indirect cost is also given to other agencies, correct?
Correct. Only one of my grants get indirect costs.
Which one is that?
And that's the National Tsunami Hazard Mitigation Program.
Okay. And how much is that?
The amount is $136,784.
Okay, and how much, and that's the total you receive?
That's the total amount budgeted, that is correct.
Okay, and you don't split it with any other agency?
Yes, a portion comes back to us. And
What is the portion?
31, I think it's 31, the indirect cost rate is 31.1%. I can tell you that right now.
31.1%. And what the other percentage goes? I mean, it's a small amount, but
Yeah,
everything add up.
Finance holds on to it, and a portion comes back to the agency.
Okay, so we'll say, okay, and a portion. And what do you spend this indirect cost on? Madam Chair, I know I said one question, but I leave, yes.
Wherever we fall short in areas of the agency.
I don't want it to be like a slush fund.
It's not a slush fund. It's based on where we fall short within the agency.
Well, give me some examples.
For example, if, because we get our allotments, if we run out, if we can't purchase supplies at that time, then we will use the indirect costs to pick up the speed where we can't with local funding.
Okay, and do you have indirect cost allocation policy?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Sometimes you have an indirect cost allocation where your indirect cost funds are spent on some agencies and some cognizant agencies. So
No.
you don't have that?
No, we do not.
Okay. All right, Madam Chair, thank you so kindly for the leeway and the time.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator James, Senior, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. If I asked you any question that was asked before, please forgive me because I was dealing with some other stuff. On page 13 of 19 of the post-audit report, there's a section that speaks with VITEMA grant program sub-recipients. Just quickly, someone tell me exactly what that goes towards or the purpose. My colleagues and I were just watching it and we would like to know.
Page 13, Florisita Brown, Deputy Director of Grants Management. I'm sorry, sir, which section? The sub-recipient section?
Yes.
Those were the individuals that were awarded from the nonprofit security grant. They're in the process now of submitting their EHP because that is a requirement, environmental historic preservations form that FEMA has to get before they can do any kind of movement. So some of them are in the process of waiting for FEMA to respond to them.
The same as you said is what we just said, but we want to know what is the purpose of it, like what's the cause?
The purpose is to purchase, it's a nonprofit security grant. The purpose is to retrofit their facilities. It's against terrorism, so in the event of any kind of act, whether domestic, foreign, their facilities would be, whether it's to harden their doors, whether it's to have security cameras, whether it's to have fencing to secure their premises. That's the intent of the grant.
No, you're sounding like a subject matter expert. Thank you for placing that on the record because you want to make sure, the good churches of the Virgin Islands do the right thing. Amen. All right, and then, so with the state and local cybersecurity grant program, tribal cybersecurity grant program, that's reading straight off of the paper. I'm assuming that I saw where there's some language that speaks to infrastructure, so I'm assuming that is where we got the sub-recipients, or that's something totally different?
That's something totally different. There's, really and truly, the committee would be our sub-recipient, but they're still in their planning phase of getting themselves together to figure out how they're going to spend this money for the territory.
And you're talking about the 1.5, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just want to make sure. So we have some time to expend it, so I just want to make sure, and I do support that as we see an increase in usage of devices and what have you. The world is getting smarter, and a lot of people are coming to the Virgin Islands, and we don't know exactly who might be coming here. And we have to make sure that we protect our infrastructure. So no one could put us in harm's way. So I'm happy that happy to know that we're taking advantage of those opportunities and grants. As far as Civil Air Patrol, I saw the VA government grants, page 13 of 19 of that same post-audit report. I'm assuming at one point the Civil Air Patrol was being funded, or they're no longer being funded. What is the change there?
Good afternoon, Winston Simon, Deputy Director, Admin and Finance. Yes, at one point they were being funded,
30
but
seconds.
as of late, OMB has not provided any funding for the Civil Air Patrol.
Say the cause again, the reason for not.
I don't have a reason. That's OMB as to why they didn't fund them.
Just want to make sure. And on my last question, I saw some vacant positions for federal grant and program monitor, 2 of them.
Time.
Is that accurate as far as the vacancies for those 2 classified positions?
Floresita Brown, Deputy Director of Grants Management. It's actually one position, it's just that it's split between 2 grants.
Okay, awesome. So that vacancy exists for that one position?
Yes, sir.
And you have any individuals that came forward? Because I see that you're handling a lot of grants, very, very important grants.
Sir, we are about to put it out because I'm a team of 2, myself and another staff. So we're about to put it back out for advertisement. We did it before. Some of the candidates didn't have the skill set necessary for what we're looking for, because our grants, we have to have a programmatic person and a financial person. And right now we already have a programmatic person. I need somebody who has some background in the finances and whatnot. So we're going to work on it.
I don't give you any rank because you don't want to be in handcuffs. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Director Justin, I think I heard you say, and let me just remind my colleagues, we have to vote on the leases that's before us. We received most of the information, so we need to vote on the leases in a few. You shared with us that you have a high turnover in your 911. Do you know why? Do you conduct exit interviews to find out exactly what the challenge is, why you're experiencing these turnovers?
Senator, Deputy Kelly addressed that once, but I'll try again. We definitely think it links back to the salary of those individuals. We have a lot of individuals that are just starting out, but that's the bottom line, and we'll work through a collective bargaining unit to address that.
What's the salary?
$35,629.
For entrance?
Yes.
And how many people do you have in the positions now? And how many people do you have currently on board, and are you onboarding any new individuals?
For 911?
22.
Bruce, you want to?
Good afternoon, ma'am. Deputy Director Kelly. Now, currently, we have 16 on St. Croix, 16 on St. Thomas, for a total of 32 on board currently.
And what is your need?
Need currently, based on authorized, we have a vacancy of 7 in each district. That's 14 total.
And that's your need?
My overall need for optimum performance would be, in additional to the 46 authorized positions right now, if I can have 8 more total. That'll put us in a good position, and I dare to say it would most likely reduce a lot of the overtime. Over.
So you have 14 vacancies. What did you
Yes,
say,
ma'am. 14 vacancies, ma'am.
Okay, I know that the senator asked before, but I wanted to get it clear. All right. I'm going to ask, because the information that's in front of us does not have like specifics, I'm going to ask you to send back to the committee a breakdown of your other services and charges category. Do you have rentals?
Yes.
How many?
We have 2 buildings, that house the, what is it?
We have 911 on St.
Right.
Croix is rented, and we have the 911 or St. Croix EOC is rented on.
Okay, so we'll await that information. When you submit your, that falls under the other services and charges category, right?
Okay.
And what is the reason for the significant reduction in your supplies category? Because we budgeted, I think, 412, and this year the recommendation is 89,000.
Okay, Winston Simon, Deputy Director, Admin and Finance. There's a big reduction in that area because for one, monies for sand and sandbags and what's not are not included in the supplies area. And
The repairs for shelter.
yeah, but that's other services. Yeah, that's a different category. But a lot of it has to do with that monies and stuff for sand and sandbags and some other items that we are not pursuing, so to speak.
So is that because you have in your warehouse sufficient sandbags, etc., in the event of an event? In the event of an event?
Senator Director Joshin, we purchased a lot of sand and sandbags last year. We have them both the Department of Public Works and we have it with the fire services. We have for 24 monies that we're going to expend this year to make sure we have plenty going forward for the next couple of years. That's their intent right now.
So basically you're saying you don't need the $400 or something $1,000.
Well, with the amount of money identified for the sand and sandbags right now, we have sufficient, or we've redirected those funds to other purposes.
All right, I'm making my notes that you're good with your 89,000. All right, your utilities, I see that has been reduced as well.
Relative to utilities, what I try to do is look at the expenditures for the 1 year and then add a 10% on top of that to give me some kind of number relative to utilities.
Do you realize that your utilities has been reduced for 25?
Yeah.
So if you give a 10%, what is the impact on the reduction? You have a $12,000 reduction.
Yeah, it's based on, if I recall correctly, I think it was based on the actuals for 23, I believe, and then we add the 10% to that, and that's because 23 is the actual number that we actually had, and then we try to give it a cushion because we all know that WAPA goes up,
Okay.
so that's how the number is derived.
So you need to go back and look at your bills for fiscal year 2024 and do a true-up of those bills and then project it out to the end of the fiscal year, and you need to send that back to us as well.
All right.
I'm checking to find out if I'm missing anything. And the indirect costs, how do you use your indirect costs? I think one of the senators asked that question. How do you use the indirect cost that comes back directly to you?
Floresita Brown, Deputy Director of Grants. The indirect cost is used for supplies, other services, and equipment.
Okay, can we please get from you a breakout of your indirect cost balances to date and what you're projecting to see in indirect costs out to the end of this fiscal year, as well as your indirect costs projections for FY 2025. Okay?
Yes.
I think that's it for me. So we have, okay, that's it. I asked you about the rental properties, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you're able to give me that. So we have 3 bills that we need to vote on before we close today. So we're going to allow the Vitima team to close. I think I touched every single senator that's here. We're going to allow the Vitima team to give a 30-second close with regards to the...
All right, thank you, Senator Frank Gregory, and the senators present for this 2025 budget review for the Vitima team. We've provided our best efforts for what we have, and we have some homework to do, and I appreciate Senator Frank Gregory giving us the latitude to provide the detailed responses to you going into 25, looking at the history from 24. We'll get back to you in a timely fashion to meet your requirements, ma'am.
All right, so you need to, just to go over it quickly, the breakdown of all federal grants inclusive of expenditures and expiration dates, the breakdown of your current FY25 budget, the listing of all vacant positions for FY25, that's included in your 25, the recommendations that's before us, and the total cost of those positions. Senator asked for the report on the missing tsunami siren at Lindbergh Bay, a full contract amount and name of the vendor awarded for the sirens around the territory, the breakdown of the other services and charges category, the report of utility expenses, utility expense report, to give us the projection out so we can know what number we need to be utilizing for FY25, and a breakdown of your indirect cost balances to date and projections for indirect costs for FY 2025. You should receive correspondence from us, but I wanted to basically go over it so you can begin the work. All right, so we are going to, unfortunately, I don't want to take a recess, so you're going to have to bear with us as we deal with these measures. I'm sorry. Who speaks to bill number 35-0263?
I do.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bill number 35, correction. I move that bill number 35-0263, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and Sanchez Ventures LLC for parcel number 1, Estate Cantant, number 7B, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, parcels number 194-2 and 194-2A, Estate Altona, Wellgarts, Crown, Prince Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, and parcels number 10 and 11A, Submarine Base number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, be approved by the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, and sent to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further vetting. I so move.
Second.
Bill number 35-0263 has been properly moved by Senator Novalee Francis Jr. and seconded by Senator Javon James Sr. Hearing no objections, roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, absent. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, absent. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yes. Madam Chair, 4 yes, 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0263 has been favorably voted on. The act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and Sanchez Ventures LLC for parcel number 1, Estate Cantant, number 7B Southside Quarter, St. Thomas Virgin Islands, parcels number 194-2 and 194-2A, Estate Altona and Wellguns, Crown Prince Quarter, St. Thomas Virgin Islands, and parcels number 10 and 11A, Submarine Base number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas Virgin Islands, has been favorably voted on this committee and will be sent to the Rules Committee for further consideration and action. Do I hear a motion?
Motion.
You recognize for your motion,
Motion.
Senator Francis Jr.
Yeah, motion. I move.
Oh, sorry. It's Senator DeGraff. You recognize for your motion.
Other ball head, yeah. I move bill number 35-0264, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and Verdell Turnbull, DBA Turnbull Welding Services for parcel number 99A-1, Submarine Base number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas Virgin Islands, be voted on favorably in the Committee of Budget, Appropriation and Finance and forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
Bill number 35-0264 have been properly moved by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, seconded by Javon James Sr. Hearing no objections, roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, absent. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, absent. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yes. Madam Chair, 4 yay, 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0264, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and Verdell Turnbull doing business as Turnbull Welding Service for parcel number 99A-1, Submarine Base number 6, South Quarter, St. Thomas Virgin Islands, has been favorably approved by this committee and will be forwarded to the Rules Committee for further consideration and action. Do I hear a motion?
Motion. Motion.
You recognize for your motion, Senator Francis Jr.
Thank you. I move that bill number 35-0265, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands acting through its Department of Property and Procurement and the St. Thomas Properties LLC for consolidated parcels number 17-3, Estate Niski, number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands, be approved by the Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance and sent forward to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further vetting. I so move.
Second.
Second.
Bill number 35-0265 has been properly moved. An act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands acting through its Department of Property and Procurement and St. Thomas Properties LLC for consolidated parcel number 17-3A, Estate Niski, number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands, has been properly moved by Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., seconded by Senator Javon James Sr. and Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Hearing no objections, roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, absent. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, absent. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yes. Madam Chair, 4 yea, 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm going to read this one just a little different because I read the entire act already. So Bill number 35, that's 0265, Bill number 35, that's 0265, have been favorably approved by this committee and will be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further consideration and action. All right, thank you, colleagues. Thank you to the testifiers. Thank you to all the central staff employees that were here with us today. This is just the beginning of our budget process for the summer, and we have a lot more to go. So this has been a long day and a very interesting day. I just asked the Director Jashin to send the information back so we can begin to true up his numbers in particular. And I too want to lend my voice to offer my condolences to the Vaitima family, as well as the family of Miss Philomene and her passing. And I know that, this is a difficult time, but I hope that, we all find solace in knowing the work that she's done and that the fact that she's loved by her community. So I just want to offer my condolences as well. Today's Friday.
Gavel, Madam Chair.
There's no...
Don't forget the gavel, Madam Chair, on the last bill.
I did. I did the gavel.
Yeah, you did.
I did the gavel, Senator. I did. You didn't hear it. I did. I could do it again, but I did. Anyway, there's no further action, so the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is hereby adjourned.